Good morning. Members of the Licensing and Standards Committee, please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Thank you.
the two items. We do have a quorum. I'm calling this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 18. Can I have a little bit of attention, please? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 18th meeting of the Licensing Standards Committee. As chair of the committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to members of the public. Welcome, good to have you here, and those watching live online or TV. As usual, I'd like to remind everyone that you can find the agenda for today's meeting and follow the meeting in real time at www.toronto.ca/council. For those of you who are in the committee room and would like to follow the proceedings, we have a TV screen on the right-hand side in the back that will provide real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. The Licensing and Standards Committee gratefully acknowledges that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat, and home of the many diverse indigenous peoples. Any conflicts of interest we declare? Are there any declarations under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, none noted. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes of March the 6th, 2017? Councillor Rivera-Maker, all those in favor, against, carry. The speakers, we have a list of speakers and the green sheet, and communications as well. We have a communication. The first one is from Councillor Karigiannis on an item that's before us is just for those in the audience who are present and members of the committee. This communication is out of order as the year has not lapsed yet since that was introduced at City Council. Councillor James?
I would say that we can look at it in June and group it together with the rest of the review that the Executive Director will be doing.
So it's withdrawn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then there is another communication from the chair as well that I ask the clerk to circulate it. And that has to do with Pigeons, and that's on behalf of Councillor Pasternak and other communications that I have received. So I'm going to go briefly through the agenda, and I will hold down any items that doesn't have public speakers. Item 1, amendments to Chapter 548, littering and dumping, and Chapter 545, licensing. We have a speaker, so this item is hold down. LS 18.2, framework and consultation plan for the harmonization of Sidewalk, Café, and marketing by law. We have speakers. LS 18.3, review of Chapter 510, holiday shopping, next steps. We have a lengthy number of speakers. LS 0.5, there should be 4. Yeah, okay. So the next item is LS 18.5, investigating mandatory epidemic. This is for the EpiPens and Toronto Eateries and other multi-use public facilities. We have speakers. This item is held. And item LS 18.4, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 740, street vending, proposed amendment. And this item is, the recommendations is to approve. I would like to move that. All those in favor? Against? Carry. So we are Item 4 is being approved. So we'll go back to item number 1, where we have a list of deputations. And the first deputant is Sheila White. Good morning, Ms. White. Good to have you.
Good morning,
here. Thank you for coming. You have 5
Mr.
minutes.
Chair and licensors and standard setters for the City of Toronto. Thank you for hearing me. 4 years ago, when Councillor Denzel Minnan-Wong was chair of the Public Works Committee, I requested that I be placed on the agenda to speak to that committee about litter. And here we are 4 years later with some recommendations. I've read the staff report, and I would tell you that changing the definitions won't change the littering problem we have in the city. But it's good that the bylaw calls it waste instead of refuse, and it's good that e-cigarettes, chewing gum are included, and it's good that staff would have license to go and inspect private properties. This is all good, and I totally support it. I've been writing a weekly newsletter on litter called This Week in Litterland, which has a global circulation, and it covers stories related to litter and littering all over the world. It is a global problem, and it's being taken very seriously in some jurisdictions. And I would say to this committee that Toronto needs implementation. We have the wording now, but we need a strategy. Because too much of the city is blighted with litter, and because too many commercial, government, and residential establishments still are not recycling well enough or they're doing it wrong, and because it's impossible to keep up with the amount of litter that is being let loose. And people who litter don't seem to know it's wrong. That is, that it's against the law. And the message isn't really out there. Litter is first and foremost an antisocial behavioral problem. It affects the health of Lake Ontario and its marine inhabitants. It affects city budgets big time. It crosses over all departments, if you think of economic development, parks and recreation, health, building, etc. It affects property values. It affects crime rates. It can cause basement flooding. In my neighborhood, our premiums went up 10% because the street drains were clogged with litter. It's an avoidable expense, and it's the cause of, as we've learned recently, subway track fires. It attracts rats, and our new problem in Scarborough particularly, I don't know about elsewhere, but seagulls. Elsewhere in the world, here's what's happening. There's fixed penalty notices. They've outsourced litter enforcement to private security firms and have a program that doesn't cost the council one thin dime because it's all financed out of fines. They have dedicated teams, like litter patrols. They have the police involved in enforcement. They have enforcement funded from fine revenue. They have litter reporting apps that make it really easy for people to file a complaint. They have real campaigns that are ongoing, not one-offs. They have litter permits. They have blitzes, like we have for drinking and driving, to identify littering as socially unacceptable. There's huge corporate involvement. They've got Wrigley and they've got Coca-Cola and the biggies on board now after so many years of them falling to the wayside. There are litter committees. Philadelphia, the mayor there has a litter cabinet. There's task forces, public hearings, litter umbrella groups, and litter-free festivals. There's a whole bunch going on. And just on April 10th, which was last Monday, a national litter strategy for England was sent out for public consultations. So my question to you as a committee is, why don't we have much here, if anything? Why don't we have routine enforcement and education and public relations, not just around Earth Day cleanups, but year-round? We hide behind the phrase Toronto is a clean city, even though our eyes show us otherwise. And we do have litter champions on this council. I know Councillor Burnside is one of them. And we need those voices to start speaking out in an organized fashion. Now, Ontario has dumped the litter file on municipalities. I will repeat that. Ontario has dumped the litter file on municipalities, and Ontario should have a role in helping cities deal with this, because Ontario is the architect of the Smoke-Free Ontario law, which is responsible for a tremendous increase in cigarette butt littering with the advent of outdoor-only smoking. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. White. questions from Councilor Di Giorgio. Councilor Di Giorgio.
Thank you. Hi, Sheila.
Hello, Frank.
You've raised some interesting issues, Sheila. I just want to sort of backtrack a little bit. You know that one of the, at least in my estimation anyway, one of the real problems we've had from an enforcement point of view when it comes to littering of all over strip plazas and what have you, is that we're told that we cannot really take action unless we can identify who is actually doing the littering. And so that's a huge stumbling block for us. And as you suggested, the province has kind of given us the problem, but hasn't given us the tools to sort of deal with the problem. So given that we can't establish at any given point in time who's actually doing the littering, one question you talked about was, or at least one strategy you said, communication. We've got to somehow communicate with people doing the littering. Is that really the number one strategy, or?
Well, that's part and parcel of an entire strategy. There is a very good, inexpensive book that was written by two behavioral psychologists in Australia called Litterology. And I would encourage people to get it. It's only $10.95 on Amazon. And it's the full study of what's required in a robust littering program. So education is absolutely part of it. So is enforcement, so is the cleaning up, so is the education in the school. So there's a part and parcel of this. Now, what they're doing over in England is they're using the body cams on officers, and they are filming people in the act of littering. And that's what these online reporting apps also do, encourage people to use their smartphones, and people will passengers will hang their phone out the window, and because you can see when the cigarette butt's going to come out of the car. It's no mystery. The window goes halfway down, they hang their arm out for 30 seconds, they finish their smoke, and then they flick it. So if we had a good reporting app, the online reporting, that would help. And in Australia, these reports go right to the Environment Protection Agency. So it's something that's funded by the states in Australia. It is a provincial responsibility in Australia. What Ontario has done, and it's very crafty, is that in dealing with their Waste-Free Ontario Act, they've exempted litter from the equation because their definition of waste is products at the end of their life. So they only deal with waste at the end of its life. And how do you put waste at the end of its life? You've got to get it into the bin. So if it's beside the bin or in a ditch or a culvert, then the province says it's not our responsibility, that's not at the end of its life. And that's what the corporations also point to in the provincial legislation, which is why they can never make a business case to be involved in litter, because it is an expensive proposition.
Okay, my second question and an interesting point that you raised is that there are a lot of jurisdictions where they've actually outsourced and can you expand on that? Because
Yes.
that I never considered outsourcing the enforcement of littering.
What they've done in the UK, there's one firm, there's several firms, but one in particular, Kingdom Security Services. So that's a security firm that also doubles on litter enforcement. And so they go to the council, and they've gone to a lot of local councils in England and made deals where we will take this on, we will provide the officers, they wear body cams, we'll do everything by the book, and we will collect those fixed penalty notices, the fines. So what it is if you can pay on the spot, but if it goes to court, you have to pay a lot more. But they do have courts that take littering seriously. So then the company does all the work, they collect all the fines, and for 50% of the fine revenue, that's the fee that the security firm is paid. It's contracted out. There's a bidding process, and the council gets the other 50%.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Birdseye, you're next.
Thank you. Sorry, I just had a question. You're talking about cigarette butts, and what was your strategy for that? Being thrown out the car?
Well, May 9th is, across Canada, is National Butt Blitz Day, where volunteers are going out and picking up butts and counting them one at a time and then sending them off for recycling. Toronto is the home of TerraCycle, which is a company that specializes in recycling items that the city doesn't pick up. So you can drop off pounds of cigarette butts. They'll pay the shipping, and then they'll turn it into industrial types of plastic. But the strategy would be to have really attractive ash receptacles. Now, it's surprising how many Toronto residents do not know that our receptacles are also ashtrays. They have that little compartment in for cigarette butts, but people don't notice it. So they're not aware that the 10,000 Astral street bins we have in Toronto are also receptacles for extinguished cigarette butts.
Yeah, sorry, I meant as it pertained to people throwing them out of cars.
Oh, how to stop that?
Yeah.
Well, there are LED display signs on the Gardner and DVP, and I pride myself in the fact that I was the person who got a litter message on those LED signs. And that was incredibly hard to do. Now, I would say, again, it's a provincial responsibility. Perhaps this committee could lobby for things like the flyer that they send with every driver upon license renewal. There's no mention of littering on that communication piece. They talk about buying vanity plates, they talk about not smoking in cars, but there's no reference to littering or the not to litter cigarette butts or anything like that. So the strategy really has to be education. Only 65% of smokers litter their butts. 35% of the smoking group are environmentally responsible smokers. So there are ways to get that message out around the environment and talking to smokers. I know when I talk to them one-on-one, I've changed behaviors because they just don't realize that it's toxic littering.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions? If not, I think that I may have a couple questions. You mentioned that you're going to have an amazing group of youngsters just doing this auditing in terms of cigarette butts,
Yes.
whatever. And I think that's great. How can the, as you know, the City of Toronto, they also do the litter auditing every year. And that's information that usually that's adopted by council as well. Will the information that's gathered from all this enthusiastic group of youngsters be shared with the city as well?
I'm sure it could be. The name of that organization is A Greener Future, and greenerfuture.ca, and you'll find all the information about the Butt Blitz, and they do weekly tallies of how much litter by the pound that they're picking up, not just cigarette butts, but all sorts. And it's a nonprofit group that if you donate money to them, they will promise to go and pick up so many pounds of litter for that donation. So it was definitely, they would welcome having a relationship with the city and better communication channels, and I think that's something your staff could easily expedite.
So one of the questions of Councillor Burnside's, you mentioned about having these ashtray containers, especially in front of bars, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Where we experience a tremendous amount of cigarette butts, especially in front of bars. And actually, within the recommendations, I believe that city staff is recommending that.
Yes, they are defining cigarette butts as a type of litter, and e-cigarettes and all types of tobacco materials. I don't think that was specifically mentioned, nor was chewing gum in the previous wording of the bylaw. So this is a housekeeping issue too, so that there's no wiggle room if an issue does come to court, that cigarettes are clearly defined within that definition.
Great. Overall, are you okay with this, with the recommendations that are before us from city staff?
I think the recommendations are fine, but I do think that there needs to be an ongoing program or committee or just a direction that's going to give implementation and a strategy so that we can actually reduce the rate of littering in this city.
Great. Would you be kind enough to share your submission, your presentation with the clerk?
I certainly will. I'll leave this copy of my rough notes, and I'll leave a copy of a couple of my newsletters. Now, you all should be getting this. I know some of you have asked to be removed from my list, which, you know, you can do what you want, but I really would seriously suggest, I may start sending it to those who canceled it, because it's such useful information, and nobody else is doing this.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Any other member of the public who wants to make a presentation on this item? If not, questions to staff? If no questions to staff, speakers? No speakers? And we have a motion from the staff. Is that to adopt, let me see. The suggested disposition is to adopt the recommendations from city staff. So I'd like to move that. Councilor Nunziata. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we'll move on now to item number 2. That's a framework and consultation plan for a harmonized sidewalk, cafe, and marketing by law. First speaker, Dave Bryans. Followed by Tony Elenis, David Crawford, and Marcus Litter. Good morning.
Great.
Good to have you
Good
here.
morning, everyone, and thanks for having me speak this morning. My name's Dave Bryans. I'm the CEO of the Ontario Convenience Stores Association. I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss our perspective on the proposed recommendations of the sidewalk marketing materials. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the city for conducting meaningful consultation with industry, our association, and many of the small businesses here in Toronto. The Ontario Convenience Store Association represents the economic interests of over 6,500 family-run stores in Ontario, with over 2,300 of them located here in the City of Toronto. Our membership is made up of corporate chains, regional chains, and independent chains. Our stores welcome over 725,000 Torontonian customers daily, and we employ over 18,000 people in the city. We take great pride in being responsible community retailers working at all levels of government and an integral part of every neighborhood in Toronto. The OCSA supports the recent recommendations made by the Municipal Licensing and Standards Division in their March 31st report. Harmonizing Toronto's sidewalk marketing display rules will make it easier for small businesses to operate and to be compliant. We appreciate the approach the city has taken to ensure that small businesses aren't saddled with excessive financial or onerous administration burdens under this new proposal. This shows that the city understands the important role that convenience store small businesses and their sidewalk marketing displays play in our neighborhoods. In most cases, these displays complement the visual appeal of the storefront and the city block, like fruits, vegetables, and flowers outside of OCSA members' storefronts. These colorful and appealing displays are a sign of a healthy business and a welcome sight for in many neighborhoods across Toronto. The OCSA is pleased the proposed recommendations include a 15-year phased-in approach to permit fees for existing holders and new applicants. We're also pleased that the city did not simply adopt the fee framework in place in other jurisdictions, which would be untenable for small businesses in Toronto. As well, we recognize and appreciate the removal of separate application fees, which will help reduce the financial burden and red tape that so often stifles the growth of small business. The OCSA encourages the committee and City Council to adopt these recommendations, and we thank the city for its thoughtful approach to this subject. So thank you for your time, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the deputant? If not, thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony Elenis, followed by David Crawford.
Yeah, they'll have to.
Good morning, sir. Please go ahead. Have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Tony Lennis, President and CEO of the Ontario Restaurant Hotel Motel Association, known as ORMA, and it's Canada's largest provincial hospitality association. And I'm here today to talk to you about patio fees contained in item LS 18.2. The ORMA in the past has been very vocal on a number of issues impacting Toronto's hospitality industry, and there have been many. Currently, there are several items appearing before your City of Toronto Committee that impact restaurants and hotels. It is important that you know and realize we are one of the most regulated industries in Ontario. We have hundreds of regulations, bylaws, and laws to comply with on a daily basis. Today, I would like to say thank you for your consideration in reducing the restaurant patio fees outlined in the last proposal and extending the phasing period of these fees as outlined in the new MLS report. This is a true testament of municipal government, listening to the people's point of view and responding with a reasonable solution. Special thanks go out to Mayor Tory, who supported the uproar of the industry on this and agreed that the original proposed patio fees were detrimental to restaurants. Thank you to the MLS staff who listened to the restaurant business owners and operators while diligently working towards a reasonable, fair conclusion, and they worked hard on it. Before I conclude, I must bring to your attention that the proposed change in the pedestrian clearance on sidewalks is a much more harmful standard, and we are very concerned it will close many of the existing patios, including tourism hubs, such as those located on the Danforth and on King Street, which support vibrancy and culinary tourism experience, which are key ingredients in building a city. Once again, thank you for your time and consideration. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Elenis. Any questions to the deputant? If not, thanks so much. David Crawford, followed by Marcus Little. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are
I'm
you
Marcus Little. This is David Crawford.
Okay, are you making the joint presentation?
Yes. Yes.
Or you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you.
I don't think we need more than 5.
Okay, please go ahead.
We represent the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, which geographically is Queen Street down to the railway tracks from Yonge Street over to Parliament. We've provided you with a submission. Our neighborhood is now 20,000 residents and growing every year. We enjoy the patios that we have seasonally. And what we'd like to do is have David highlight a few of the items in our submission, and then I'll finish up highlighting a few.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you for having us here. We don't really have much to say that is not already in our written submission, but we are concerned about as Marcus says, we are very much in favor of sidewalk cafes, and we have quite a large number of them in our area. But they are not 100%. The residents of our neighborhood are not 100% in favor of all sidewalk cafes. Some sidewalk cafes definitely take up far too much room on the sidewalks, and in downtown Toronto, sidewalks are generally not very wide. So that is a problem. And we also would remind the committee that in 2025, the AODA will be fully in effect, and at that point, the sidewalks will have to be wider than they are now. And we are concerned that the phase-in time from the time this bylaw goes into effect and 2025 is quite a long time. Sidewalks are already absolutely filled with cafes and pedestrians in some locations. So we just draw to the committee's attention that the whole issue of sidewalk widths does need to be thought about very carefully, because we do understand that if you have a sidewalk cafe, that is income. We realize that, and we are supportive of people who have sidewalk cafes, but we're also supportive of people who just want to walk on the sidewalks. The other thing we want to raise, which is in the staff report, is that they are recommending the use of the road classifications system to determine which streets can have patios of certain types. This may be a very convenient first run-through, but the road classification system was not designed to measure sidewalks and pedestrians and so forth. So I think thought needs to be given to that. And I'll pass it back now to my colleague.
Thank you, David. One of the things that we have with the seasonal patios is that at the end of the season, we have good performers who, at the middle of October, pack up, put their stuff in storage. We have other performers who, after we've communicated with licensing bylaw enforcement, have removed their equipment subsequently. And then we have real bad actors who leave their equipment there all year round. Some of them even store their furniture on top, and we have a picture of one who bubble wrapped it. And here's this great big bubble wrap sitting on the sidewalk all winter long. There needs to be some control of that, and if they want to go 24/7, then maybe there should be a fee for that accordingly. There is an idea of year-round enclosed cafes, and therefore an extended season. And some thought has to be given to that, in effect, that is an extension of a restaurant into the public space 24/7. And to give that a subsidized rent, in effect a low premium, is in effect adverse competition to a restaurant next door that doesn't do it. So you're going to have to look at that fee for 24/7, 365 use of public property. Finally, on the fee structure, we like the change from going market rate for everything and bringing it down. It's been years since some of these fees in different parts of the new city have changed, and therefore they're really inequitable. But since they've been lowered, the idea of extending them for a long period of time in getting up to a market value really has to be looked at. So to sum up, we recommend that you approve this, that we go forward to the next round of consultations, and we look forward to someday having this bylaw enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? The vice, okay, first we have Councillor John Burnside.
Thank you. Thanks. So, I'm not sure either of you can answer it, of course. It was 2.2 Sidewalk Café operating hours.
David will answer that one.
You essentially highlighted the last part of the paragraph. In your opinion, 11 p.m. closing should be obligatory not only on residential flankages, but if there are residents living above or close to the cafe.
Yes. In the downtown area in particular, we're living in a mixed residential commercial area. The bylaw now and the proposed bylaw deals with boulevard cafes in residential areas where you have a residential flankage, and they have to have much shorter hours, which is sensible. The problem is that if you live downtown on, let's say, the Esplanade, where there are lots of very vibrant sidewalk cafes, you may live 15 feet over it. And at 11 o'clock, closing hour really becomes necessary at that point.
Correct. But see, the concern I have with that, and I just want to get your thoughts on it, is that most of these, well, the Esplanade's a great example. A lot of those cafes were predated a lot of the residential development. And we see this across the city in near where they put condominiums right adjacent to employment lands, and then they complain because there's a smell or some noise. And I know up around Broadview and Mortimer, there's a restaurant there, and across, and it's been there for 50 years probably. Across the street, they built condos 10 years ago. So I have a little bit of concern when those new residents come in and say, hey, you have to close your restaurant, your patio.
I understand that, I mean, it's not, I mean, this is a complicated issue.
Yeah.
I don't think we think it's easy, and that's why it's been talked about for a long time. But there does need to be some thought, because the city is in, the city has given permission for condominiums to be built, and very often the boulevard cafes are actually in the lower part of a condominium. So I mean, I don't have an immediate answer, oh yes, this is right. What we're doing is we're saying this is something that in our downtown area, that is the thing we get the most complaints about.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Vice Chair, Councilor Janis.
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate you coming down to give us an overview of your situation and what is happening. Now, if you look across the City of Toronto, there is different former cities have different rules. I see in Scarborough, City of Scarborough prohibited any kind of sidewalk cafes or marketing displays. How would you guide us? Should it be one model fits all, that you have 60 meters, or should different municipalities, former municipalities, have different set of rules how they should be proceeding?
Try that? You can try that. We've looked at it from a mixed-use point of view. We do not have any, I think, situations where we could say we've got a ground floor bar with a patio and then a flanking residential district. They don't exist in the St. Lawrence neighborhood, so we're not the best people to say what is appropriate for Scarborough and Etobicoke. Those environments are different, we think. And especially, we were here last week when Councillor Mamalidi was talking about, you have strip malls out in the suburban areas which are on private property. Well, he raised the issue of being able to have patios associated with that, but that's private property. So it's a different environment. I don't think there's an easy answer to your question. Wish there was.
Thank you. The other question that I have for you, my colleague, Councillor Burnside, brought up the issue of a restaurant that existed for a long time, and across the street, Minto built a tower. Did you have, I mean, and possibly people could complain about that particular, the restaurant. Do you have anything like that in your area where patios existed and along comes new development and says, well, we don't like that patio over there, or it smells, or it's got problems, or it's got parking? Do you have anything like that?
David will answer that one.
Thank you, Councillor. That's an interesting question, too. I think it's simplest to answer it by looking at the Esplanade, which some of you probably know. The Esplanade between Scott Street and Church Street now has, I think, 6 patios. There are 3 patios, I think, on the west end of that block, which have all been made in the last 7 to 10 years, because there used to be a parking lot there, and there's now a condominium, and it has patios on the sidewalk in front of it. Those patios, when they first got their licenses, were told that they had to maintain a wide sidewalk. So the sidewalk there is fine, and I mean, it's true that there are people who are not very happy about having a patio immediately below them, but people who live downtown have to expect to have things things like patio cafes not too far from them. But to go back to the Esplanade, there were 3 or 4 patios at the eastern end of that block, which had been there for a long time. And very recently, the most easterly of those, the ownership of the patio has changed. And they put in an application to have a new license. And they are, I gather, being told that they will be allowed to have one, but they have to have a wider sidewalk. So what will happen on the Esplanade is you will walk from Market Street to Scott Street. From Market Street for 15 yards or however wide the first patio is, the sidewalk will be wide. Then the sidewalk will be really quite narrow for maybe a further 50 meters. And then for the final 50 or 60 meters, it'll be a nice wide sidewalk again. That is fine for a while, but if one's in a wheelchair or are visually impaired, this cannot last. It really is unsatisfactory. So at some point, and I don't know when this point is, but it's obviously going to have to be before the AODA comes into effect, the Esplanade patios, which are making the sidewalk very narrow, will have to be made a bit smaller. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I have just a couple small questions. With regards to this follow-up to Councillor Kajianis, with regards to the accessibility aspect under the AODA, so your concern is that if the sidewalks were to meet the requirements of the Act, in this case, let's say to have a sidewalk that's free for walkability purposes of 3 meters wide, you'll be okay if whatever section of the road allowance could be used for a patio cafe?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Along those lines, I did put a motion forward at City Council, and that's within this report is the possibility of year-round enclosed cafes, and that would be an extended season, which is, I believe that that will create a win-win situation for small businesses, a win-win situation for the city in terms of the assessment base, and a win-win situation for our local communities wherever feasible, as it extends the patio and experience year-round. Do you have any comments with regards to that aspect? Because this may apply to the patio cafes as well.
Well, the pictures we've seen of enclosed patios from New York give the idea of something built onto the public property, and it's an extension of the restaurant. So it looks like the restaurant's just moved into the street. And these ones look like they've got roofs and walls and that, and maybe they take down the windows in the summertime. You're going to have to look at that from a competition point of view if that's rented out at the summer seasonal rate, because what you've done is you've extended the commercial space of that restaurant into so staff is going to have to look at that very hard. Plus, I noticed in the marketing section where grocers come out onto the sidewalk, in that section, some of them have actually built structures. And there was a reference to one where there's electricity and there's insulation, and now that's not temporary use. That organization has moved into the street, and you're going to have to look at that. And we think that has to be closer to commercial rate, whatever the rate is for for that organization, from a private point of view, should be the rate that they're taking up the sidewalk.
So your concern is mainly also with the fee structure in terms of the commercial space that should be charged at commercial rates as opposed to what
Yes.
has transpired through the media and whatever else.
Definitely, yes, we do.
Though if I could just add, Councillor, I think our concern would also be that if a patio cafe has a 365-day-a-year license, we're fine with that if, in fact, the space is used as a cafe. We would not want to see the space used as a furniture storage area. I mean, that would, in our view, be unsatisfactory.
Good point. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good to have you here. We have one more deputant that's being added to the list, and that's Steve Mastoras. Good morning, Mr. Mastoras.
Good morning,
here.
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
5 minutes, please go ahead.
My name is Steve Mastoras, and I own a family business known as Whistler's Grill on Broadview and Mortimer Avenues in the former municipality of East York. We were one of the first patio operations in the city east of the Don Valley, and continue to operate there successfully now for 36 years. I'm also here on behalf of our Restaurants Canada Association, and I believe this morning, Mr. Chair, you received a copy of some correspondence from Restaurants Canada. There is just a quick letter for the reference of members of committee, and in it you'll see that we touch on the size and scope of our industry in the city, with more than 7,500 restaurants and close to 70,000 employees in our city. And I can tell you that that number certainly increases during the few summer months of business that we have. Toronto restaurants are big employers in our city, a very important part of economic growth in our city, a real tourism attraction, and a significant taxpayer in the city of Toronto. I was here last week as well, Mr. Chair, in front of the Works Committee, dealing with other elements to the patio dynamic, the Sidewalk Café dynamic in our city. And I made a deputation to the Works Committee last week, which basically tried to focus the attention of members of City Council on the importance of trying to consolidate these issues under sort of one umbrella process of consultation, and I think you're getting there in your recommendations before committee here today. But I wanted to reemphasize in front of municipal licensing and standards that consolidating how we deal with the business community, specifically the restaurant community in Toronto, on the issue of sidewalk cafes and many other issues that confront us, should be somehow coordinated in such a way where there's a meaningful opportunity for input by operators. Very difficult for operators to get to various committees, hearing various aspects of our industry at differing points in time. Fortunately, I was able to sneak away from my business last week and have made arrangements to be present here today on behalf of my business and Restaurants Canada. I'm happy to, speak about some of the economic challenges of our industry here today. I can tell you that there were a number of members of the Works Committee last week that had some very genuine, very sincere questions about the economic conditions for small business in Toronto, and I can tell you that it's not getting any easier. All of our costs continue to increase. A simple economic reality in our industry is that there are uncontrollable expenses that continue to go up, from utility costs to many, many other elements to operating a business. There used to be one controllable expense in our industry, and that was on the labor side, but that has changed as well. Our costs continue to increase on the employment side of things as well, year in, year out. So the challenges are numerous, and it's, I think, imperative that City Council consult with our industry in a meaningful way, and that's why I'm here today, to lend support to that dialogue and to encourage you to be engaged with independent business owners across the city, representatives of the various BIAs who are here today with Tabia, as well as national organizations that care deeply about the Toronto dynamic and really the culinary hub of the hospitality industry in the country with Restaurants Canada. Be happy to answer any questions that members of the committee may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions from visiting members of the committee? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And the last deputant that we have is Emily Digol. Do we have Emily Digol? Okay.
Well, this is the nicest thing.
Good morning.
That,
Good to have you
hi.
here.
So, as the person before me was just stating that, Restaurants Canada have all these businesses, but there's a really scary statistic that licensing and standards have to think about. This whole proposal to put things together and coalesce into one big umbrella, you have to think about two areas that have to come to be, and that's that there's a scary statistic in this city. Out of all our small business restaurants, convenience stores, and places, only 15% are wheelchair accessible. That's ones that are not chain owned, those are ones that are not owned by big corporations. In my area alone, I live in the Cherry Street, Front Street area, and I go down by St. Lawrence and Market Street and this and that. You run into these patios and these signs that you can't get around. I'm actually like Josh Matlow, where when the signs block the wheelchair curb cuts, or they're in the middle of the sidewalk where I can't get by, myself and others are not afraid to take that sign and move it enough to get through. The other problem is that in the area of St. Lawrence Market and in the area of the Esplanade, there's quite a few people in wheelchairs, and also in the Cooperage and Front Street area, there's at least 60 people with wheelchairs and with disabilities that have moved in the last 18 months. One thing I'd like to keep very in central focus with the licensing and standards of this whole patio thing is that a lot of patios, including Earl's downtown, are not accessible properly. A lot of patios jut out onto the sidewalk and create obstacles for people who are not only in wheelchairs, but people who are blind and visually impaired. And also people, when they have their store, those A-frame signs out, advertising meals or beer or whatever, a lot of those A-frame signs are not safe for people with disabilities, especially people that are blind, visually impaired, because they're very easy to trip over. They're at A-frame angles, they're not at a straight angle, and they catch white canes very easily. I, as a person with multiple disabilities, also have an issue with the fact that at night these patios are loud, not well lit, and if you're trying to get around them, there's a lot of people standing outside smoking, and a lot of people that get in the way and they don't know to move. They don't understand that people with disabilities need to get by. If your place of business is not going to be wheelchair accessible, then why should you have a patio? If your place of business wants to have a patio and wants to be compliant, then you must be compliant on all levels, not just one or two. These places that want to have storage outside, convenience stores and the such, a lot of them have market and fruit built outs that are in the middle of the sidewalks. It's difficult to get by. Queen Street between Dufferin and Jameson is really bad, as is certain parts of Eglinton, certain parts of Broadview are very difficult to get by. I just would like to say to the committee that if you want to do this, please also make sure that these people are compliant. AODA may not be technically ready till 2025, but it has just been relaxed for businesses, and it's very frustrating. And the most frustrating thing in this city is when you can't get down the sidewalk properly. And parts of Bay Street are just as bad with signage. So please, I don't know if Tracy's here, but Tracy and I have been working together along with others to deal with Union Station and the cabs. They just moved our bus stop to a spot that has no shelter, has no safety, and is dark. If we're just gonna get shoved out of the way like our bus stop did, then that goes to show you that places don't care about people with disabilities, especially small business. They may not be able to make a lot of money, but maybe if they were accessible, we'd come and give them business. I have 5 convenience stores in my area within 1 kilometer of my building. I can't use any of them. There's 40 people in my building, in the 2 buildings near me, including my building, that are in wheelchairs. I would love to go to a convenience store, grab a pop, grab a bag of chips, grab whatever. We can't get in there. There's 1 convenience store at Queen and Sumac where I've actually been sworn at and yelled at because I've asked them about accessibility. So please, when you think about this, also realize that the generation is getting older, that we're not getting any younger, and neither are you guys. You guys may be able-bodied for now, but imagine this. Imagine if somebody was elected to council who's in a wheelchair. This place is not accessible either. So please think about that and think about the fact that we have equal access to the sidewalks. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. And you have questions, and Vice Chair Kajan is.
Oh, wow.
Good morning.
Hey, Jim.
Really appreciate your input, especially when it comes to council that we're not accessible. I can tell you about a former place that I used to serve, and we used to have 3 or 4 people with disabilities.
Stephen Fletcher.
Exactly.
Kent Hare.
Cabinet. And certainly we should look at that. And my question is, what space on the sidewalk would you think it's appropriate for pedestrians to go by, people in wheelchairs to go by, and for people to also do business? There's some sidewalks that are very narrow, and there's some sidewalks that are very wide. What is, in your view, is it a meter? Is it 2 meters? Is it 3 meters? What should the accessibility be for somebody to go exist with everybody being able to work together?
For safe passage of both able-bodied and wheelchair users, as well as people with multiple different disabilities, there's a good example I can give you. It's the bus stop. It's technically streetcar stop at University and Queen, where the bus shelter is. It's too narrow. I think that every single sidewalk should have a minimum of 1.5 meters, minimum. And that gives basically 5 feet for wheelchairs are usually between 2.5 to 3.5 feet wide, if not smaller. And the other part is people that are blind, visually impaired may have a service animal, and that service animal needs about 0.5 meter. I've had a service animal myself. But the hardest thing to do is to ask for a specific width. There was a huge debacle with Science Restaurant, and that's a good example because myself and 2 others have wheelchairs the same width. This is a wide wheelchair. We can fit 3 wheelchairs side by side between the side of Science's ramp and their wall of their ramp and the mailboxes, yet they were always in trouble with the city. And then there's places where the ramps are like this, and you can't get up. or there's places where they have temporary signs outside, and they're fine with the city licensing and standards. We can't get by. And the specific, in Scarborough, it's horrible in some spots. Kingston Road, Lawrence Avenue East, there's spots where there's signage is all over the sidewalk. So my minimum is 1.5 meters. 2 meters would be wonderful. I mean, that's 6 feet. But when you've got choke points, like by the bus shelter at University and Queen, and on the side where the lawyers Upper Canada Law Society is, that makes it very difficult. And in Scarborough, it's difficult. And I think 2 meters would be really nice. I mean, not all sidewalks are 2 meters wide. But, I mean, if you come to my area and you're visually impaired, there's no curb, there's no proper tactile signage to get on and off sidewalks. And there's condo developments and parking signs all over the place. And it's really frustrating. And, no one's out there. No one's saying, this has to be done this much width. No one's out there with a ruler, and that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Talking about visually impaired, you brought the subject up, and I'm going to deviate a bit and ask you a question. Should there be, in other countries, there's sidewalk specific slabs, if you want to call them, that are ridged.
Urban Braille.
Well, okay, thank you.
Hamilton has it.
Should we start looking in any new construction or any new development within the city, any sidewalks that we're laying, and to have something along those lines? I mean, it's going to be, there's new buildings that are coming up, sidewalks in front of them, should we start looking into that?
Janice, if you allow me just for a second. Today we're dealing with a report that's before us with the municipal licensing that deals with citywide standards as it relates.
Chair, I'm asking.
Yeah, no.
I deviated a bit. I just wanted to get the.
Because there is another report that's before the Public Works and Infrastructure. Some of the recommendations,
I realize that, Chair. I just wanted to.
People are clear in terms of the question.
I just wanted to get her opinion on this, and she brought it up. I deviated a bit, and I said I was deviating a bit.
Just to know, I've worked on Urban Braille in Hamilton, so I'm not afraid to speak up. But I was going to finish with this point, and I'm going to be very succinct here. If condo developers can build sidewalks that are not level, can build structures that you can barely get through with a wheelchair and that are way too narrow, and that have things jutting out on the inside that I smash into and visually impaired smash into, and sidewalk cafes have signs that we smash into because we can't see them, or they're too close and there's too many people, then what kind of standards do we actually have? If condo developers are allowed to put up these walkways that are unsafe, unlit at night, and not properly done. And one of the biggest examples of this was the one that was at Berkeley and Front Street for a long time, where the new Starbucks is, for the Globe and Mail building. That thing was so unsafe, it wasn't even funny. And people in my area, we have to travel through there because it's the only no-frills we can go to. So that's just past there. So if there's no standards now, because there doesn't seem to feel like it when you're a person with a disability, then these patios and these signs that bars put out, and the Danforth is a good example. It's excuse my language, it's hell. It's absolute hell navigating. And being legally blind or in a wheelchair or both, it's frustrating. And I think Jim Carey-Janis has a point here, is that, it would be good. It's expensive to do Urban Braille, but I think the first thing we should look at is our licensing and standards and enforcement. Right now, I don't see enforcement, and that is the most frustrating part for people with disabilities. Yeah, stopgap works. Stopgap is great. They're removable, thank God. But these cafes and places, Chinatown, you could walk down Spadina Avenue. You try going down there in a wheelchair. You can't. It is so hard. Same with Broadview Chinatown. It gets really hard with fruit stands everywhere and signage and boxes and, people allowed to put their mopeds on the sidewalk. And it's ridiculous. And this is why I'm here, asking and begging for these standards of these patios and A-frame signs, and for the fact that these patios and restaurants that want to build out, that they have a maximum amount they're allowed to build out and make sure it's passable for those of us in wheelchairs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. Okay, that brings us to the last speaker. And questions to staff? Oh, we have one more speaker, and yes. Ms. Crew, good morning. Good to have you here.
From the Toronto Association of BIA, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Chair, I'm here to support the recommendation before this committee. Quite frankly, thank you to not only this committee, but PWIC as well. I think that there is some overlapping jurisdiction on this issue. I did appear here a week ago. It's sort of déjà vu all over again. Again, thanks to staff who listened. We had this issue. The fees that were initially proposed we felt were way out of line. Staff reviewed them, took into account a number of the consultations that occurred, so kudos to them. So really here to support the consultation. I think that there is still a couple of areas when you try to amalgamate 8 former bylaws, there is certainly overlaps and that don't jibe quite nicely. The one specifically is Cabbagetown, which used to be in the jurisdiction where now it's caught up in the downtown cycle, and even their fees are going up about 700%. But that could all be worked out through the consultation. I think we really need to look at where we're going. But that said and done, remind everybody that most of the patios, most of the vibrancy is in the downtown area. And as somebody not too long ago reminded me, we've got to remember what the dog is and what the tail is. And so we really need to understand where those fees come from and the jurisdiction of that. That said, we were quite frankly hopeful that restaurants would be paid by the city to activate those dead spaces that are out there that are collecting tumbleweeds and stuff like that. But nonetheless, and that's a bit of a joke that Tracy and I have bantered back and forth, really. Remind people that vibrant streets, whereas Danforth College, etc., the reason that some of those homes in those neighborhoods have risen to the levels and the values that they are out there is because they are next to vibrant streets. You don't have those sort of prices in neighborhoods where half the stores are empty and the value of the residents. So how Main Street goes, so goes the rest of the neighborhood. Just had the opportunity to come back from the downtown Cleveland Alliance. And I can tell you, Cleveland is coming in September to visit us to take a look at the vibrant sidewalks, the vibrant cafes, the vibrant neighborhoods, the city of neighborhoods. And that is what drives this city. That's what makes us unique and makes us a destination. So again, bringing us together, I would suggest that you know, like most business people from the BIA side of things, let's figure out the rules of engagement. Let's put them into a bylaw, and let's get the hell out of the way and let business do what they do best, and that is to be entrepreneurs and work within those parameters. I couldn't agree more than the young lady that was here before me that bylaws are only as good as its enforcement. And even though it means a little bit of tough love sometimes to our members, it is something that needs to be addressed. So I'll leave that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kiro. As questions, visiting members, and we have, of course, their friend and Councillor Paula Fletcher.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Just looking at the report, it appears that there are 6 in-force sidewalk cafe marketing bylaws, but we learned the other day that the majority of the cafes, sidewalk cafes, are actually within the boundaries of the old city of Toronto, and even so within the current Toronto and East York Community Council. Is that not?
That's correct.
So over at least 80 or over 80%.
Correct.
And that when it says develop consistent standards for the harmonizing, looking at the conditions that exist in other cities. So if I was to go on the Danforth where it meets Scarborough, that's a very, very wide street. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
But if I'm to go on Church Street, those are the old parts of the city, it's very narrow. Are you concerned that somehow the consistent standard won't match the majority of streets that currently have sidewalk cafes, and it will be somehow a standard set for an area of the city that doesn't actually have any sidewalk cafes? Scarborough does not?
Yep, I think that is a concern, Madam Councillor. I absolutely agree with that. At Peewick, there was some discussion of different standards to be set out for the suburban opportunities for cafes without having to go through committees of adjustments and the thousands of dollars that might be required in there. But you're absolutely right. The vibrancy, the cafes are predominantly 85%, as you've noted, within the City of Toronto boundaries, and that's where the focus should be on harmonization.
So to harmonize to that standard, rather than to harmonize to a standard where there are very little cafes?
Yeah. I think the built form of the City of Toronto, which is unique, certainly would suggest that.
So within these, recognizing the current built form in parts of the city would actually be an important statement as a goal.
Absolutely.
Which it's not clear to me there. Is that clear to you when it says develop consistent standards for the harmonized bylaw?
It's not clear in there, but I'll tell you, I place a lot of faith in the staff of MLS because they heard, they listened, and this opportunity for further consultation, I'm very hopeful that staff will continue to listen and move to a truly harmonized, truly beneficial set of bylaws that will keep the vibrancy of the City of Toronto restaurant scene and cafe scene top of mind.
I'll ask staff a few of those questions later. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Happy to help you in any way.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kerr, for coming. Sir, I'm not sure if you read the report, but I'm going to read to you page 3, and it goes like this. By comparison, there are 100 sidewalk cafes in the City of Ottawa, 550 in Vancouver, 870 in Melbourne, Australia, and 1,000 in the city, New York City. I didn't see anything here about what's happening in Europe. I didn't see anything in here about comparing our city to the European cities. And yet in Toronto, you got 140 consul generals, the largest diplomatic corps outside the capital, you know, besides New York, which got the United Nations. And I would say to you that maybe we should we also include some stats in what's happening in European cities, be it in Paris, be it in Rome, Greece, London? Should we look at those cities and how vibrant they are and how they're engaging their businesses? I mean, you got a small business in Rome or Italy, or Rome, Italy, or Athens, Greece, and you know, a little coffee shop, and they got a couple of chairs outside. They don't have to.
Councillor Carichanis, once again, and to the other members of council, we have a report that's before us that's dealing strictly with the citywide standards that will be much easier to understand and for clarity purpose in terms of decision making. And we are talking about permit fees. Perhaps you can, they are telling us within the downtown area as well as everywhere else. Within the transportation service, we had a report that's before us.
I'm duly reading
so
from the report.
let's stick to the what's
I
before
am
us.
sticking to the report, Chair. Should we also take those cities into consideration when we look at our bylaw and our standards?
Thank you, Councillor. Absolutely. Last week, I was in front of Peewick, and that was part of my deputation. There is jurisdictions outside of North America that could certainly be a model. Quite frankly, I think European cities, you know, are allowed to wear big boy pants. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to do that quite yet in the City of Toronto, where you have those cafes. Quite frankly, I think the design guidelines for the cafes that are coming forward as a part of this speak speak to that. Speak to a couple of chairs up against the wall where you can animate that. And in fact, there is no fees contemplated under this report for those. So that's definitely a move forward. But yes, the ability to occupy some of that space and the way they do it in Europe is certainly out there. As I said at PWIC last week, look, with the urban form that we're building right now, with the condominiums and the size of the units that people are living in downtown Toronto, our restaurateurs, our BIAs, or the living rooms, dining rooms, and kitchens of those individuals that are living in those 400 or 500 square foot units. They live in the cafes, they live in the restaurants, they live on the patios, on the piazzas, or gathering places that we put out there. It's just the urban life that reflects very much that European model that you spoke to. So we should be encouraged to put these spaces out there, and hence my remark that we should actually be paid for occupying these spaces and making living rooms and dining rooms and kitchens for those people that live in that urban form. So I don't disagree with you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiro.
Any other questions? One question is, Mr. Kiro, in terms of Tavia and the many BIAs that it represents, is there an appetite in terms of moving forward with these recommendations?
Yes. There's definitely an appetite moving forward with some of these recommendations. I think the consultation that is proposed, that is before you, to be back by Q4, I suspect it might be even a little later than that, but nonetheless, I think that will iron out some of the tinkering that may need to, if you will, but I think that there's absolutely an appetite, and the prevailing appetite is, let's harmonize, let's all play from the same set of rules, because quite frankly, when you show up at East York Community Center, at the East York Center, and you file an application, different jurisdictions have different requirements and everything that comes to play. If we standardize this, we all know what we're playing from. Like I said, you know what? Business is tough out there. This, you know, the digital world is absolutely causing havoc on traditional Main Street businesses. But having a set of standards that we all understand, we are entrepreneurs after all, and we simply want to be given the ability to conduct business.
So in terms of the existing bylaws that we have, the 6 bylaws that I will try to harmonize into one single bylaw that's going to be much clear, easy to understand, unambiguous, but with relation to the permit fees, and that's what's before this committee today.
Yep.
We're not talking about the transportation aspect within sidewalk, the width of sidewalks or anything else, because I think that there is some confusion around here. But in terms of the permit fees, one for the downtown and one for everywhere else, that's somehow noted in the report. What are your feelings in relation from Tavia?
As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, I think that there needs to be some modifications. I think that staff in the conversation and having attended PWIC the way they did and following this item right through, understand that there may need to be some tinkering in this. I truly believe that that will come through and be washed out or figured out through the consultation process that is being proposed through this recommendation. But in principle, absolutely supportive of a unified, harmonized position that allows all restaurants to succeed in this city of Toronto that choose to use patios as a way of enhancing their business.
There was a recommendation, and I did ask this question to another deputant a little bit earlier, and that was adopted by City Council. Actually, I brought the notice of motion to Council that was unanimously approved and referred to this committee, and that's for year-round enclosures. And Tavia was part of the discussions, and that took place a few years back. There is a section within this report that relates to that, and I'll be moving a recommendation to that in that regards. moving forward in terms of consultation as well. So my question to you within that preamble, how does Tavia and local BIAs, if you can speak to that, feel about these year-round enclosures?
I think if the property has the capacity without infringing to build an enclosure, I absolutely have no issue with that. Maximizing the season, the opportunity, the number of seats. I think there's no secret that the number more seats you have, the better the opportunity of generating business. I can tell you, I just came back last night from Chicago. And I spent Saturday evening in what they call an igloo. I try to educate them to the way of the north and call it an igloo, but these are facilities that they've actually put in patio areas that are effectively an igloo with a clear shell around it. 8 people can sit in this enclosure with a heater, and we were actually playing board games and having a few drinks. So the opportunity to be creative, the opportunity to operate year-round, etc., and it speaks to Councillor Kirigiani's opportunity of, let's look at what's out there. Let's not just say patios are open, they were good for 4 to 6 months in our area. If there is opportunities, if there is enough room to accommodate these things, absolutely, and I do believe that staff is contemplating that, because I believe I saw a full year enclosure fee included in that, so I don't think it's all that novel.
My last point on that, there has been plenty of community consultation with all the stakeholders as it relates to the year-round enclosures. And also jurisdictional scans has been done, for example, with the number that we have in New York, Chicago, Vancouver, and other jurisdictions, including some in Europe. Do you think that we should go back and consult once again when that was already done and the feedback from the public was, yes, we want it?
No, I think you've had enough consultation on that. We don't need to do Groundhog Day again. It's an opportunity to move forward, instill a policy or a standard within the thing, a fee, which obviously is a year-round fee that needs to be prorated accordingly. And quite frankly, as long as it meets our building code, and you'll need to engage the other departments, I think, again, providing an opportunity for businesses to do business is not a bad thing, guys.
Thanks so much. Great.
Thank you.
Now, questions to staff. Visiting members, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I actually have a question now regarding, it's on page 6 of the report, and it's got to do with the polling process and the discontinuation of the polling process. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the polling process has been for flankage patios, is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct.
So patios in front of the commercial on the main street do not require a poll?
That is correct. They've been required to post notice, and there's been a 14-day notice period for commercial frontage patios.
For commercial frontage patios, and then what's the process for the commercial frontage patio after the notice has been provided?
They've been either approved or disapproved, depending on whether objections have been filed and the permit issued.
So if someone would put in an objection if they didn't like that patio going up at that business, of course the patio would have to fit whatever size it was required, and someone could object to that, and then staff would turn it down, or it would go to a community council.
So through you, Mr. Chair, currently when we've received an objection to a patio application, it has resulted in a refusal, and if the applicant chooses to appeal, then it's a report to community council.
We're talking about commercial frontage patios there.
On all patios that have resulted in a refusal.
I just want to talk, I want to break them out. I think it's important that we break them out because they're two separate things. And and which community councils currently have that process for a commercial frontage patio?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the Toronto East York Community Council certainly deals with the patio matters. I don't know that I have it separated between commercial frontage and residential flankage, if you could bear with me.
Are there residential flankage patios in any other community council or anywhere other than the old City of Toronto?
Sorry, if I could have your indulgence for a moment, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, only the Toronto East York Community Council area deals with residential flankage patios.
And the old City of Toronto had residential flankage patios,
That is correct.
and that's carried over into Toronto and East York Community Council.
That is correct.
So when we're talking about putting up a sign on an establishment, that's put up everywhere for the other few numbers of, there's not a lot of patios in general in the other community council areas, but if you want a commercial frontage patio, there's a sign and the public gets to comment. Am I correct?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, Etobicoke provides public notice through a mail-out. North York, does it require posting? No, I don't believe the others require posting. And this is part of the challenge we have with the multiple bylaws in the various areas.
Here we go. For a commercial frontage, and I'm just going to go, how many commercial frontage patios are there in Toronto and East York?
There are 418 permits with commercial frontages in Toronto and East York.
And how many flankage patios are there in Toronto and East York?
206.
206, for a total of
582.
624.
Sorry.
24.
624, you're correct. Some have both.
Some have both, but we're talking about processes, so it doesn't matter who's got both. It's a different process. So and how many are there in Etobicoke?
There are 90.
90. Are there any flankage? No.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that's the commercial frontage. How many in North York?
There are 54. But again, just to clarify, in Etobicoke and North York, I don't have them broken down into flankages. There could be the odd one. We'd have to do a search on Google Maps.
Okay, so that would be a good thing to have. And then how many in Scarborough?
0.
Commercial frontage, that's North York, and that's in Etobicoke.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is no bylaw permission for public right patios in former city of Scarborough.
So part of the harmonization would be to bring something to Scarborough then, so people could have legally have a patio.
Through you, Mr. Chair, similarly as to what we did with street food and the street vending, it is to include the entirety of the city of Toronto.
I understand. I understand.
Thank you, Councillor.
I just need a few more minutes because, okay, so we have in the Toronto.
We'll come back, Councillor Pledge, for another
Yes,
round. If
I'd
needed.
like to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is members of the committee. Councillor De Vermaker.
Hi, through you, Mr. Chair, to the appropriate staff. Can staff explain to me the I guess, relationship between us at MLS and us at Works, and what a business person or cafe owner, who are they going to talk to? Is it one human being or two human beings or three human beings? Will they need one permit or three permits?
So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly there's been a circulation process with the existing patio systems that we have in most cases. What we expect is that the restaurateur typically or other person applying for the marketing permit will come in through MLS. We will engage our partners in transportation services for their work with the applicant as is necessary to address the pedestrian clearway, use of the right-of-way, and then it'll funnel back through us. So they may be engaging with us specifically on the application process and potentially with our friends in transportation if accommodations need to be made, and I'm happy to have them respond as well if you'd like more on that side.
So is it basically a one-window approach? They come in with one application. When the nice person shows up at their cafe, I don't think they really care where they're from, but there's a person shows up and says, you've applied for a permit. We just want to, I don't know, take out a measuring tape, make sure that wheelchairs can get by and people aren't blocked from getting into the building and things like that?
That is correct, sir. Through you, Mr. Chair. It is part of a piece of the efforts we're trying to undertake to lessen administrative burden and have a one-window, one-stop shop for entry into our systems, yes.
Okay, great. And when, I think the dance we have all done and the complaints that we've probably all heard is that when somebody either in a wheelchair or just two people walking down the street who want to hold hands because they're falling in love can't get past the cafe because there's not enough space for a wheelchair or two people walking side by side to get by. Does the bylaw ensure that under that all applications will have sufficient space for wheelchairs and or human beings to walk past comfortably?
So through you, Mr. Chair, you've very well articulated the challenge that we're trying to strike a balance in ensuring that everybody has equal access. Really, the report that's dealing with the pedestrian clearway and the usage of the right-of-way was substantively contained in the report that went to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee and is under the purview of our colleagues in Transportation Services. So this is a two-part approach. We're dealing with the processes and the fees side, and transportation is managing the use of the right-of-way to accommodate all the various uses. So together, those will come back to set out a harmonized system as our goal.
And will that be in one report that goes to both committees? Or no? They set the standard, we just process the fees?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think we're still discussing what the appropriate committee will be, whether we come together. Maybe our DCM has a thought.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're considering the possibility of a joint meeting so that we can deal with it on all at once.
Okay, great. And through you, Mr. Chair, just as wearing my hat as the city's tree advocate, I noticed there's one section that I think some people in I'll call it the old city of Toronto, had to pay $3,000 towards planting a tree if possible. And you're proposing that fee go down to $650 with some exemptions. Do you think it would be reasonable for me to move a motion, or maybe, I guess, to ask you to consider for your fall report that we come back with a non-refundable fee of enough money to plant 2 trees, either at the cafe location or at another nearby location?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this particular provision was discussed with our partners in urban forestry. If you would like us to report back further on that, we're happy to do so, and it'll be up to your learned decision-making at that point.
Okay, but currently the fee for some people is $3,000.
Or lack thereof.
There's a non-refundable fee of $3,000.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. From our review of our records, I do not believe that fee has ever been collected.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Di Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tracy, can you refresh my memory? What's the situation with respect to outdoor cafes? What's the smoking there? Are they allowed to smoke on the outside cafes? I thought they weren't, but I heard some people saying, you know, pedestrians walking by and people smoking. And
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe through public health that the smoking on patios is no longer permitted. Okay. There's the issue of 9 meters from the doorway as well. So that is, as Emily pointed out, it is moving people who are smokers onto the sidewalk and off the patio.
And just to interject, Mr. Chair, to clarify the Executive Director's answer, the province actually legislated a ban on smoking on outdoor patios. So it's the provincial government that's prohibited smoking on outdoor patios.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to all the outdoor cafes that have outdoor and without enclosures, I was listening to the young lady with respect to the wheelchair accessibility and whatnot. It seems to me that a lot of the outdoor enclosures are really abutting the sidewalk in essence, where the sidewalk in the old city of Toronto are very narrow. So when we come up with new standards, even across the old city of Toronto, which is just one part of the bylaw, will all the existing outdoor cafes be grandfathered, notwithstanding we come across with new standards?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that is going to be a matter to be discussed when we come back with this report.
Okay.
Certainly, we have heard that that is a concern for existing operators. What will happen to them? Again, it's this trying to balance the sufficiency of the pedestrian clearway and the interests of the business operators to operate. We're very tuned in to those concerns. We have not specifically prescribed herein where we're landing. We're going to come back. Do you want to add anything? We know this is a hot button issue for people.
It'll be a problem.
So it will be a significant piece of the consultation that we do, and when we come back with recommendations on how to address the existing operators.
Okay, now with the in the outskirts, there are a lot of situations where, for example, somebody might be in a small strip plaza on private property. They put in one of these outdoor things, and it's nowhere near the sidewalk. And then they apply for, let's say, enclosure. Are we going to have different rules for people that are not sort of completely on public property, but rather on private property and maybe encroaching minimally on public property? Will we have a different set of rules, or are they going to all be subject to the same set of rules, where we got complete encroachment on public property?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, this is dealing with the use of the public right-of-way. I do recognize, and I understand it was raised at PWIC, the concern and the disparity between the permissions that private property patios have versus public right-of-way occupancy patios. That was not intended to be captured in here, though I do understand at PWIC motion was approved to have us look at this issue of private lands versus public lands, but certainly any aspect of encroachment or use of the public right-of-way for this commercial purpose would fall subject to this bylaw.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Giorgio. Any other questions? I think I have a couple simple questions here. So in terms of having a clear understanding of what's before us, within the report, we are dealing with a simplified permit fee structure, one for the downtown core and one for everywhere else. Is that the interpretation more or less on?
Certainly, to you, Mr. Chair, yes. We currently have 7 different fee zones. This was an effort to harmonize those and be reflective of other applications that we have and how we address the city geographically, with a central zone capturing what is currently within primarily the former city of Toronto, some on the outskirts, and then the outer area. So it is intended to simplify and be more reflective of the value of the land.
So in other words, also that there will be a level of consistency in terms of the citywide standards that will be much easier to understand and clear, so everybody, that's one of the key focus within the report in terms of what's before us.
Absolutely, to you, Mr. Chair. The whole intention here is to get away from 6 different bylaws that have different conditions, different provisions, different processes, different fees. Also folds in the former city of Scarborough, which heretofore has been excluded, and to provide some consistency and reasonably balanced approach to processing that allows the business operators to operate in a more clear regulatory environment, also gives us the opportunity to address through the partnership with transportation, the challenges we have in sharing the right-of-way for pedestrians and business. So the whole intention here is to bring us under one system that is more simple and applicable to the competing interests we have.
Thank you. So to have that clear understanding in terms of what we are dealing with, because we hear from the applicant some concerns as it relates to the right-of-way, and in this case, the transportation services that they had a report before the weekend. That's the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. I'm going to be moving a recommendation that to have a joint report between the two committees, and to bring that sense of clarity, and we have all the experts within one room, and all the deputants will have a clear understanding in terms of what we're dealing with, as opposed to go back and forth with the two different standing committees council. Would that be something that you'd be comfortable with?
Oh, to you, Mr. Chair, I think that would be ideal. This is complex. We've got multiple bylaws. We've got multiple interests. I think it would be helpful to have everybody together to discuss this more holistically, and I'll defer to the DCM.
So, Mr. Chair, we may need you to make a motion to that effect at council, rather than have this report go on to council to have that done. So I'll work with you on that.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, I'll be okay. Thank you. Now we have Councilor Fletcher, who is asking for the indulgence of the committee to go for another round. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the motion that you're planning to make at council. And I would ask very specifically that it would be, and I'd like the DCM to hear that, like them all to hear it, on the motion that you're planning to make, that it be very clearly articulated an accessibility part, the harmonized part, operationally, and the fees. Because if it's not, it will all turn into one thing after the other and must be discussed in three ways. Because I'm already getting confused. It's very confusing. And that would be my request, Mr. Deputy City Manager, when you write that we're very clearly discussing three different things and that they're not interwoven in any way. So we'd be going section by section, not jumping to accessibility, to if you're hanging a sign out, to if you're doing something. It's just too confusing. And it's been left for so long. The other thing I would ask for in this report, when it comes back, are the current patios that exist in the 6 areas, or in the city, I'm just going to get a confirmation to get that from staff or from the chair, that the Toronto and East York Community Council, the number in Etobicoke, the number in North York, and the number in Scarborough would be in here. Can I ask why they're not shown in here in this report?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that was just an oversight. I think we indicated the total number of patios, but we're happy to provide very specific clarity on the report back so everybody will know what is in their areas. We actually can provide the number of patios by ward, which is a body of work we've done, but we just didn't include in this report for the interest of trying to keep it somewhat manageable.
I think it gets unmanageable when you don't have that, because people aren't really clear on where the driver is, which is on where there's the most patios.
Yeah,
So where the issues are most acute, where there's the most patios. So actually describing where they are makes much clearer. And I gather your drive is to get Scarborough within a bylaw so that they can have legal patios. There may be illegal ones there now because there's no harmonized, there's no bylaw. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any illegally operating patios on the public right-of-way. I'm not aware of any, but it is intended to be a one-city bylaw with consistency, but also noting the differences in road classification and areas of the city that may require a bit of a different treatment as far as the right-of-way clearway
No,
goes.
I get that.
Yeah.
Just they can't set one up, or they haven't set one up, or they don't have any. So it's one or the other, and let's have that clear.
Sure.
So we actually are dealing with real things here. Second, for these proposals, 6 and 7, of the Toronto and East York, 418 and 206, is there a sign that goes up for the 418 that says there's going to be a patio on this site? And you have a chance to write in about it, yes or no?
Sorry, those, through you, Mr. Chair, those are the existing
When those
commercial
were
frontage
put in,
patios.
if one was put in last year, would there be a sign there or not that says, you need to tell us if you want this patio? Yes or no, for the commercial frontage?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, it is part of the process. They're required to post the notice
Okay,
on the commercial frontage.
that's a notice. Flankage, is there a notice, or is it to the homes?
In the former City of Toronto, under Chapter 313, it is a poll of the neighbors in a linear 120-meter span from the residential flankage. We are proposing changing that.
I see you're proposing changing it. Does anyone else have a poll vis-à-vis a flankage patio in the other?
I do not believe they do.
They don't. So with the poll, you understand, I want to be clear on the poll, it gives the residents within 25 meters of that flankage patio, because it's only on the residential street, the right to say yes or no. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I missed the start of your question.
The intent of the poll for a flankage patio is to give the neighbors who have to live right next door the right to say yes or no to a patio.
Thank you, Councilor Fletcher. That was the last question.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that currently is the intention of the polling. I will note that we have over a third that don't return enough for us to use the poll, and automatically results in a refusal and a subsequent appeal and report to Community Council. But what we are proposing, we believe, provides a better opportunity for engagement with a direct, the placarding on both, the opportunity for them to write in, the notice within the 60-meter radius, not just a linear 120 meters. And that's why we want the revised approach to still be focused on
I have to ask
community input.
my last question. Does
Councillor
it
Fletcher,
still
that's-
allow the neighbors
Yes.
to say no, the immediate neighbors?
Yes, it does.
Thank
Their
you.
votes are more important than people that go to the bar and sign a petition, yes or no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the impact to the neighbors as an objection is included in the proposed regime, yes.
Thank
Well,
you.
could you come to?
Thank you. No, that was the last question, Councilor
We're
Fletcher.
going to get you there on this, because it's,
I have one other quick,
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Councilor De Bermejo, please go ahead.
through you to the appropriate staff, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, in the fee schedule, is this based on a cost recovery model? Or do we subsidize the licensing and policing of this aspect of city life?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there's two components. The application fee, which is premised on cost recovery for the cost of staff time. This is actually not the full cost recovery, the $1,300 that's being proposed. The permit fee is charged as a use of the right-of-way space, de facto rent of the public right-of-way. So it is not cost recovered. And in fact, the revised fees we provided are significantly lower than what we were provided as the proposed market value of the space. So they are two different things, but together, the permit fees help offset the cost of the entirety of the program.
I think you are reporting back to us this fall after you do more public consultation.
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible in that report, if I moved a motion today, to include a component or to address the issue of the cost recovery and/or lack of cost recovery? Because I understand, perhaps, I don't know, but I would be happier if I knew it in the report, you may not recommend cost recovery because the license fees might be prohibitive and perhaps, I'll use the word unfair or a burden, or you may come back to us and say, well, with some quote minor tweaking, we could have this cost recovery, the full program cost recovery, just like we do to licensing landlords and a whole bunch of other things across the city.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just, sorry for my clarity, the totality of the fees related to this report, the application fee and the annual permit fees are cost recovery. They're just not solely contained within the application fee as the cost recovery. We are including the cost of the use of the land as part of the recovery of costs. So it's in its entirety. We can help make that a little bit more clear on what is what in the final report.
Chair, in the report that we come back to this issue, so it's crystal clear about its implications.
Let's deal with real numbers here.
So that I understand it or clarify it for my own understanding, if I'm a cafe owner and I come in to apply, my application fee may not be cost recovery, but if you include my rental fee of that space, then it is cost recovery?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it is cost recovered.
Yes.
This is separated, specifically related to the way CODA authorizes us to charge fees. The cost recovery for the program, the licensing and the rest, and the right to recover fees based on the use of our property, our land. Okay. In their totality, the annual, the application fee and the annual permit fee for occupying the space covers the city's costs.
So that we have no tax pressure, so that seniors, wherever they may live in the city, are not subsidizing cafe owners who are running a business.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, if we could have that clarified in the final report, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank
Happy
you,
to
Mr.
do
Chair.
so.
Any other questions? Is Councillor Burnside, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question through you. How do you actually determine cost recovery? Like, what are the components?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've got a cost recovery model that includes the total salaries and benefits of the staff related to the work that's required on the application and on the enforcement side, as well as their non-staff costs and other corporate costs based on the fee calculator.
What about the road? Are they charging the road?
Yeah, and yes, in compliance with the city's user fee model. Thank you.
They're charging for the road you use.
How do you charge? Sorry, how do you charge for the road being used?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
How's that determined?
The fee, the permit fee. So we actually yeah, that's for street occupation. Great, for this report. On one of the pages in the report, if I can find it, it outlines that we did have partners with real estate services undertake a survey, looked at the market value of the land, our public land. That was what formed the basis for our proposals earlier this year to the industry. We then looked at what the current fee structures are and really just tried to strike a balance. I think we've, in the central zone, we've set about a 10% increase on the current Toronto 1 fee, and the outer fee is half of that. So it was premised on market value. I can tell you the downtown core market value assessment we were given was $473 a square meter. So we use that as the baseline, but then noted, as a number of deputants did, the importance of striking a balance of what we've been charging for a long time. In some cases, since 1980, we've not changed the fees in the former city of York. So we've really just a bit of art, a bit of science.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? And I think we are okay with that. Well, no, actually, in terms of the fees, just one question here. It's and this is follow up to Councillor De Vermaker's questions with regards to the application fees, the permit fees for the patios, and the cost recovery aspect. So my questions to you is, there are other aspects in terms of this business. Would it be fair to say that a small business overall are the heart of the local economy at the provincial level, even at the national level, in terms of what they bring forward from small businesses, employment and whatever else.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if I'd like to offer the opportunity to my partner from Economic Development to speak to the impact that these small businesses, the restaurants, and others provide the city as far as employment opportunities and environment, neighborhood vibrancy.
Well, they're significant, and a number of the deputations that we heard this morning addressed that directly from John and Mr. Lanus and others, so, and the gentleman from Whistler's. So obviously, with thousands of small businesses making our streets extremely vibrant and making sure that we have daytime populations of significant numbers on the streets and using the streets extensively speaks to the importance of this sector in Toronto.
Thank you. As a follow-up to that is, I do have some concerns that in terms of a potential revenue stream and the appetite from members of council perhaps to create opportunities for the city to get additional revenue stream from these opportunities. When on one hand, perhaps we are saying all these businesses, they're creating amazing opportunities in terms of employment, as you just mentioned, and they're part of the economic engine. But on the other hand, so my question is, by choking, literally speaking, any potential new businesses with new fees and recovery costs and all other charge and whatever else, what would be the correlation between those two? I'm just concerned in terms of, are we creating another layer of revenue streams just for the sake of it because the city is poor? Or are we really thinking about creating, bringing life, vitality, vibrancy to our commercial strips and to everyone else?
I think it's always a trade-off, Mr. Chair, between what's fair to a particular store that does use the public realm and a store right next to it that does not use the public realm, who obviously have traffic coming to the store and generating a lot of interest in the neighborhood and creating vibrancy. So I think this current report is an excellent balance of those two considerations. I don't believe on balance and considering some more consultation about grandfathering and bringing in the changes over a lengthy time. I think there's also equitable considerations between different parts of the city. Some parts are paying more than other parts, so that is also a consideration that Tracy and her colleagues need to take into consideration, and this committee as well. So I think this report strikes a fair balance in that process after the consultation, and I suspect some of the rough edges will be smoothed off in further consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Great, and this brings us to speaking. Visiting members, Councillor Fletcher, are you speaking on this item? Okay, please go ahead.
It super says my seatmate. Thank you very much. This is a really important, an important report for the city, but also for the 624 businesses in the Toronto and East York Community Council that currently have patios. And we've seen what happens when we kind of don't include all of those businesses, or quite frankly, the many citizens that really enjoy their street life, and understanding that in these dense urban areas, these patios are what makes the street. So there are a few things. One is the accessibility piece, and I think that's very important to discuss that, get that right. And that is, I'm glad we'd be having a joint meeting with the other committee. The other is just the fees and understanding what's going on. And the current the current way things are done in an application for a flankage patio, I've never really seen any turndowns for a front commercial patio in all of my time on the Toronto and East York Community Council. I have, on the other hand, seen quite a few turndowns or strong conditions that were placed on flankage patios because of the neighbors' concern. I'm not convinced that the report as it stands and the new model would be one that might make it easier or harder. Because what I have seen is the owner who wants the flankage patio go further afield than the most immediate neighbors in order to get the flankage patio in. And it is a situation where in the old city of Toronto, having a flankage patio is like having a boulevard parking. It's on the boulevard. We own it completely. And it does have an impact on the most adjacent neighbors. And those neighbors up to 10 houses or so down the street really do have the first right of refusal, if we can call it that. I believe this will take that away. I believe that will have the people signing up in the bar as they do, or further down the street, or we want that to be our neighborhood. And once you have something going on the side for a long time, all day, with alcohol, it can be very rowdy. So I'm going to have to make sure through our Toronto and East York Community Council that we're very clear in harmonizing it, that we don't lose something that's very important, because the streets are very small. The patio is just across from somebody, perhaps unlike a flankage patio in Etobicoke or somewhere else where it might be a minor arterial road. I very much want to see more information here, the number of patios by each of the community councils. As you say, you have them done up on a Google map. I think that should be here. I'm quite concerned it's not here, because there is a big dog and then there's a little tail. And I don't want the tail to wag the dog. Even at the end of the day, if we have to maintain some separate approaches for the community councils, then let's do it. And if we have to find the accessibility piece that's going to make sure anyone in Toronto can get into any flankage, get by any patio, flankage or commercial, let's do that. So we're mixing up the standard of accessibility citywide with the requirements for polling and other things in locally. And then, as you've said, Ms. Cook, that when you went out to try to figure out how to get more money, and turned out that it would be $413 a square meter to have the patio, a commercial patio, that just shows you that things are very, very different in the city, and we can't apply one harmonized law across all these patios. It just creates havoc in certain parts of the city. It's a square peg. Let's not try to make a round hole. So I'm going to ask that, I'm going to send a letter to Community Council. I'm going to ask that you attend Community Council and explain the patio situation, and I think your staff will learn a lot from that. We probably have more conditions on patios than anybody in the rest of the city. That when you come there, it'd be very good to have those numbers that we talked about earlier as to which community councils have which numbers, and I appreciate that information for the
Next speaker, Councillor De Bermejo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just move the motion. I'm going to move first that the Executive Director of MLS, as part of her final report, a report on the requirement of any new cafe application pay a non-refundable fee of $1,300 for the installation of 2 trees located either at the cafe location or on the other nearby location. And I say this wearing my tree planting advocate on the mayor's behalf. the staff have said that they've never actually, in their knowledge, charged the $3,000 fee that's on the books today. But if next month or next year or in 5 years from now, somebody actually comes in with a new cafe fee, an application for a cafe, I think part of that should be a fee to say, either in that location, plant a tree, one, to make sure that your patrons are shaded someday when that tree grows up, and two, to help us achieve our 40% tree canopy cover. So although the $3,000 fee has never been paid, I think we've refined it down to, I think, $652 to plant a single tree, and I'm going to suggest that perhaps someday, somewhere across the city, maybe even in Scarborough that has no cafes today, that somebody will actually want a cafe location, and they'll actually pay a fee to plant a tree or two in the local area. And Mr. Chair, I think my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, said, you know, there's the big dog and there's the tail, and I would say Scarborough's certainly not the big dog. Scarborough's not even the tail. I think we might be a flea on the end of the tail, at the end of the big dog, because we don't, to my knowledge, have any cafes in Scarborough. In my ward in Scarborough Centre, I can't think of any off the top of my head, and I think that harmonizing the bylaw might actually help Scarborough someday get a cafe. Yet another thing that the downtown core has that the Scarborough residents don't have.
The subway will help. The
subway's going to help. I think once we get the subway, there'll be cafes aplenty, chock-a-block, coming all around. But Mr. Chair, for whatever historical reasons, I think again in the 50s and the 60s when Scarborough passed its bylaws, it wanted a clean and neat and car-oriented public facade, so that if you're driving along Scarborough, we don't want you to look at flowers out in front of a variety store. We don't want you to look at vegetables that you might want to buy. We don't want shirts and ties and shoes cluttering up the sidewalk because somebody on Kingston Road or Lawrence might stop their car or want to pull into a parking lot to go shopping there. So I think that old car-dominated urban form that Scarborough was built on is changing. I don't know if there'll be a rush to apply for cafe licenses east of Victoria Park, but I think there is merit in harmonizing the bylaw. We have to, I would say, make sure that where the cafes are today, that gives us the foundation and the footprint of what we should be doing as we expand it across the entire city. Again, Scarborough may be last to the game in terms of cafes, but I think adopting one citywide bylaw 20 years after amalgamation is probably a good thing to do. So I look forward to the report coming back in the fall. It sounds like most people are happy with the direction our staff are going, and let's make sure we get it right in the fall and let everybody get out and have fun. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kajanis.
Clarification of the motion. For you, to my colleague, clarification of the motion. Does this mean that although I might think of applying and I put an application in, you still want to ding the person that is applying with $1,300?
Actually, I want to save them $1,600 because the current fee, if you read the staff report, is $3,000. In the city of Toronto, we don't have it in Scarborough. So in downtown Toronto, if you were to walk in tomorrow and opened up Jimmy's Café, there's the provision there that you would pay.
Are you saying Jim and Glenn's Cafe?
Jimmy and Glenn's Cafe, that you would have to pay a $3,000, and I'm sure it'd be a very popular cafe too. I could see us both behind the grill doing, you know, specialty sandwiches to a lot of people coming in. And when we opened up our cafe, the city, in theory, could ask us for a $3,000 fee to plant a tree in that cafe space. My motion says lowers the fee to $1,300 and actually requires it to be planted either on the site or another nearby location.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? Members of the committee, any other speakers on this item? If not, okay, I think that I'm going to speak on this one, and I have a motion to move that, okay, it's before you. In essence, is that that as we move forward with the consultations, we have to have the consultation with General Manager Transportation Service on this one. First and foremost, I want to thank all the deputants for making an effort to come and make your presentations. Well done, thank you. To city staff for your report. It's a good start, and I can't wait to see the new report and recommendations in the fall. Just for your information that both Councillor Jay Robinson, the chair of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and myself, we have agreed to ask for a joint meeting on this item. So we'll keep you updated on that one. The purpose of what's before us and what was before us is simply to work with the recommendations from city staff to adopt a framework for public consultations, and I think that's something it was missing somewhere. And towards the harmonization of the 6 in-force sidewalk cafes and the marketing bylaws that we have throughout the city, and to have one single bylaw that applies to everyone with a set of fees. There are a couple aspects that I'm thinking about as we move forward with this patio and marketing bylaw, and also in relation to something that's very dear to residents in Ward 17. And on that, I would like to let Councillor Fletcher know that in terms of polling, we do have in Etobicoke and within the Community Council, we do have a polling system for patios, especially for flankages, where residents are well informed and they're part of the decision making. I just wanted to let you know that we do have a system in place, and city staff, they've been very diligent in terms of making sure that the public is well informed and their input is is part of the decision making. And that's the kind of thing that when it comes to the cafes, for example, that we have, and all the patios, and I can pretty much speak and on behalf of the BIAs that I have in Ward 17, 5 of them, and we have a number of patios as well. And those are the patios, those are the cafes that, especially during summer months, that brings life, it brings vibrancy, it brings vitality to those commercial strips, and prosperity to the community as a whole. As the area is gentrifying, people who come to the area, newcomers that they come from the annex, they move to the northern parts. Why? Because the area is affordable. These are the people that they come with a level of expectancy. And the expectancy to them is, you know what, bring change, bring something that's good for our communities. We don't want to leave our community. We want a place where we can go and eat, have fun, and entertain as well within their own commercial strips. So there is a great expectation out there in the community. And these are the wonderful experience throughout the summer months. Unfortunately, the way it is right now, during the winter months, these patios become a total eyesore. A total eyesore. Usually it becomes a storage place for people to store all kinds of furniture and whatever else. And very often they cover in some places with these blue tarpaulins that it looks really bad. So one of the bright sides to it, to really deal with it in a more progressive way that it brings life to the whole community, and we create a win-win situation not only for the small business that are part of the engine of our local economy, but also to our local communities. It's one way of enhancing what's there. Is if we do it right, that can create a win-win situation, and that's the year-round enclosures. We have flankages within the city of Toronto. We went through the process. We went through the consultation process. There is a tremendous appetite in many parts of the city, including in Scarborough, that they have clearly said, yes, we want it. Where do we sign? And that's one way of moving forward. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened. I think that there has been a little bit of and I don't want to say anything with regards to our city staff, because I know how busy they've been. But this is a report that I've been waiting for ages. I've been sitting on it for the last 7 years, waiting, and people keep on asking, what's happening, for God's sakes, with these applications, where we have beautiful key locations within the city that, in terms of public sidewalks, in terms of walkability, in terms of the accessibility aspect, our public sidewalks will not be compromised, and no one will, the integrity of the process in terms of the accessibility aspect will not be compromised. So therefore, I think that there is an amazing opportunity there to move forward with something that is going to work for everyone, and I hope that I can't wait to see that part of the report that deals with the year-round enclosures, and as well as with the other recommendations as it relates to the harmonization of all these bylaws. Having said that, we have, yes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, well, more so than clarification, I just have one major concern that I think staff should take into consideration when they come with their report, and that is, if we are looking at permanent enclosures, especially on arterial roads, and essentially, once they get a permit, they essentially, in my view anyway, have legal nonconforming status. I think you want to make sure that you take a look at whether the official plan contemplates...
Are you speaking or you are asking?
No, I'm making a comment so that staff can report on it.
No.
If the official plan...
Questions in terms of clarification of what's before you. What's your question?
Does your motion...
That's my motion.
...incorporate the possibility of the official plan contemplating a widening of a road? And therefore, if it does contemplate widening that road in the next 30, 40, 50 years, having this kind of thing happen would essentially negate the widening of the road. I'm just saying that they take that into consideration.
Thank you, Councilor DiGiorgio, but that's in your comments. You might want to speak to that, but that's not clarification of the motion. Is any other questions in terms of clarification to the motion that's before you?
You got it.
And Vice Chair Karigiannis.
Thank you, Chair. In your comments, when you present the motion, you said in Scarborough. I was wondering if you can be a specific location that we can take a look at.
I think that is, I believe that city staff received 17 applications, and that goes back up to, I think was, don't quote me with the year, I think it was 14 or 15, that they were citywide applications. I think they were 17. I'm not sure how many in Scarborough.
There were a number.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
This predates me.
There's a revolution.
Thank you. Any other comments? If no comments, okay, we have the recommendations from city staff and with the amendments. So as a package, all those in favor, record the vote, please. Councilor Burnside, De Vermaker, Karigiannis, Palacio, and DiGiorgio, unanimous. Thank you. Adopted as amended. All those in favor? Passed. Thank you. So we'll move to the next item. So we'll start with the petitions on item LS 18.3, that's review of Chapter 510, holiday shopping. Next steps. Speakers, Gary Sands, followed by Christine Connor and Dave Bryans. Gary Sands. Good afternoon, sir. Good to have you here. Please go ahead, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, right, thanks. I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers. We represent independent and franchise grocers here in the City of Toronto, across the country. Some of our members in Toronto that you would be familiar with are Longo's, Summerhill Market, Sun Valley Supermarket, Pusateri's, Kitchen Table, Highland Farms, Copa's, Fiesta Farms. As you know, the holiday shopping bylaw was challenged in the courts by one of our members successfully, twice. And in our view, that court decision and the report before you today, which we support, presents council with the opportunity to review and update the bylaw to ensure it acknowledges the changed realities of retail and changing customer demands, reflects the multicultural makeup of the population, and we hope eliminates the subjective designation of tourism-exempt areas in the City of Toronto. The current bylaw exempts restaurants and fast food chains since they sell prepared foods. The reality today is most, if not all, grocery stores sell prepared foods, and many will have space allocated within their stores for prepared foods that is equal to or greater than some restaurants. Drug stores, incredibly, are still also exempt, hearkening back to an era when pharmacies were pharmacies. The reality of retail today, however, is that certain channels between retail that were once segmented now overlap and compete. For example, Shoppers Drug Mart is now owned by the Loblaw Company, and consumers can and do purchase a wide range of grocery products in those stores: cereal, eggs, bread, milk, President's Choice products, and they've announced that that grocery component is going to continue to grow. Online shopping is also now available at all hours on all days and is also growing. So retail stores who have invested the bricks and mortar into physical store locations in neighborhoods across the city are disadvantaged, particularly small business. And I want to emphasize that point because in addition to representing the grocers here today, I also chair the Small Business Coalition Canada, and we represent about 120,000 businesses, so that's a particular concern to many of the members that I represent in that coalition as their chair. The multicultural reality of the city is also not reflected in this archaic bylaw. To prohibit retailers from opening on holidays such as Victoria Day is incomprehensible to residents and retailers in a myriad of diverse communities across this city. And the continuing designation of favored tourism-exempt areas needs to be eliminated. This is a large, vibrant, and dynamic city with a wide array of tourism attractions and areas that all have equal claim to tourism status. And with all due respect, I haven't seen any elected officials trying to explain to residents or businesses in their ridings or holding up any signs saying this is not a really attractive area and that's why we're not a tourism-designated area. You have the old Maple Leaf Gardens, which is now a Loblaw store, exempt, but the area that includes the new home of the Toronto Maple Leafs at Maple Leaf Square is not. There's a host of other contradictions of which all of us in the city are well aware. It is worth noting that the 5 exempt areas have been working well for businesses and employees. We see no evidence that the experience in the rest of the city would be different, and we do believe that it's time to pay more than lip service to supporting small businesses. We support the report, as I said, that's before you today. We believe all businesses should have the right to make the proprietary decision to open or close, depending on what the community itself wants. I know some grocery retailers, for example, do not open on Boxing Day, as they would be entitled to do, because the consumers just opt not to buy groceries on that day, and that's their decision. The current bylaw provides a framework that picks winners and losers on the retail landscape of this city. We hope councillors cannot support that. A framework that we have now is clearly out of date, is inconsistent, it's contradictory, and it's inequitable. The city has changed, retail has changed, and it's time for council to ensure that this bylaw reflects those changes. That's basically all I have to say, but if there's any questions, happy to entertain them. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. We have some questions for you, and Vice Chair Karijanis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to make the presentation, sir, today. How many of your independent grocers are unionized?
I'm not many. It's different in, that's not something, to be honest with you, we track. Like some of our franchise grocers, obviously.
Something like Pusatari's, Sand Valley, are they unionized, or?
No, but there are some. I would hazard a guess you're talking obviously in the Toronto area, because in British Columbia it's a higher percentage, but in Toronto I would say about 30%.
So has the union been consulted? Is the union spoken to management and say, look, we would like for you to open, we don't like for you to open? What's the union's take on
That hasn't come back to us as an issue. If the unions are raising it, and I know they are, but it's not with our members per se, it's probably with their own union.
So your members, the 30% that you unionized, haven't spoken to you about it?
No, the members who have unionized staff, all of our members want the right to be able to open or not open on statutory holidays. They want the inequitable system you now have of tourism exempt areas to be eliminated. You either have to eliminate it or make the whole city exempt.
Is there any of your members that are in an area which is like a tourist attraction that has a union that they open on the weekends?
I don't know if those ones would be unionized, to be honest with you. Yes, we have members that are also in the tourism exempt areas. That I know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Karijanis. Any other questions? Councilor Burnside, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. So you mentioned some inconsistencies. Would you agree that some of the things seem very arbitrary?
They are arbitrary and they make no sense. And like I said, if
So when you say they make no sense, would you say it's borderline absurd?
Assuming there's no architects of the current
You can be
bylaw
honest.
still before us, yes, I would say that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Christine Connor?
Hi,
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good to have you here.
Afternoon, City Councilors and staff. My name is Christine Connor, and I am the president of Unifor Local 414. Our local represents 14,000 workers, mostly in the retail sector, right across southern Ontario. Our members work in retail supermarkets, pharmacies, as well as food service, warehousing, and other service-related industries. Approximately 2/3 of our members work in the GTA, including under the Metro and the Loblaws family. I am pleased to be speaking to you here today on the staff report and recommendations for review of the city holiday shopping bylaw. As you can imagine, it is important issues that touch the lives of tens of thousands of workers in this city. It's the bylaw that ensures many of them receive much-needed time off the job, time to spend with their family, time for some guaranteed rest and enjoyment on 9 identified days of the year. As you can imagine, it's difficult to plan a life when your work schedule fluctuates week to week, when there are no set work hours, and when pay is well below average. That's why our union spoke out strongly in opposition in 2012 city proposal to weaken those protections. This wrong-headed move would effectively remove any guarantee of time off the job for well over 100,000 retail workers in the city. I am glad that our city councillors heard the concerns of our workers and took them to heart. And I am glad that in the report that has been tabled, city staff has chosen not to fully reopen the bylaw and repeat this now down-settled debate. Our union looks forward to the upcoming consultation to review to clarify the language of all of Chapter 510. We believe this is an important and necessary task for the city. It is especially important in light of recent court decisions that granted Longo Supermarket an extraordinary exemption to open some stores on public holidays since it sold prepared meals. There is no doubt in my mind that the spirit of the so-called prepare meals exemption was directly related to restaurants, pubs, and other establishments in the hospitality industry. It was never intended for a full-service grocery store, who, by the way, have decades sold some form of prepared foods ready to eat. We hope that through this consultation, the language of Chapter 510 is clarified to better represent the full and original intent of the exemption. Expanding the exemption to include any stores that sells a sandwich, a salad, would only undermine the intent of the bylaw, similarly to what was proposed in 2012, only this time through the back door. Unifor will not support such a move. I must also say that just because there has been a historic exemption for restaurants under 510 does not suggest that Unifor endorses such a wholesale exemption. In fact, there are tens of thousands of restaurant workers who find themselves in the same boat as retail workers. Just because restaurant businesses, big or small, would rather choose whether to reopen their doors on a public holiday, or does not mean that it's the right policy for our city. Hospitality workers' voices need to be heard in this discussion, and I urge city staff to solicit their views. Why does this matter? Not only because workers should have the right to rest and recharge on holidays, but also because the rights of workers to fair pay and scheduling on holidays are often poorly enforced. Research from 2015 shows that public holiday infractions were among the top 5 most commonly reported in Ontario. During a special precarious work employment blitz in 2015, nearly 1/4 of the violations involved holiday pay and scheduling. Just because there are laws on the books that protects workers does not mean that they are enforced. Further extending these bylaws exemptions without an associate push from greater enforcement of laws would only leave vulnerable workers more vulnerable. It is very important that through this review, the committee strikes the right balance in Chapter 510 between consumer convenience and work protection. We also urge city staff to undertake this Chapter 510 review more as a refinement in social policy for Torontarians than an economic policy for business. We look forward to participating in the discussions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions for you? And visiting members? If not, Vice Chair, Councilor Janis.
Thank you. So you realize where I'm coming from. 7 of my 9 kids are some sort of a union. 5 are in the teachers' union, 1 is in the IBW, and the other one is in the firefighters. My question is, you have 14,000 members, you said?
Across the province, yes.
And two-thirds are in the GTA?
Yeah, roughly 7,000.
How many of them are in the city of Toronto?
I'm going to ask Ian. About 5,000.
5,000 are in the city of Toronto. And how many others are employed in grocery stores or whatever else, guesstimate, that are not part of the union? How many other, I mean, can you?
Non-union in?
Yes, the people that work in Sun Valley or, other grocery stores, Longos, or I'm not sure if Longos is unionized. Would you be able to guesstimate?
I couldn't even guesstimate.
How many? 10,000, 15,000?
Probably more.
Okay. So I guess you're speaking for the more that also want that day off.
Yes.
Now, when you're working on a holiday,
Yes.
does your union get paid time and a half or twice?
It depends on what's in their contract. If I could just go back to the Sunday shopping, because it kind of two-folds into this. Back in, I believe it was 1995, they wanted to open all retails on Sundays. So if you were unionized back then, you would get, I believe it was time and a half for a Sunday. Then eventually over the years, they lost their time and a half, and in unionized stores, I don't believe in non-unionized stores, you would get a premium now of $1.60 per hour. As of 2002, that's now gone. It's now part of a regular work week in 2002, unless you were grandfathered prior to the 2002.
New members to the union, when they work on the weekends, they don't get time and a half?
Nope.
What about north of Steeles? Like at my area, I live 200 meters from Steeles. Is Is it the same thing for the York region? Your union people there, I mean, are they fighting the same battle that you're fighting down here for those 9 days, or are they different up there?
No, everybody is fighting for the 9 days.
So there are
want to
hearings
keep our 9
in
days.
York for the 9 days. And do you know, I mean, do you know the movement that has happened up there? I mean, would you happen to know what's going on?
I just know through our unionized people, through the phone calls that I'm receiving from, I know we have visited through Yorkdale Mall. We had a petition the last time that we brought in because
Sorry, I'm
people don't even know that they're going to lose their
No,
holidays.
I'm talking about north of Steeles. I'm talking the York region, 905, Vaughan, Pickering. Are they facing the same battle, or is that battle over and done with?
I'm not sure if it's over and done with.
Okay. So you realize that there's a court that says that, you know, this has to happen. There's a court decision. How do you suggest we circumvent that? I mean, the horses are out of the gate. They're gone.
But if you read the bylaw closely, I know when I read it, to me, I believe it refers to restaurants, pubs, not a grocery store where you're making a salad or a sandwich. It's prepared food that we prepare ahead of time. It's not a restaurant where you go in and you make your order. We were always closed, and we deserve our time with our families. We have 9 stat days. You can't go get your groceries 356 days out of the year.
What about the people that are not in unions? Don't they deserve their 9 stat days?
Absolutely, and we're here as a voice on their behalf, too.
What about the people that are in different religions, be it Muslims, be it Hindus, and they have stat days for them? Don't they deserve to have at least one of those days as a stat day, that they don't have to take it in lieu of their holiday? So if you got 14 holiday days and you're Greek Orthodox and you're celebrating Easter on a different day, and fortunately this year was the same day, but you're celebrating a different day, should I not be able to take that holiday and not having to go against my 14 days or for 21 holidays that I get? Are you also supporting something like that?
I believe that, yes, I do.
Are you aware that myself and the deputy mayor brought a motion like that in council, unfortunately was not supported by a lot of my colleagues? Are you aware of this? So, like, I mean, I don't mind we're talking about the 9 days, but also we should also start considering what is happening to the other people that do not have those 9 stat days. Anyways, I see my time is up, Chair, so I'm going to stop it here. Thank you.
I'm all in favor of adding more stat days.
Yes, okay, we're going to go back to allow Councilor Fletcher, I think, has a question. Go ahead.
Your transient, your visitor. Thank you. Councillor Kirgianis asked you about what might be happening in Oshawa or Pickering or Markham, York region, and what the bylaw says there, if those stores are open or not, and what might be happening at those city councils regarding open or not on the stat holidays. And you indicated you don't have that information.
I don't have that information.
But you could easily get access to that information. So since this is going to be about consultation, would that be something that you would be able to dig down and provide a lot of that?
Yes, I could.
For the next round of consultations?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much.
You've moved spots.
Councilor De Beermaker. Deputy Mayor De Beermaker.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. So the report before us is, I guess, about holiday shopping on certain statutory holidays. And your position is that you think those businesses or various businesses should stay closed.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because for the employees of those businesses, it presents either, I'll call it either a sort of a hardship or at least an inconvenience, correct?
Less time with their families as well.
Okay. Now, my experience many years ago when I was younger and working in stores, and that for every shift that I would turn down, there were 10 people there wanting to take my space. So do you expect that if some statutory holidays that we allowed people to be open, that they wouldn't be able to find, I don't know where you work exactly, but just using yourself as an example, that in your place of employment, that instead of them saying to you, yeah, you want the day off to relax with your family, you go ahead because there's 10 people, Glenn and John and Paula, they are lined up to take that shift.
No, that does not happen.
That doesn't happen.
I'm not going to say never, but I can give you an example of Thanksgiving of last year at one of our stores in Chatham. It was a Food Basic, and they wanted to open, and they said that it would be voluntary only people that wanted to work. Nobody wanted to work. There was people phoning me and saying, well, they want us to volunteer. If we don't volunteer, they're going to penalize us on the schedule. I said, well, then nobody work. And there was not one name on the list, and they could not open that day because they had nobody to work. See, when you put it and you implement that it's voluntary, reality is it's not voluntary, because you have some store managers who will take it out on your scheduling the following week. If you don't volunteer, well, I really need you, I really need you. And then if you say, well, no, I want to be at home with my family, the following week, your hours are getting cut.
And through Mr. Chair, roughly what proportion of workers in, say, the grocery stores, for example, would you say are part-time workers versus full-time workers?
Depends on which chain you are, but for the majority, back in the day, it was, I'm going to say 50, 40, 60, full-time versus part-time. Now, you have 80 to 92% part-time workers.
So you might have 20% full-time workers, 80% part-time workers. Okay, and again, just through Mr. Chair, because again, as somebody who's been endorsed by the Labour Council every election that I've ever run, I am wrestling with this issue because I know that people have these things called iPads. And they sit at home on holidays. And I don't know if you've personally done it, but my guess is all of my friends have shopped on statutory holidays. All of them.
I don't,
Okay.
because of my position, because I am dead against it. My time, because I am very busy with my job, I try and spend it with my grandchildren as much as I can.
Right, but so I was out yesterday, and I know it wasn't a holiday for everybody, I'll say, on Friday. There are lots of people shopping on all those holidays. You would agree?
I would agree.
You just
What
gotta
happened
go-
to the days when
you
we used
gotta-
to play with our kids outside and go on picnics and play dodgeball?
But at the people who go to the Eaton Center, for example, because that's allowed to be opened,
Yeah.
you go to the Eaton Center on holiday, it's packed. And if you go to malls in Markham, they're packed.
But if they weren't open, they'd probably be at home with their family.
Playing dodgeball, you think, or
I know
ordering things on the
dodgeball,
internet?
but playing family games, playing board games. Like, what happened to the days? Now you do have the kids sitting on their iPads because their parents are never home. If you're going to open something on a Christmas morning, you're going to be at home with your families, and you're going to have the retail worker working a minimum wage job saying to their children, you're going to have to wait until mommy and daddy come home to open your presents because I have to work today.
Right. But are we not, I'll say, tying up different issues? Getting a decent living wage is an important thing.
Yes.
Getting predictable work hours is an important thing. But whether you're open on Canada Day or New Year's Day or Family Day is not the same thing?
No, we've worked hard over the years to get our stat days to have 9 days where we can get some rest, where we can rejuvenate ourselves, spend some time with our family, and now they want to make it a scheduled work day? It's not right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you, you mentioned about vulnerability. How does potentially working on one of these days make someone more vulnerable?
Through scheduling. If, usually when they do open on a stat day in some of the other locations, they will ask for volunteers.
No, I understand, yeah.
It was just like the Sunday shopping, it was volunteers. Well, if you don't volunteer and they really need somebody for that department, then the next week come the scheduling, because it is mostly part-timers, and they'll go through, and they'll cut your hours back. So if you were,
So some people are going to be made more vulnerable, and some people are going to be made less vulnerable,
absolutely,
right?
yeah.
That's what you're saying? Okay. In the union situation, Loblaws, for instance, doesn't it work, don't hours work on seniority?
Yep.
So how does?
We will file a grievance on it. We will file a grievance on
So
it.
isn't that kind of a labor, that's a labor issue?
But what about the people that aren't unionized? And then they're going to be played with the schedules. The only thing that they can do.
But my question was as it pertained to the people you represent, I think, aren't you? Okay. Then my other question, don't you kind of find it strange when you go into Shoppers Drug Mart and they have the part of the store roped off?
I don't go into Shoppers Drug Mart on a holiday.
Okay, well, maybe you need a cough medication or something, no? Okay. But would you not find that strange?
I would find
You don't
that
have to go in
strange.
there to find it strange, right?
I would find that strange.
My other question, I got one here somewhere. Oh yeah, I got it here. So currently in the unionized environment, they, on stat holidays, there's some, I think isn't Loblaws open on like the civic holiday? Do they get paid more do staff get paid more for working that holiday?
Nope.
Only if they had the contract right? Because I remember working there and you got like double time.
Yep. Not anymore.
So, but that was negotiated by the union, right?
Yeah. Now they have their family day instead of the civic day.
Okay, and so, but that was negotiated, but that was a negotiation, okay. And then presumably people still have time off, not everyone works 7 days a week, right? So you actually have more than 9 days off a year.
They get their regular scheduled day
okay.
off, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then lastly, so we're talking about 5,000 employees, right? What would you say to the person that works at the gas station?
What do you mean, what would I say?
Well, he or she works on these days, like gas stations are open. Like, what would you say, like, so you're talking about 5,000 people, and, we could be talking about 50,000 other people that happen to be working that. I don't know what the number is. What do you say to those people? Too bad?
No, if I was working in the gas station, I would say I'm not available to work that day, find somebody else.
But then now that makes them vulnerable.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly.
Thank you, Ms. Connor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, okay, in terms of deputations, we're going to stop there, but before we continue, there is an item that I spoke this morning about, and this item needs to be introduced. It has to do with is modernizing the Toronto's racing Pigeon regulations. So the item has been circulated to the members of the committee, and I'd like to have this as a walk-on. All those in favor? Against? Carry. We'll deal with this with the recommendations after lunch. So we're going to recess until 1:30, and then we'll come back at 1:30. Thank you. 1:30. Oh, okay, here the very is here. We have quorum. Councilor Nuciara. We are resuming the meeting.
So I'm back.
Yeah, good.
I told you I'd be back in the afternoon.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. We are resuming this meeting. We are on item number 3, LS 18.3, review of Chapter 510, holiday shopping. Next steps. The next speaker is, we have David Bryans, followed by Claire Santa Maria. Good afternoon, sir. Good to have you here.
Great, thanks very much.
Please go ahead.
And I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the perspective on the city's upcoming review exemptions of the holiday shopping bylaw. The Ontario Convenience Store represents about 6,500 family-run stores in Ontario, with over 2,300 located here in the City of Toronto. Our membership is made up of the corporate stores, regional chains, and of course many, many independents. We see over 725,000 Toronto customers daily, and we employ about 18,000 people. And we take great pride in being responsible community retailers. In our province, there are 9 provincially legislated statutory holidays a year by the provincial government. These holidays mandate that most businesses be closed. Recognizing these dates, the Government of Ontario has enshrined these holidays through the Retail Business Holiday Act and provided select exemptions to some small businesses based on a thoughtful rationale. We endorse the City of Toronto's decision to undertake public consultations with stakeholders, including small businesses and convenience stores, as part of its review. However, it is important that the City of Toronto keeps in mind that the growing struggle of small business to compete in an era of big box stores. Granting a wider exemption to other retailers could give supercenters a greater competitive advantage that would hurt Toronto's small businesses. In recent years, small businesses and convenience stores have ceded a growing market share and retail space to larger stores as they encroach into more and more neighborhoods in the city. This isn't isolated to just small towns, where the opening of a supercenter or corporate pharmacy often means the shuttering of the community stores. The increasing concentration of large retailers in already densely developed neighborhoods has driven up rent prices up that small businesses can no longer afford. Expanding an exemption to large stores will not only diminish small business holiday sales, but will effectively undermine the province's Retail Business Holiday Act. The OCSA believes it is important that the City of Toronto strikes a balance between convenient retail access and defending the city's small businesses. The OCSA encourages the committee to uphold the protections afforded to small businesses like convenience stores and all family-run small businesses in every community. We look forward to engaging in future consultations and working with the City of Toronto to ensure the ongoing sustainability of Toronto's small business community. We ask that the City of Toronto consider small business community retailers before making any decisions to amend the current holiday shopping bylaw. We feel that by sustaining a holiday shopping retail environment that allows our stores to reinforce what makes them a net contributor to both the economic well-being of the city and to the unique culture and social quality of the neighborhoods they operate in. Our members will be provided an opportunity to succeed in an otherwise difficult market. Amending the bylaw would be another hit to a sector that has had to endure a number of recent government decisions that have threatened their viability, and a decision to respect our interests would be appreciated action by the city and its government. Thank you for your time. Gladly answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bryans. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you.
Claire Santa Maria. And just before we proceed, I had a request also to, we have 2 deputants with Oxford Properties, and that's the next the next deputant to be number 11, if they can make their presentation one after the next or together, which I'm okay with that.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
So if you don't mind just to, so we have Claire and,
Craig, just in.
yeah, if you don't mind just to introduce yourselves, please.
Sure.
Greg Taylor, Oxford Property Square and Shopping.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
And your name, ma'am?
You need to introduce yourself.
Namra Molodina.
So your name? Moledina.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we have Claire and Moledina. Fantastic. Please go ahead. So we have, combined, you have up to 10 minutes of speaking time. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Claire Santamaria, and I'm the General Manager and Director for Yorkdale Shopping Centre and part of the Oxford Properties retail team. The retailers at two of Oxford shopping centres, Yorkdale and Scarborough Town Centre, are asking permission to open on 6 statutory holidays a year. The holidays we are asking for do not include Good Friday, do not include Easter Sunday or Christmas. Yorkdale and Scarborough Town Centre have already been identified as major shopping centres in the report. I will specifically address Yorkdale retailers in my comments today. Yorkdale retailers pay $7 million in City of Toronto realty taxes. Granting Yorkdale retailers permission to open on stat holidays can do 4 things. 1, it gives the opportunity for an additional $20 million in sales. 2, it allows the retailers to compete with shopping centers in the 905 who are already open. 3, it gives the opportunity to contribute to offset the losses on online sales. And 4, very importantly for our neighborhood, provide an increased number of employment hours for retail workers in Toronto. Yorkdale Shopping Centre has positioned itself as a conduit to welcome first-to-market, first-to-Canada international brands. The unique tenant mix has elevated the shopping centre to be the most profitable in the country, drawing on more than 4 million tourist visits a year to the centre. Yorkdale has a full-time tourism manager that is actively working to continue to grow our tourism draw. Global brands that Yorkdale welcomes to the Canadian marketplace compete and measure their success on international platforms where losing 9 days of sales is an anomaly. Their success dictates expansion into other local, provincial, and Canadian locations. 24 municipalities already permit holiday shopping in 81 properties. This slide shows the distribution of those stat days that are permitted. While Yorkdale is not asking for exemption on Good Friday or Easter Sunday, there is a general confusion around the retailer center's hours on statutory holidays among potential shoppers and retailers. This past weekend was a good example. Website visits this past weekend was up 50% on Good Friday. It was up another 50% on Easter Sunday. 12,000 people came to the center on Good Friday, and 11,000 people came to the shopping center on Easter Sunday, expecting Yorkdale to be open for business. Yorkdale currently has an extensive marketing and PR campaign to notify customers of our closure on each of the statutory holidays. We employ security staff to advise customers that we are closed at key entrances. Online shopping will detract approximately $130 million from Yorkdale's shopping center by 2019. $130 million represents the annual sales of a very profitable anchor store. Online shoppers want convenience. We're proposing that retailers need to be conveniently opening on statutory holidays. This chart is a really good example where it gives and shows that more than $42 million in sales is going to the 905 on stat holidays. The retail sector is made up of large amounts of part-time workers who hold multiple jobs to make ends meet. Retailers follow employment standards regulations and pay time and a half the hourly rate. No employee can be forced to work on statutory holidays. However, for those that do, there is a financial benefit. Landlords are also held to lease agreements that give retailers the option to open, but are not mandated to. The tenant mix supported by the global and flagship stores at Yorkdale offer the largest opportunity for permanent, well-compensated retail careers in the Canadian shopping center industry. This is highlighted in Yorkdale's recruitment efforts with the City of Toronto and TESS. Allowing Yorkdale to open on statutory holidays helps level the playing field with the 905 and creates more employment hours for thousands of people who are employed at Yorkdale by retailers. Thank you for your time this morning, and we are asking that the committee expedite consultation and subsequent report and recommendation in June.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yep.
That's great. Okay, so we have questions from you. Councillor de
I
Bermekis.
do have questions. Just want to clarify if all three speakers are finished, or are they merging into one 5 minutes or one 10-minute presentation?
That's what I asked at the beginning, if you're making a joint presentation. If so, is in this case, Ms. Santa Maria and Ms. Moledina will have
Yes.
5 minutes, and plus Mr. Taylor will have another 5 minutes. So altogether, you can have one presentation of up to 15 minutes, and you have 9 more minutes.
Thank you.
If you want to
Do you need the time or no?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
please go ahead.
I'll wait till they're finished.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So my name's Namra Maladina. I currently work at Square One, and I'm here to talk about the benefits I face as an employee at Square One. So one of the biggest benefits that I do face is the opportunity to make additional income. As a student, I do face the difficulty of making income, and especially on a stat holiday when I have no school, it gives me the opportunity to go in and make an income. And especially as an individual who does not really celebrate these statutory holidays or whose family doesn't really do anything, I get an opportunity to go out. If I wasn't really working that day, I would be at home just sitting around basically doing nothing.
So I'm happy with
It does allow me more flexibility with my day and how I want to go about the days I want to work. If I didn't want to work and I wanted some time to rest, I could ask for another day off rather than a stat holiday. Working a stat holiday, I make more money in comparison to another day. Moreover, there is the benefit of the fact that I'm not forced to work. It's all voluntary, and it's done by a sign-up sheet. At my workplace, we actually have a sign-up sheet that all the employees sign up, and we actually have more employees willing to work than we have positions offered. Even though on stat holidays we do have more positions available to work, they are all full, and it becomes a competitive thing where people are asking to work each other's shift.
I'm happy with this.
An opportunity to work on a stat holiday is great because it makes life easier as a student. It gives you an opportunity to make additional income, have flexibility to your schedule, and you're not even forced, which is a very great benefit. I can work stat holiday, make extra income, and then ask for another day off.
Mr. Chair and the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name's Greg Taylor from Square One Shopping Centre with Oxford Properties and proud colleague of NAMRA. The first slide, please, if you don't mind. I'm here today just to share some of the positive impacts in our community with Square One Shopping Centre being open on stat holidays. As indicated on the slide, it's a preferred option for our retailers, our customers, and our employees to be able to either work, shop, or be open during these stat holidays. We're fully compliant with the Employment Standards Act, and as Namra indicated, we work from a sign-up sheet opportunity for employees to work on those days. With some of our departments and some of our disciplines, we have greater sign-up than others. In some of our departments, we actually don't always have the full complement of employees, but given the opportunity for choice on those days to work, we're able to move forward. The other thing that I'll highlight in two subsequent slides is the support for our retailers being able to benefit from new sales, and also the tourist draw from our tertiary trade area on these statutory holidays. My last point on this page is a conservative number of about $1.5 million spent on wages throughout Square One proper annually that benefits all of our employees that are working on the statutory holiday days, but a particular benefit to students that garner part-time wages in support of their education or other activities that they may be a part of. Just in support of our tourism designation in 2011, our designation is aligned with our strategic direction for the downtown of Mississauga. We see great synergies between ourselves being open and our adjacent uses such as Celebration Square just to the south and west, and the Centre for the Performing Arts. As an example, if a family's attending a Canada Day celebration in Celebration Square, they're able to enjoy a morning, a couple of hours of a festival going, and then being able to come and dine, shop at Square One, and then rather than going home after 1 or 2 hours at the festival, able to return back for fireworks in the evening. So what we're able to do in the downtown node experience is create an experience for our customers that they wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity if we were closed. I think it's safe to say that that synergy can be applied to other areas of a downtown like atmosphere or in other nodes of the city and the province. I thought I'd share some of the statistics related to our tourism designation in 2011, and then the next family day in 2012. And you can see in the chart on the left where 80% on a typical day, our customers would come from a 0 to 15-kilometer radius. On Family Day 2012, the very next year after our designation, 15% were coming from 30 kilometers or more, and 18% from 15 to 30 kilometers, a decided difference from the typical day at Square One. In addition, on Family Day, a typical Square One day, 61% would come alone, and on Family Day, 32% coming alone, with a conversely 68% here with family and friends. And the average group size has gone from 1.5 to 2.4. Here's some statistics just showing in chart form. The larger bar graph on the right-hand side shows the total of our stat days over the course of one calendar year. And we're either plus 400,000 or just shy of 400,000 customers annually that attend Square One Shopping Centre between New Year's Day and Thanksgiving. Just to give you an example, on Family Day in 2015, we had 72,000 people visit us at Square One. Canada Day in 2016, 74,000. To put that into context, that's about 20,000 or so less than we would have on a typical Boxing Day, which is widely known as the busiest shopping day of the year. Very compelling statistics. Again, on a total sales basis, this is reported sales. We also have non-reported sales to us at Square One, so I'm only indicating reported sales. In 2016, just shy of $600 million in total reported sales. What's important to recognize is that with us being open on the statutory holidays, that's allowing our retailers that would normally have to be closed As an example, our Food Central, which is our food court, that's a $30 million business to us. Any new day of business allows an additional $85,000 to $87,000 in business on one single day for our food court retailers as a total. That's approximately 10,000 square feet of our 2 million square feet of leasable area. And I guess the only further note I'd make here is that our retailers do have an obligation to pay their rental amount based on 365 days of the year. So when we do introduce new days of the year of business, it's a net benefit to our retailers. And I think the last slide to share with you is our consumers, particularly our millennial consumers, which is a growing segment of our customer base, shop differently now than they ever have. It's omni-channel. There is an online experience before the bricks and mortar experience. We need to be open for business. Our industry needs to be perceived as open for business. We need to be perceived as forward-thinking. And I believe our councils, our local councils around the province and throughout the country need to enable our industry to be able to compete effectively within the omni-channel experience of retail today. With that, I conclude my comments and would be pleased to answer any questions that I'm able to.
Thank you to the three of you for your excellent presentation, and you were right on time. We have questions for you and visiting members of council, and we'll go to Councillor.
Just ask a question. Is there a daycare on site there at Square One?
There's no formal daycare on site, however, our Good Life offers daycare services for.
And are the daycares open in Mississauga then on stat holidays for people that have to work?
I actually don't know the answer to that question specifically.
Thank you.
Now we have Councillor De Vermaker. Please go ahead, 5 minutes, followed by Councillor.
Thank you, and I'm sure the deputants will give all of their PowerPoint presentations to our clerks so that we can read them in our leisure time and sort of absorb them a little bit more instead of just seeing them up there. I think it was the first deputant. Was that Claire? Yes. Did you cite a number roughly? I didn't quite catch it. 12,000, was it visits to your website on Good Friday?
No, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We had 50% increase in visit to our website on Good Friday and then 50% again on Easter Sunday, but we had 12,000 people actually come to the shopping center, so physically arrive at our doors on Good Friday, and another 11,000 that physically came to the shopping center on Easter Sunday.
And sorry, and are you open or closed on those days?
We are closed. They physically came to our doors likely then, once they arrived and saw that we were closed, they then went to the movies or got something to eat at some of the restaurants that have exterior access.
Okay, and are you here today asking for permission to be open on specific current statutory holidays? Because I thought you said you weren't asking to be open on Good Friday.
We are not. We're not asking to be open. That was just an example of the confusion that exists in the marketplace when it comes to statutory holidays and who is permitted to open and who is not. So really our point at Yorkdale is that we actually have to embark on a marketing and PR campaign to tell our customer base that we are not open.
So even when you're not open and you don't want to be open, people are still, 12,000 of them on that day, coming to your doors wanting you to be open.
Correct.
Okay. And for the 905 belt, I think it was the Square One, I'm assuming that you can, Oxford Properties, I'm assuming that you're closed on Easter weekend as well?
Correct. Good Friday and Easter Sunday. Yeah.
Okay. But are you open on some of the other statutory holidays?
All the other statutory holidays with the exception of Christmas Day.
So Canada Day you can open?
Correct.
Family Day you can open?
Correct. Thanksgiving.
Okay. And in terms of your sense as a 905 store, do you think part of the 905 business is because people are coming across the border from from Etobicoke over to Mississauga, for example?
I certainly would say there is some crossover. I think what it allows us to do is transact business in our city. It keeps business in our city. And so there would be some overlap. I also feel that it's very important for us as an industry to be open, to be forward-thinking, for those that are engaging us through multiple sources to know that we are open for business. And so while there may be some crossover in the traffic coming to us from the 905, while some in the 416 are closed, I think it's very important as an industry that we're open and it's consistent for the consumer.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Taylor. You mentioned something about $1.5 million in wages.
Correct.
Sorry, I didn't really catch what you were referring to.
So that would be estimating number of employees that are working at our 330 retailers.
In which, where's that?
At Square One Shopping.
Square One, okay.
Yeah.
On how many days? One day?
That would be for all of our statutory holiday days for one calendar year.
Okay, which is how many?
1.5 million.
Yeah, and how many statutory holidays?
Oh, 6, sorry.
So 6.
So
you're looking
just New Year's Day, Family Day, Victoria Day, Canada Day, Labor Day.
250,000. It represents not one. So we're talking about Christmas, aren't we? You want to open box like some of these other, which statutory holidays do you want to be open?
So what I'm doing is just sharing experiences from Square One in Mississauga where we are permitted and designated to be open on those days and sharing the benefits.
About 250,000 a day, right?
Right.
Okay, and how many days in Yorkdale are you allowed to be open?
We aren't permitted at all. At this
0.
time. So what we're at, yes.
Right.
What we're asking for are the 6 statutory holidays that exclude Easter weekend and Christmas Day. So similar to my colleagues, that's correct.
Okay, so you also made a statement about some stores aren't able to field a full complement. You said something about a full complement yet moving forward.
Yeah, so we have both unionized and non-unionized employees on the Oxford team. So there's all of
you're talking about Oxford people?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
All of our retailers have employees that work those days, but on the Oxford team, we have both unionized and non-unionized employees. And within those teams, we have various sign-up sheets in order to sign up for hours on statutory holidays.
Gotcha, okay. I wasn't sure what you're, okay, that's fine. And do you own any properties in sort of more of the rural areas?
We have centers in Newmarket as well as Richmond Hill.
Okay. Well, yeah, I wouldn't call it Richmond Hill, but Newmarket's, whatever. Call our city staff. So, and do you have any feedback in terms of the stores now being able to recruit enough people to work? Because there was a deputant earlier, and she was referring to I don't know if you were here. Oh, it's Chatham. I mean, that's a long way from Newmarket.
Yeah.
But she was saying that no one wanted to work.
Yeah. So I can't share specifically. I do know that we share a number of retail organizations, and our retailers benefit greatly from the opportunity to be open on those days, as would the retailers in Upper Canada Mall, and they are fully able to open and operate their center with their existing employees.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sierra, you're next.
I just have one question. So the recommendations that we have before us in the report on having consultation meetings, you support that? You support the recommendations?
So if I can, Mr. Chair, we do support the recommendation. However, what we are asking is that we can bring that forward in a quicker time frame. So if we can have that done in June versus October.
Oh, so you want it the date, June to October, yeah. Because of the summer and the holidays. Okay, thanks.
Got it? Yeah. Thank you. Is any other questions? If not, I may have a couple. Yordle, you've been for some time asking for that exemption, and
Yes, that's correct.
so reviewing the tourist area exemption will allow Yordle, for example, to be open and throughout public holidays. That's, in essence, that's what you're saying.
What we're asking council for, or the recommendation today is for the six holidays. And again, it would be, that's a recommendation that we're putting forth today, is for the 6th.
So in terms of having a competitive and perhaps disadvantage at the moment, you have other smaller malls within the periphery of Toronto, for example, Hillcrest, Bone Mills, Square One, and so on, that perhaps maybe even smaller than Yordle, but you don't have that exemption, and you feel
That's correct.
that you're at a disadvantage according to your presentation.
Yes.
In essence, that's what.
One of the things that we've done over a long period of time is really welcome first-to-market and global brands to the shopping center. And what that means is these brands all compete on an international platform. We want them to exceed and excel, but we also want them to open as well locally, provincially, and then again nationally, and giving them the opportunity to be able to compete globally, giving them the allowance to open on these statutory holidays, allows them to compete on that platform. But really, we've got a customer base that expects us to be open.
Yordle is the home to world-class retailers at the moment, as it is, and it has become a destination place, and that's
Yes.
known not only in Toronto but throughout the region, and the GTA as a world-class mall. Now, from that perspective, if you were to have the exemption, that will bring you to that
Yes.
you'll be a little bit more competitive in terms of, yeah. And within the consultation process, there has been quite a bit of consultations throughout the years. Now, do you think that any further consultations will add value to what's before us?
At this point in time, we know that this issue has gone through consultation. We are confident that we've given the committee enough information to be able to make a decision. We have been very clear about the number of tourists that currently come to the shopping center, which we know is now more than 4 million. We know that we house global and first-to-market brands at the shopping center that aren't available anywhere else. We do know that there's an expectation that the shopping center is already open, as we saw this past Easter holiday. And so we do feel as though there's enough information before the committee to be able to make that decision.
My last question is from other deputants. We heard that especially the organized labor, that somehow if the city was to adopt these exemptions, that will be the equivalent of denying family time to employees and so on.
Yes.
What's your take on that?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat?
What's your take on that?
On the ability.
Denying family time to potential employees.
Right.
I'll be working on during those holidays.
So currently, based on the season, Yorkdale Shopping Center retailers employ between 5,000 and 7,000 retailers in the shopping center, primarily made up of part-time workforce, primarily made up of students. We do have the opportunity to be able to offer increased hours and increased employment. So there is an opportunity for family time. We won't be open all hours. We're looking for hours somewhere between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. So there is an opportunity for family time as well as an opportunity to earn some additional funds, and again, an opportunity for students to be able to work at time and a half over that period of time. The other thing is with the number of global stores that we have in the shopping center, again, it's an opportunity for those students and those increased employment hours to give an opportunity for those entering the workforce for an opportunity for careers in retail versus jobs. So it's an opportunity for some of those global brands that operate on an international platform. They have the ability to be able to offer full-time, well-paying retail careers. And that's really what an opportunity comes about by offering those additional employment hours over the statutory holidays.
That's, thank you so much. That's very helpful. There is just one question, instead of going for the second round, just one question that I have is, what would you say in terms of, I'm sure that a lot of people will be thinking about the defiance of the Employment Standards Act regulations if this was to be approved. I'm just thinking a little bit beyond even your presentation, whatever we read in the report, is trying to cover those aspects, because there are also people out there that they want to work. There are people out there that probably they don't belong to any specific religion of hate, that probably they may see, if you do that, you are being biased against those, and we are not.
We, at Yorkdale and through Oxford Properties, we do business with first-class retailers. We do business with employers that have legitimate businesses that operate, again, internationally and nationally. They manage their employee base knowing that their employee base is their business. It isn't in their best interest to be punitive around holidays because their employee base is the reason why they are successful. So while that may be an argument, from our experience at Yorkdale, working with union and non-union team members, we see this more as an opportunity to level the playing field and allow our part-time and full-time workforce to earn additional funds and earn additional money and, again, further their own careers.
Thanks so much. Councillor Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify a point that you made earlier, you are seeking or making an application to seek an exemption, correct?
Correct.
You are aware that one of the recommendations being put forward by staff is that they come back to us with an application process that would allow them to assess whether in fact whether the city would grant an exemption. So to clarify then, you're basically asking for an exemption, preempting the report coming back and identifying a process that we go through when we assess an application? Or are you waiting until the process comes forward from the report?
They want it for June rather than...
No, I understand that, but the staff is going to come back in October with an application process, but you want yours evaluated by June. What I'm saying is it
Yes.
preempts
That's
the
correct.
recommendation of staff.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. Well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got it. Same, thank you.
Okay, the next deputants are Gary Rages, followed by Pam Fresh, and Martin Ray. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about Toronto's holiday shopping bylaw. My name is Gary Rages. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Retail Council of Canada. Retail Council of Canada is the voice of retail in Canada and represents more than 17,000 Ontario storefronts of all retail formats, including department, specialty, discount, and independent stores and online merchants in general merchandise, grocery, and pharmacy. Our membership represents over 70% of core retail sales. Government will understand that due to changing lifestyles and work hours, significant segments of the population are demanding more flexibility in retail hours of operation. Further, there are many retail employees who observe different religious or cultural holidays than the standard ones, or who require or appreciate the opportunity to earn holiday and/or overtime pay. For a significant number of our employees who choose to work part-time because of other commitments, including education, childcare, or family care, holidays may be among the limited list of days on which there are no conflicting commitments or for which other caregivers may be available within the family unit. RCC and its members would applaud the elimination of the bylaw, as retailers want to respond to customer preferences. Successful retailers are constantly tweaking their business practices to achieve the delicate balance between responding to consumer demand while being financially responsible and realistic. Government decisions on increasing the potential hours of operation increase a retailer's ability to achieve this delicate balance by opening during days, including holidays that are best for his or her business. In providing this choice, some retailers will decide to open, while some may choose not to open for business. Regardless of the operational decisions made at the store level, retailers would appreciate the opportunity to make that choice based on what they feel is best for their businesses and their employees. RCC believes that the decision on whether or not retail outlets should be open for business should be at the discretion of the business owner without restrictions imposed by government. If government insists on having rules on whether or not retail outlets should be open for business, those rules should apply even-handedly and not discriminate based on merchant type or size. Retailers should be allowed to determine their own hours of operation based on consumer demand and employee availability and interest. In the retail world, change is happening every day. Retailers must adapt to remain relevant. Online shopping is an example of that. It operates 24/7. So too, the city must change to be more attractive to have businesses investing in the city and for tourism to flourish. Currently, businesses such as restaurants and theaters can open on holidays. Retailers should also be allowed to be open to support the tourism experience. Retailers want to be truly open for business. For these reasons, we would support elimination of this bylaw, as this will allow the retail community to determine their own hours of operation on holidays in order to meet the anticipated consumer demand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? And there are no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Fresh. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Yes, thanks so much for having me today. My name's Pam Frake. I'm with the Workers' Action Center, and the Workers' Action Center is an organization of workers in precarious employment and who also face systemic barriers within the labor market. And I had originally prepared slightly different remarks, but I feel compelled that I want to address some of the issues that have been brought up by my colleagues who have presented before me today. The first thing I would just want to point out around the questions of who defines competitive advantage and disadvantages, I just would like to remind everyone here today that Yorkdale, with all of its competitive disadvantages, is the #1 mall in Canada. It competes very well globally. It actually exceeds its profitability compared to the Eaton Centre and so forth. So we should be mindful about how we define advantages and disadvantages. It also has economies of scale, advertising money, and so forth that put it ahead of many of its competitors. So to just put that on the table. And with respect to the international markets, I think we also have to say that there are standards that we uphold in Canada. We have employment standards that we are proud of because we actually put brakes on the race to the bottom. So I want to set that out, that our standards and our regulations are a cause of pride and high standards that we should be trying to preserve and protect and not to erode them. The other issue that I want to just put in people's minds is that there's no guarantee that any of these additional hours are in fact additional, because we know that demand is displaced through the business cycle. So it's a bit like a balloon. If you squeeze one end, it gets big on another, but if you relax that end, then it disperses. So hours that are offered on a stat holiday are just as likely to be reduced at another shift. And in fact, that's one of the things that we hear quite frequently, are how people are more and more on call, more and more at the beck of shifts, and if there's not enough demand in this particular moment of a business day, then employees are regularly sent home. This is the cycle of precarity that the legislation and regulations are allowing to have happen. And similarly, the question of of what happens for people's family arrangements and so forth. When there are set, predictable days that people know they have off, it's not just about spending time, it's also about being on site to provide childcare at no cost and so forth. But when workers feel, for whatever reason, that they're compelled to work on those shifts, they have to actually incur additional expenses, additional juggling, additional challenges in order to make up the demands of working these additional days. And finally, the question of choices for students. I want to just also flag that for students, one of the driving factors of students having to work during the school year is actually the persistence of low wages, the lack of enough hours during the summer months that used to allow students to earn enough money to not have to go to school while they went to go to university and college. But today, more and more students, it is the exception, not the norm anymore, that students can just focus primarily on studying. And that's, I think that's to the detriment of all parties concerned. What I want to spend my remaining time on is what does constitute real choice? What constitutes real choice for workers? Because to be perfectly honest, inadequate hours, low wages, insecure schedules, constant and permanent insecurity and unpredictability actually takes away any meaningful choice for workers. So workers are, on the one hand, compelled to accept additional hours wherever they're offered because wages are so low and because hours are notoriously low in the retail sectors and in other service sectors. On the other hand, workers are also forced to work when they're sick because they don't have guaranteed job protection for when they don't have paid leave for medical circumstances, and small workplaces don't even have job protection for workers if they have to take their kid to the hospital on a particular day. And so for these workers, choice is very relative. And in some ways, what we're hearing from workers is that they're darned if they do and darned if they don't. Because for those workers, especially smaller workplaces where there's a real pressure to work when the employer asks them to, they feel like they can't say no. If they do say no, then they lose a shift, that there are other reprisals. My colleagues have mentioned that already. But when they do work, what do we find is happening out there? We're finding that there's actually mass violations in terms of the so-called holiday pay people are supposed to be receiving. And what we find is that there's all kinds of that public holiday pay is one of the areas of most numbers of employer violations. And when they look at employers who have been found notoriously to be violating the law, the repeat offenders, they find that even then they're not learning their lessons. So workers, in some ways, as I say, they go to work and they hope to get their holiday pay, and many of them are denied even that. We
Please
believe,
wrap up.
time to wrap up? Okay, I'll just end by saying there are 9 days of the year that we want to take workers out of competition, where they don't have to compete with younger or healthier versions of themselves, where they can spend time with family, and frankly, it would be even good for employers. What we should be doing is raising standards and offering real choice of higher wages, proper paid sick days, and also greater access to unions, like the Changing Workplaces Review is considering right now. Let's not preempt that process.
Questions and Councillor Burnside?
Thank you. You mentioned, well, first of all, a lot of things you did mention were probably not something that City Council is going to decide on. But you mentioned about the employment standards in Canada and about the race to the bottom, and I understand where you're coming from, but in surrounding jurisdictions, they do have a process. So for exemptions, right? Like I think we heard Square One. So I'm not sure, could you maybe help me understand how, why Toronto should be different? Like you're talking about a Canadian standard, and now we're really getting down to a municipal standard.
Well, and actually, in particular, Ontario standards, because labor legislation is generally determined at the provincial level. And the problem in general with exemptions is that leaves more and more and more workers unprotected and vulnerable. So in the province of Ontario, for example, these piecemeal exemptions have resulted in a situation where less than 25% of the workforce are actually protected by minimum standards. So that's why we're saying that there shouldn't be additional exemptions in the case of Toronto, because it puts more workers, it removes choice from workers. It may be flexible for employers, but it removes choice from workers who feel like they have very little choice to either refuse either working or refuse the additional hours that they need.
Right, but in a world where there is this sort of piecemeal approach, as you've pointed out, wouldn't that fight be with the province? Like, given that there is a piecemeal approach, should Toronto not be able to, and Toronto employees, but by and large, people working in Toronto, shouldn't they have that opportunity? Wouldn't the fight for some uniform rule be at the provincial level?
But what we would hope, and in some ways we can generalize from different experiences. So the same way that exemptions have increased insecurity for workers, we don't want that similar methodology of more and more and more exemptions at the municipal level with respect to paid holidays or statutory holidays, where businesses are expected to be closed and where workers are not expected to compete or to be coerced to go into work or go into work and then not be paid properly and so forth. That what we're saying is we shouldn't be extending the exemptions around the question of statutory holidays. In fact, I would say we need more statutory holidays for workers where those days are taken out of competition. Right now, 300 of the 365 days of the year, 9 days are, we say, some retail outlets should close for those 9 days that they're predictable. Those are the only predictable days that those workers actually have, are those days that are guaranteed by law to be closed. We shouldn't be giving exemptions to, or increasing exemptions.
How many workers are we talking about here? You know?
Well, actually, in the GTA, like hundreds of thousands of workers are in the retail sector, and it's a minority that are actually in unions that have a modicum of protection and agency in those circumstances.
And then you mentioned about how demand doesn't actually increase; it just kind of shifts, right? So if you took whatever your demand is over 6 days and you make it over 7, you're saying it's going to be less. I understand that with a grocery store. Right? People only eat so much. But with Amazon and the ability to do online shopping, do you not see that potential for people who may want something, may have, well, after Christmas or whatever, may want to spend their money? Would you not see them potentially sitting on their computer on a stat and shopping at Amazon? Which, by the way, is probably the most detrimental thing to employees, because once you move from that bricks and mortar to that online presence where you have one employee taking over the job of about 100, like, do you not see that?
Well, and again, I'm not entirely sure what that has, specifically how that relates to the question of exemptions to the statutory.
I'll tell you how it does, just because.
But I will say that it's very important that we look at the totality of the situation and not just the upfront cost, because there are other jobs involved in mail and delivering the parcels and things like that. And all what I'm trying to say is that I'm not predicting what will happen, but what I am saying is that more and more the greater the work week is extended, there's no guarantee that those hours will be in addition, because they could very well be reduced at other times, because if the demand is displaced from one moment to another moment, there's no guarantee that those hours and the pay will be in addition. It might actually just break even, because people may have.
It might, but you don't know that, because it could actually, if you don't do that, people could shop at Amazon. In fact, hours go down anyway.
All that I'm saying is there's nothing additional is not an accurate word. We don't know what's going to happen, and our experience with workers coming in to tell us what's happening is that they're getting sent home more and more regularly. They don't have minimum shifts. There's not protection for workers in this precarious situation. So on the one hand, they're asked to come in and feel that if they don't, they're going to be cut hours down the road. And on the other hand, in other moments, they're told to go home because there's not enough business.
But sorry, can I just follow up? There's just one question. Like you said, they're being sent home. From what? The stores aren't open on these statutory holidays that we're talking about.
What I'm trying to say is on days when they are open, if there's not demand on those days because they've all gone shopping on Sunday or on the statutory holiday, there's no guarantee that that demand is in addition. It's just spread over a larger number of days. So there's in some ways it could be a zero-sum equation where hours gained on the stat holiday are lost during the regular work week.
Thank you. Councillor Di Veronique.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. I am sort of wrestling with this category of statutory holidays, because I have friends who are First Nations. They don't celebrate any of those holidays. So this concept of statutory holiday, don't you think is at a minimum outdated or very patriarchal is not the right word, but very insulting to people who don't share the same ethnic background as you and I and the same religious beliefs that you and I share? First Nations people are supposed to take these 9 days off when they don't celebrate any of them?
I understand the point you're making, but not all stat holidays involve Christian holidays, and I definitely support more statutory holidays that are where employers are legally mandated to close businesses so that people can spend that time how they see fit. So I'm definitely in favor of more of that. But I also want to say that when we talk about defending the exemptions for stat holidays, I think it's not. We need to be careful if we're defending that based on cultural and diverse considerations, because what we do know is that those workers most overrepresented in precarious employment are people, are newcomers to this country, are workers for whom English isn't their first language, workers of color, and women, and those are all workers that are overrepresented in these precarious work categories, including retail. So just to say that they would be well served to have more days protected, better wages and working conditions and so forth, and that this provincial review, I think, will go further in protecting the needs of diverse minorities and workers of color and newcomers.
But at one level, you'd agree, we're forcing people to have a day of rest, when some people don't want that day to have a day of rest.
But I'm saying that part of the reason...
I agree. Celebrate Canada Day.
You know what?
Nations, I totally offensive.
I totally understand.
Why should you and I enforce our will on a First Nations person who doesn't want to take Canada Day off because they do not believe as we believe?
And I don't disagree that they should have more days off, but what we're trying to say is that those are days that are, regardless of the occasion, the pretext for having them, those are days when they're not in competition with other workers, that it makes it possible for workers to not have to worry about someone taking those hours and they refusing them and so forth. Because what we're talking about here is whether or not we're going to open on those days, and ostensibly workers themselves will have a choice. And what I'm trying to say is it's a myth of a choice, because many workers are forced to take those hours because their wages are so low and their hours are inadequate, and so they're forced to take those hours even if they want those days off. And by the flip side, if those workers want to take those days off, they're often not able to take those days off because they may get their hours cut, or they may not be seen as keeners, or if it's a very small workplace where there's only 2 or 3 people, it's simply not possible for them to disagree to go in and work without feeling very directly pressured in those workplaces. So I agree that we should enhance choice, but we can enhance choice by having more statutory days, having days that recognize Indigenous communities. Exactly.
I do want to ask you some questions.
Yes.
If you take 5 minutes to answer one question, I can't ask you any more questions.
Okay.
I'm still, again, wrestling with the statutory holiday model, because there was a model 50 years ago that said we all worked 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. We didn't work on Sundays and we didn't work on Saturdays. Most of us didn't work in the evenings. It's mostly male-dominated. Women are paid less today than men. They were paid even less 50 years ago than they are today. So don't you think this old model is just broken? We don't work 5 days a week anymore. We don't stop work at 5 p.m. anymore. People are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So as a pro-labor advocate, shouldn't I be accepting that change and make sure that all of the other labor protections we want are in legislation, but to deny that 12,000 people showed up at a shopping mall when it was closed. Many of them, you and I could probably guess, belong to labor unions. So when our brothers and sisters show up at the shopping mall, shouldn't you and I say, okay, we're going to allow people to decide when they want to open. Let's try to make sure they make $15 an hour.
Question.
And that, I definitely agree with you on the latter point, but I just also want to take up the question about how much of the precarity that exists in the labor market has been actually generated by laws and exemptions in and of itself. So it's not necessarily automatic that all work will become precarious. Part of the reason why there are precarious works is that there's structural sources of them, like exemptions, like the fact that the law allows part-time people to be paid less and have less access to benefits, partly because we have, all of these structural things that creates the precarity in the first place. And in some ways, it's like creating our own market. The more precarity, the more that people are uncertain and cannot plan, the more they need access to, they want to be able to shop and do their things at any time of the day or night. And in some ways, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a race to the bottom instead of us saying, wait a minute, we have the right to create some standards here, including statutory holidays, that is going to make it easier for workers to have real choice and to spend and to have real breaks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Janis, and followed by Councilor Nuciano.
Thank you for coming. I make no beefs. My family's 7 members of my kids are union. One is a union steward. Mind your own business.
Isn't that the conflict?
I'm a lifetime member, honorary member in a couple of unions myself. But here's the question. I looked at the Workers' Action Center, and I'm not sure what the number is, but at one point in time, it was forecasted by 2000, 57% of our makeup in the City of Toronto will be people of visible minorities. And at this point in time, I can talk about my ward, I have probably about 85, 90% of the people whose first language is not English. I look at your website. I got a large Chinese population. I don't see no translation. How would you reach out to them and let them know what is happening here today?
We actually do translate our materials, and it may not be immediately obvious, but we have all kinds of different language materials available on our website for exactly that. And we do organize. We have organizers that speak those languages, and we work with those communities directly as well. So, going again to my ward, just north of Steeles, there's Pacific Mall. And across the street, there's Splendid China. Pacific Mall, I think, is designated as a tourist attraction. Splendid China isn't. And they're saying, well, if they open up, we're going to open up. You go a little bit over, and you've got all kinds of supermarkets that opened up, and, there's hardly anything done. How do we tell them that, look, you got 9 days. You got to take those 9 days. When these people are low wages, they're newcomers, probably fresh in Canada, and some of them are probably undocumented, but they're working. How do we tell them? How do we deal with them? I completely understand exactly what you're saying. It's that wages are so low, and the work week in many cases is the hours that people have to live on are so inadequate that people are more and more and more trying to work any hours they can possibly get. I don't disagree with that. What I'm suggesting is that the solution for that is not to give more exemptions to retail outlets to be able to open business on statutory holidays. The solution to that lies with the provincial and federal labor legislation that could actually help to raise the wages, to have predictable shifts, predictable scheduling so that people have their schedules 2 weeks ahead of time and so forth, that this is not the way to go about doing that. About changing their circumstances.
Court decision is already, we're forced to deal with this because of a court decision. And the horses are out of the barn, they're gone. If we don't compete, people will drive the 10 kilometers outside the city limits to go and shop. In my area, they would walk just north of street on Steeles and go and shop. So wouldn't it make sense that I can protect my businesses and allow them to open? And I understand that the people will be certainly misused and abused by some of the store owners, but at least, number one, it will create jobs for the people that are looking for the jobs and they're looking to pay for their mortgages, and will also compete with people in Markham.
Yes, except that there's...
How do you balance?
Yes, and except that the challenge is it doesn't inherently create more jobs. It may just displace the jobs and the hours worked over a longer cycle. There's no guarantee, and in fact, much of the evidence suggests that basically, you know, this kind of prolonged expansion of the business day has resulted in a kind of flattening of demand, not necessarily in the peaks and troughs that you tend to see when there's more regulation on it. So all I'm just saying is that there's no guarantee, and already as it stands, that all kinds of employees are told to go home when there's not enough business on a certain day because they thought there were going to be business, there's going to be enough customers, and there's not.
I'm having difficulty in my parking spaces. I mean, in my area, there's difficulty in finding parking. People actually are going around and around trying to, even sometimes fighting for parking so they can go and shop. So if I was to say to my businesses, you got to close those 9 statutory holidays. Number one, people will not be going to work. And I got a low-income area where people actually are struggling to make the rent, never mind the mortgage payment, to pay the rent. And if they don't work, then people will go on the north side, on Steeles, and work there. So appreciate where you're coming from, and I appreciate the fact that, you know, 9 stat days are there. But province already said, hey, whoa, it's, you know, the courts have said. I'm just wondering if we can work with the Workers' Action Center and the unions to educate the people on what is there versus trying to fight a battle where the horses, I mean, there's a fire and the horses already left the barn. I'm just wondering if we can catch the horses outside the barn and try to tame them and try to educate them on how they can get paid more for the work that they're doing on those 9 stat days. I realize that sometimes you get paid 1.5 or 2, depends which union you belong to. Wouldn't that be a better idea?
So I just wouldn't counterpose them. I'm in favor of grabbing the horses, putting the fire out, and rebuilding the barn, as well as providing the
fire's already
education.
there, you know, like, you know.
The thing is, I think we have this fatalistic attitude that there's nothing nothing that can be done. I don't think that Yorkdale is having a difficult time competing right now. It's the #1 mall in Canada, despite the differences in jurisdictions, et cetera. So on that scale, that's not really what the issue is. The issue is for what's the impact on workers, and is this real choice for workers? It's not. Sir.
All right. I'm running out of time.
That was the last question.
Okay.
Councilor Sierra?
Yeah, I just have to ask one question. And we're just not talking about Yorkdale. We're talking about all retailers in the city. So you say you're here to protect your thousands of employees. So what I don't understand is that, as you know, there's a lot of retailers that are closing up, and because they don't have enough business, and they're going out of business. So would that not be worse for your employees to be out of a job than have a job? It doesn't make sense what you're saying. If you're protecting your employees, you should be protecting their jobs.
And I think what I'm trying to say is that there's no guarantee that that's going to protect their jobs. In fact, what it will do is actually force companies to stay open more than they maybe had planned to do, et cetera, et cetera. So, so what I'm trying to say is that if there's a standard that applies to everyone, it levels the playing field for both employers and for employees. It's a little bit like the minimum wage. You know, the businesses that pay decent wages and are good employers, if they have to compete with businesses that pay less than or under the table, it's not fair.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're protecting the employees, because if the retailers are closing up because they don't have enough, you just said a while ago that a lot of the employees are told to go home because there's not enough business. So what if you don't have any business at all? There's no jobs. So I think, you know, protecting your employees is to protecting them that they have a job, not that, you know, when they're competing against other retailers. Anyway, that's it for my question. I don't need an answer on that.
Thank you.
It's good.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one question, and things are changing, as you know. People have choices. And And to illustrate that point, I have nephews and nieces and my daughter that are in the retail business overall. So I have a profound understanding of how it works, how families are affected, and whatever else. But in terms of customer trends, and especially with the millennials, that literally they use shopping centers for social engagement and that kind of aspect. So there is a level of expectation out there that they will gravitate to places that are open. We're talking about the Eaton Center, we're talking about Square One, and so on. So I think in terms of choices, what the other retailers are saying is, we want to have the same freedom to exercise those rights. So how do we reconcile those differences? And putting aside all the rights of employment, religious, and whatever else, but in terms of work, in terms of choices, people moving forward, things are changing. How do you reconcile that?
Well, only just to say that that things are changing, but many of those changes are structurally induced changes that we let change happen because we let change happen, and you know what I would say is that hanging around at the mall has for many years been the place where teenagers go and hang out, and I don't see that changing in the foreseeable future. But in terms of people's ability to participate in society and so forth, choice comes when people have decent, stable, secure, and predictable work, and that are not permanently on call. And plus, if parents and kids can be off at the same time, where parents aren't being called into work, where if parents and kids can actually be off at the same time, it actually allows people to do things together. I know families where literally the mom works the night shift and the dad works the day shift, and they never get a sit-down dinner together because of the flexibility of the workplace. And so what we're trying to say is that if there's 9 days where people say, we're not going to be open, we're going to be able to give that to workers to rest, to do whatever they want to do on that day. Hopefully it'll give them some time to reconnect with family and friends and so forth. But it's 9 days where people don't have to be worrying about whether they have to reply to their pager and so forth. We think that gives people more choice, and real choice will come when the labor laws are updated to protect people so that they can exercise choice without being coerced.
I do understand that, and especially when it comes to family values. I think that I can speak for my family and for the ones that I care, is my voice probably carries more weight in terms of listening to them, to their concerns, and to make sure that
childcare is very important.
Instead of listening to someone else.
Absolutely.
But in terms of fairness to bring to the system overall, you know that the City of Toronto historically has taken the position that exemptions apply to restaurants only. And the only reason that we're here is because those challenges that we have in court. So now the city, under the City of Toronto Act, has an obligation actually to come forward with something that reflects what's fair and what the courts have said.
Yeah.
We have an understanding over that, do you?
I think that the intent of the prepared food, that definitely needs to be clarified, like what was the original intent of prepared food, and how do we understand that? That is a very important part of the consultation process. But I think that is the pivotal thing that's got us to where we are.
And that's probably what's going to take us to the other side.
Or maybe it doesn't have to. That depends on the political will.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Martin Ray, followed by Mohamed Hashim and Mark Hennessy.
Paula.
No.
Did you organize all this case?
No, Mr. Taylor was already in. He already
Okay, good afternoon.
Thank you, sir, for waiting. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. My name is Martin Ray, Vice President Operations, Cadillac Fairview. We own and operate 4 major shopping centres in the City of Toronto. And I'm here today in support of the recommendation to review 510, and would like to see the ability to have the choice to open shopping centres across the city. Up to this point, Cadillac Fairview has been quite clear and unreservedly in support of being able to open our centre on holiday shopping. And we are seeking a fair and equitable competition, particularly with centres within Toronto and municipalities around Toronto. There are clear economic benefits to this. We have experience of opening the Toronto Eaton Centre on statutory holidays. We have experience of opening Markville and Promenade on stat holidays, and they both show there's demand for shopping there and that demand is growing year on year. We can look at some of those numbers today and share some of the impact of some of those shopping centres. And we also understand that in a diverse and changing society where there is cultural and religious diversity, that this need for choice is even more important. So we would love to have the chance to review and modernize the retail opening regulations in the City of Toronto. We've consistently advocated for this. And as other speakers have said today, the impact of online shopping is much more significant today than the last time this was discussed at Council. Sales will be predicted to be $39 billion, or about 10% of retail sales by 2019. And that is obviously what we all understand. In terms of fair and equitable competition, Cadillac Fairview has 3 shopping centres in Toronto that are not able to open. That's CF Fairview, CF Shops at Don Mills, and CF Sherway Gardens. We know that nearby shopping centres and retail operations with exemptions to these regulations are taking sales and traffic and the competitive advantage away from those centres in Toronto. A large number of our retail clients consistently tell us that they would like to and even would need to open on statutory holidays. And it's important to note that a lot of our discussions these days are with international clients. When we are looking to bring investment into the City of Toronto, whether it's a client like Uniqlo or Nordstrom or Saks of Fifth Avenue, these retailers are not making decisions about where to go in the City of Toronto. They're making decisions about international locations, and Toronto's competing now against those international locations. And so having an open and fair competition for them in the City of Toronto, where they can open all year round, is going to be a critical part of their decision making. When we looked at Markville in Markham, which gained the ability to open as a tourist centre in 2014, it was clear that not only was demand there for shopping on the statutory holidays that it opened, but in 2016, that demand continues to grow. We're seeing growth of up to 27% in footsteps coming into Markville year on those stat holidays. So the demand is there, and that demand continues to grow. The Toronto Eaton Centre obviously is open now, and what that really shows is that the shopping centre is seen as a social gathering place. It is a place to go for families and friends. It is a place to meet and socialize as well as to shop. And when we look at the holiday shopping at the Toronto Eaton Centre, we probably have on a regular stat holiday, maybe about 3,000 people employed on that day. In the full year and all of the holidays, we're seeing close to $100 million of sales. We would see probably about 16% of those people would be tourists. And we also know that throughout our experiences, both in the 905 and at the Eaton Centre, that these sales are not, these are not displaced sales from other days. We are seeing total traffic continue to increase in all those centres, and we do not see that those holiday days are just taking traffic away from the day before or after. That's not our experience. Sherway Gardens is a great example of lost economic potential. We are losing sales there not only to centres within the 416, our own, but also to centres across the board in the 905 and to our good friends at Oxford and Square One. If we were to look at just 7 of the key holiday shopping days in the year, we're probably losing over 500,000, 550,000 shoppers in a year, and we're probably giving up about $60 million in sales that's going elsewhere. If we were to take those sort of numbers and extrapolate that impact across Fairview Mall, Shops at Don Mills, as well as Sherway Gardens, there's a huge impact here for the city, both on retail spending, on taxes, and on employment. In the typical year, Toronto Eaton Centre probably is responsible for about $2 million of wages paid on those statutory holidays, and that number would probably be in excess of $600,000 at Sherway Gardens were that to be open during the year. Really, the core issue, though, is about consumer choice. We've always advocated for consumer choice. Customers should be able to shop where and when they like. Toronto's multicultural profile, many people are seeking those options, and as many people have spoken today who are in the Toronto Eaton Centre over the past weekend, it was very busy. It's one of our busiest weekends of the year, and that's what people are looking for. And really, statutory holiday and the relaxation of these regulations is really the logical extension of the decision to remove the Sunday shopping restrictions a number of years ago. So just finally, Cadillac Fairview would love to work and consult together to review these regulations for a fair and equitable application of holiday shopping. We'd like to realize the economic benefits and that access to shopping provides in terms of revenue, tax dollars, and employment. We'd like to recognize Toronto's diverse cultural society, and overall, would like to give consumers choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah, we have a couple of questions here. Councillor De Veronique, you're first.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Would you know ballpark some of the, I guess, foot traffic numbers at the Eaton Centre? I think the Yorkdale Shopping Centre said they had 12,000 people show up on Good Friday, even though they were closed. The Eaton Centre is open on some of those holidays. It just, I think you gave dollar figures, but do you know how many people typically would show up?
For sure. Of all of the holidays in the year, we do about 1.1 million total footsteps in the Toronto Eaton Centre. Good Friday will be about 120,000 people.
Sorry, 115,000 people on Good Friday. Do you know Easter Sunday or?
Easter Sunday is about 79,000.
So that's a lot of people.
Yes, it is. It's one of our, I mean, Boxing Day, Black Friday are typically our busiest days of the year, but closely followed by Canada Day, Good Friday will be the days that follow those in terms of traffic.
Okay. And that means as the Eaton Centre, because I'm out in one of the suburban areas, in a suburban shopping mall, I guess one of your competitors, would you agree with me that some stores really, I would consider it being an unfair advantage, that if you have the good fortune to be exempted as a tourist exemption, a tourist attraction, that, and Scarborough or North York doesn't, then you have a bit of a competitive advantage.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, we're advocating here for all shopping centres to open in the City of Toronto. We realize that that means ourselves as well as our competitors, but again, we believe in the consumer choice. So we'd like to see the ability for everyone to open.
So you may well force, if we were to exempt more people as an example, you would actually face more competition, and you as the Eaton Centre, just using that example, might actually lose some business.
In theory, yes. We all have to manage our own market share in our business, but yes, more competition could mean we have less footsteps at the Eaton Centre, absolutely.
And with 115,000 people coming through just on Good Friday, as an example, do you experience the, I'll call it hesitation or resistance or reluctance or refusal of some of the employees in the mall to say, I just don't want to show up? And I know you don't run all of those stores, but certainly they must get back to you and say, we don't want to open the Mrs. Fields cookies because we can't get our staff to show up, or they don't want to be here.
Yeah, I mean, that's
that feedback from your
that's an important point. So there's really two sides to that. One is as an employer of people, we don't have any challenges with staffing our centre that we need to staff. As a partner to our retailers, they do not tell us they face any challenges. And they actually encourage us to be able to open. They want to be able to open. So our experience with our partners is that is not a challenge. Our experience as an employer is that is not a challenge. And my personal experience as a retailer in my past is that that's not a challenge.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kaligiannis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming to make a presentation to us. If I am in one of your malls, not a large retailer, but a smaller retailer, and I decide, you know what, I'm going to take this day off. Let's say 10% of your retailers decide that. Will there be some repercussions from you for them closing and not being opening, since, you know, the decision is that everybody needs to open?
I can give you a generic answer, which is that every retailer has a lease obligation to us. Those leases are not always exactly the same, but to answer your question, we would expect our retailers to abide by the terms of their particular lease. And if their lease said that it had to be open when the centre was open, then obviously they would need to be open when the centre was open.
You said you run Eden Center, right?
Correct, yes.
So Eden Center is a tourist location. I got a store. I decide that, you know what, Christmas Day I'm going to be closed. You know, Bible thumper, whatever you want to call me.
Christmas Day we are closed, so you're okay.
Okay, another holiday.
If your lease said that you need to be open when the shopping centre was open, then you would be required to open.
I don't think that you got any leases that say otherwise, do you?
It's unlikely, but I can't speak for every lease in every centre across the country. There's obviously thousands.
No, but I mean, we're talking about how many do you have in Toronto? One or two in the not in GTA, in Toronto itself?
How many
centers do you have in?
We have 4 in the city of Toronto.
4 in the city of Toronto. Yeah. So in those 4, is there a lease that is an exception to the people that do not want to open up on one of your on those holidays?
I haven't seen every lease. I would say unlikely, but I haven't read every lease.
And is there any repercussions if I decide to close on a stat holiday?
Every lease in every shopping centre is different. It's not unusual in our industry that there are repercussions if you go against the terms of your lease.
Okay. So if I'm a small owner that decides that I want to have the days off, then I could be punished for not opening when the rest of the mall is open.
That is, I would say that would be a reasonable assumption on the leases, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation.
Great, thank you.
We have 2 more deputants, and Mohamed Hashim, followed by Mark Hennessy. Good afternoon. Hello, sir. How are you? You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So, thank you for having me. My name is Mohammed Hashim. I'm a senior organizer at the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. The Labour Council is a collective voice of labour in Toronto. We represent over 200,000 union members in the Toronto and York region. It's always been true that most of us want some predictability and control over our working lives. On April 15th, 1872, 145 years ago, nearly to this very day, a crowd of 10,000 people rallied near these chambers. They were there to protest criminal charges laid against Globe newspaper printers who had gone on strike for a 9-hour workday. Those printers, like many working people of the day, worked 10 to 12 hours, 6 days a week. The Labour Council helped create that rally. The printers' strike ended soon after, resulting in a 9-hour workday for Globe printers, and that set a standard for working people at the time. We expect that laws protecting working people will continue to improve over time as productivity increased and our society became more affluent, and for many years that was a pattern. So why do some now accept or even insist that we must instead make laws which detract from working people's lives? Adding more days when workers can be forced, not volunteered, forced to work is another example of the flexibility increasingly demanded of workers. Their control over their work life is eaten away, becoming another lap in the race to the bottom. The importance of public holidays is not simply that people should have time off for rest. It is a common day of rest. Workers should be able to spend time with family and friends if they choose and not be forced to go into work. Whether they can get childcare or not is another question, and either be given another day off in lieu or be paid at a bit more. Those who argue that working on public holidays can help workers make more money should instead be pressing for fairer wages, work scheduling rules that offer more predictability, and procedures that allow workers to bargain collectively without placing enormous hurdles in their way. Instead, in recent years, the retail sector has faced the loss of high-paying, full-time jobs replaced by mostly part-time jobs with fewer benefits and less security. On Saturday, on City Pulse, there was a story of people where they interviewed people on the Danforth around, what they thought about statutory holidays. And there was a mixed range of responses. But one of them that was really telling was that there was a gentleman who said, that I like to see stores open as long as I'm not the one working there. And I think that rings true. And I think that rings really true in respect to the issue that we have here today. And of course, you're going to hear from the mall owners and the corporations that, yes, you want to have more ability to make more profit. If there were factories that can work 24 hours a day, like we had in the 1800s, we would have corporations doing that. But workplace standards were created to ensure people had a balance between work life and their actual lives. And being able to subtract from that is something that is detrimental to workers' rights right across the board. Of course, it's more profitable. If it wasn't, then you wouldn't have the corporations lobbying you like they are. And what's really amazing to watch for me today is to see all these mall owners that have been coming here and saying, we're here to protect opportunity for everybody to have access to consumers or to have a better, more vibrant city. If they really wanted a more vibrant city, maybe they shouldn't be lobbying so hard against the commercial parking levy, right? I find it strange that, there was a comment made earlier around Loblaws, and maybe it's strange to see some areas that are blocked off versus others are not blocked off in certain grocery stores. And yeah, in Loblaws, when you go out past 9 o'clock, you see the pharmacies blocked off. Is that big a deal to see? No, people deal with it, right? Gas stations are similar, have similar things. Some services like gas stations and restaurants are already allowed to be open for those statutory holidays because there is a need for that to be the case, right? And same as we've done for the tourist destinations. And I'm saying that yes, those exemptions have been made. I think those exemptions are those exemptions are already there, and they've gone far enough.
Thanks.
Opening them further.
Try to wrap up, please.
Sure. What it comes down to is about competing rights, right? We're talking about, corporations being able to make more profit and workers being able to have some time off and workers being able to have dignity and standards in the workplace and some predictability of where they can actually plan their lives. And yes, you're going to hear from their side that, yeah, this is what they want, but in reality, if we're going to just keep on racing to the bottom to allow one exemption after the next, first tourist destinations, then restaurants, then Sunday shopping.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Janis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming. I was curious, you said that we've got big businesses lobbying us. I think there's one company and a lot of unions that are here today. So maybe that's not a fair assumption. I could be off, but I think there was more unions and more people on the union side.
I think there's 12 people who are deputants on this listed on your thing. I think 4 of them come from workplaces,
from the
workers,
side.
and 8 come of them from corporations that are lobbying.
From the worker side, as I said to the Workers' Action Center before, we got a court decision that pretty well outlines for us, I guess, our marching orders. What can we do in order to move forward versus, saying, well, you can't do this? We're ordered, we are forced into this. This is a battle which is not brand new. This is a battle that was fought back in the 80s. I used to be involved in the businesses on the Danforth, Greektown, and one of the things that we were fighting at that time wanted The whole community wanted to be designated as a tourist go place too, in order to be open on the weekends. Well, that was not achieved. And so this is an ongoing battle. What can we do to protect the workers versus say, don't close, using the negative option, don't vote for it, don't support it. I mean, we're forced into this. This is going to happen. So what other constructive things can you give us that we can protect the workers?
Thank you for asking the question. So first one would have to ask, was the court decision to give direction for staff to come up with a definition of prepared foods, or was it to say, here, let's open up for malls as well? I would love to have some clarification, because from my understanding, the court decision was to say, let's come up with a proper definition of prepared foods so we can close any loopholes that are out there. But what's being discussed here is a far greater opening of a lot more different things than just this.
You got to realize that, I mean, we're not living in a bubble. Although Toronto occupies more of GTA, there's outside the GTA, and especially in my area, I'm just bordering Markham. And Markham, what's happening in Markham, everybody's opened up. I mean, rules or no rules. You just go into the store and they just look at you and say no English, and they're opened up. Same thing is happening in my area. What can we do to protect the workers?
I'm proud to be in Toronto, and I think Toronto has some of the best laws, and one of the best cities to live and to work.
Okay,
to live
don't give
and
me a
work
political
in.
answer.
So
Let's go back, and I'm being specific. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah.
I apologize. Through the chair, what specific things can we do to protect the workers?
Define prepared foods precisely the way the court has asked us to, and not open it up to all the rest of the stuff that everyone's trying to get while this bylaw is being opened.
I might be naive, and I might be, ignorant, but this thing about opening on Sundays and stat holidays and, the stat holidays, it's coming around the corner. Like, the horses are out of the barn. The water has gone over the dam. What can we do to protect the horses that are out of the barn? There's a fire. What can we do to protect the people downstream where the water is coming? What can we do to protect the workers? Is there something that the labor
Council.
movement can come up that we can say, yeah, we're going to move in this direction. However, we should also have this to protect? Is there something that we can do there?
I think the first thing that we got to do is we got to stop the dam from being opened, because that's essentially what's happening right now. And I think that, yes, we're happy to sit down with staff and yourself to figure out what those precise recommendations could look like. But what this is over here is opening up the floodgates. And that's the problem over here, where, we're talking about, malls being open from across, the GTA, where the malls were first only open to allow for within tourist destination zones. When we allowed Sunday shopping to happen, the workers were told, yes, you will be allowed, we will ask you to work, but it'll be on a voluntary basis. So if you wanted to volunteer for Sunday, you will get a Sunday shift. If you wanted to, and many of them were actually compensated at more than regular time. That is now gone. Right? So we know that as soon as you open up the floodgates, those rights degrade, consistently degrade.
But what can we do? The floodgates are,
You can stop the floodgates from being open right now. You can say, here, let's stick to define the prepared foods and not open it up to all the rest of it, right?
I don't want to disagree with you, and I don't want to be adversarial, but I think the floodgates are already open. I could be incorrect, but we need to come up with an answer, and hopefully we offline, in order to make sure that not only are they protected on those working days, those stat holidays, but what can be done to also protect people during, other holidays.
Happy to assist.
Thank you, Councilor Christianis. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation, sir. And the last deputy, Mark Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a question. Are you making a joint presentation?
Joint, yeah. Actually, I'm making the majority of the presentation. It's just your moral support.
Okay.
I'll introduce her in a second. But no, thank you. It'll be 5 minutes.
Please go ahead.
Actually, it'll be less. I just wanted to say thank you again to you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee for allowing us the opportunity to speak here. And thank you to the staff of the department for the work up to date. My name is Mark Hennessy. I'm the Special Assistant to the National President of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Canada. And to my right is Sylvia Groom, who's the executive assistant to the president of our largest local, Local 175-633 here in Ontario. UFCW Canada represents about 250,000 members nationally, 120,000 of which live here in Ontario, and approximately 40,000 live here in Toronto more specifically. The majority, I'd say about 75, almost 80% of our members work in the retail food and food manufacturing industries across the country. But we do represent hospitality the hospitality areas, hotels, security guards, and pretty much every other industry that you could think of as well. So the majority of our, so overall, I just want to start with our overall position, which would be to keep the current holidays. We're talking about 9 days out of a year for folks to take some time off, predicted days off. They know that they will have those days off, the stores will be closed, and they'll be able to actually plan some events or some time with their family, or spend them however what they wish to. On the first recommendation of the report, we initially actually took the position that that we wouldn't need consultation, right? We could just sort of change the definition of prepared foods, as Mohammed was had mentioned earlier, and just be done with it. However, going through the consultation process, it's a little more inclusive and allows more people to voice their opinions. So our position there would be to clearly define the exemptions to be only for restaurants and bars. Definitely not the grocery or retail sectors that have rotisserie chicken or delis or whatever kind of prepared meals that they can invariably argue that are also make the cut and allow them to be open. And that's how we sort of saw this whole process, much like Mohammed mentioned, is that we saw this, the decision made in the courts to be very clearly around that issue, and we wanted the entire consultation to be kept to that issue. On the second recommendation, I'm sure you can already guess, would be that we would oppose actually expanding the tourist zones. Again, I just go back to our overall point, which is holidays should remain holidays. Workers should be allowed to have that time off. I understand the complications of being so close to other communities and cities where they might be allowed to be open, and maybe we can work out or work with them in some other capacity and see what we can sort of arrange to fix those situations. However, I also want to follow up on another point that was made earlier today. There are competing interests. We have the employer side, we have the worker side, or the unions represented here today. We see you as government being in the middle and with the ability to bring some balance and fairness to that entire situation. And so that's actually where I'm just going to end it. I'm going to keep it very short, very succinct. And I just want to say that, again, our position is just to keep the holidays as they are and only define what prepared meals are. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions for you. Vice Chair Jim Kelly-Jones.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming. As you can probably understand, I'm struggling with this particular situation. I'm struggling because of personal reasons, and I'm struggling because of, let's let the market dictate. I was wondering, these are consultations that we're moving into, and these are conversations that staff, ourselves, and everybody else needs to have. Would you feel protected if we were to make sure that there is we instruct our executive director to consult with the workers' movement, unions, fair workers, and everybody else, in order to make sure that we protect the workers? Conversation needs to happen where we're going. And you can come and say, don't talk, and the other second says, oh, we need it.
Right.
But you know what? Unless we stick our heads in the sand and we do nothing, the conversation needs to happen. And I think we've got to give clear instructions to our staff to have this conversation. Would yourself be comfortable in something like along those lines?
In being part of the process and allowing you access to real workers to have that conversation? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
To really have a conversation on how we protect the workers.
Yeah.
And these are the marching orders that we give to our staff.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor De Veramaker, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. And I'm sure you've overheard some of my questions in the past, and it's probably going to be similar. I'm still struggling with what I believe is an outdated worldview that we only work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. That doesn't exist anymore. So why would you and I want to tell people when they should open their store?
Well, I sort of related to the sense that you're right. I mean, in fact, the majority of our members actually work more than 9 to 5 or Monday to Friday. They are working the weekends, and in some cases, outside of Toronto, they are working some of these stat holidays already. What I would say, though, is that the intention is about having some time or some specific days off. And I'll just give you a really specific example, a personal example, in fact. I grew up in the prairies, moved here about 10 years ago to Ontario, and was quite shocked to find everything sort of shut down or closed on holidays initially, right? And then I became, sort of really fell in love with the idea, especially when my wife went to work in a retail, worked for a mall, a retail outlet at a mall. And it very quickly for us became the only 9 days where we could actually plan some family events, whether it was a picnic, a fishing, whatever it was, just those 9 days. She still continued to work the Saturday, the Sunday, and the other days in between, right?
Saying that, like you say, there's only, maybe it's much more challenging, and I agree with you, it's more challenging for any family to eat dinner together, because I'm looking around this room, probably most of us don't eat at the dining room table anymore. We used to in the 1950s, but I think if I did a survey and said, how many of you sit down with your family every day at 6 o'clock and sit at a dining room table, somebody say, you mean by the couch, watching CP24 or watching a movie? I say, no. It doesn't count if you're eating with your kids watching TV. How many of you actually sit down at a dining room table today and eat a meal? My guess is probably not many of us do that. Some, but not many. So isn't that, I'll call it burden, that challenge, really up to our families, not the government, to be saying to you and your wife, you know what, on this specific day, we've chosen this day that you and your wife hopefully will get together, and not just, your wife go and play squash that day and you go visit your mom that day and you don't see each other that day. Isn't that really more of an individual or family decision?
I think it's both. I think the government, at whatever level, provincial level, federal level as well, have a role to play in just showing some leadership in terms of providing those kind of opportunities. Again, I just say that we're only talking about 9 days out of an entire year where we just say that things are actually going to shut down. Let them decide how they're going to spend it, whether it is still in front of the TV watching CP24 or whether it's actually together at a dinner table or what have you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. So with that, we concluded the public presentation part, and now we're going to questions to staff. Questions to staff. Visiting members of council. Yes, please.
Point of order. There's a confidential document. I'm not sure if some of us might have some questions. Do we need to go
going to get to
camera?
that, yeah.
Sorry. Do we,
No.
before we ask questions of staff, do we want to do the confidential document first and then do questions in public?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Please, I'm running the meeting. Thank you. Councilor Karijani says, yes, we do have a confidential and report from the legal department. And on that, is there any questions from members of the committee in closed session? In closed session. If not, we'll have to. Okay, we're going to go to questions to staff and try to be mindful in terms of any legal implications. I'm sure that you've read the document there. And at the end, if there is any specific questions, and then we'll go into camera.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order, and maybe our legal staff can clarify for me. we have a confidential paper, which I've read, but I felt that everything in this confidential paper is actually public.
Yes.
And out there in the public realm. So maybe I just misunderstood some of the, I don't know if I would even call it advice, because I don't see a recommendation per se. So should this be public or should it be private?
Thank you, Councilor De Vermaker. I'm going to ask the legal department to provide with an input on that, please.
Absolutely, I'm happy to respond to that question. The councilor is correct in noting that a lot of the information is publicly available. We are talking about decisions that have been reported and are public. However, there are aspects of the opinion that are in the nature of giving advice to council as to the scope or impact of that decision relative to the City of Toronto's authorities, and those are the portions that are on purple paper and must remain confidential.
Just one question on the same document. On the last paragraph of the confidential attachment, is there anything within that paragraph that would be sensitive in terms of any discussions here?
If you could just give me a moment.
Second last, yes.
To the extent that council may want to consider that course of action, I'd be happy to discuss that in public. However, if it's to the nature or scope of why that request may be necessary, then I think that should be in camera.
Can you please repeat again?
Yes, certainly. So with respect to any actions that could be taken that are discussed in that final paragraph, I'm happy to discuss taking those actions in public. However, the purpose or reason behind having to make that request is certainly something that should be discussed only in camera.
It was the second last. I did ask for the second last. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That's right. I'm sorry, and I understood you were asking about the last paragraph. The second last paragraph contains confidential opinion and should remain confidential.
Okay. As members of the committee, if you have any specific questions, if there is a need to go into camera, we'll do that. And just 1 second.
Point of order?
Okay, is Councilor Munciara?
Yeah,
point of order.
so being that we're going to go on camera and that's going to be some time, we do have one other item that we've got deputants here waiting. Why don't we deal with that one and then go in camera and deal with that at the end? 18.5. Not on this item, but we have another item that
Yeah, we have two
there's
other items
deputants
that
waiting. You know,
we can
because
be very fast with those items.
because this may go on, you know, for a while, right?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilor Munciara.
So maybe we can move that one up and have them, and deal with 18.5, and then go in camera and go back to 18.3.
If it's the will of the committee, we can hear the petitions on item number 5. That's with the EpiPens. We have 3 or 4 deputants on that. As a courtesy to the deputants, so they don't have to wait. Yeah.
Just the questions in public on this item will be dealt with later. The public questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I haven't had a chance to ask public questions.
We haven't got to that point yet.
Okay.
So if the will of the committee is just to move to item 5, and then we'll just move to number 5, and we'll continue with this one. Is that okay?
Yes, I'll move that.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Unciara. All those in favor? Thank you. We are moving to, just for a few minutes, LS 18.5, investigating the mandatory, and that's the EpiPens in Toronto Eateries and other multi-use public facilities. And the first deputant on this item is Beatriz Pavolo, followed by Pauline Osena and Leah Santorelli. Ms. Pavolo?
Thank you. I just have one question for you. Unfortunately, Mrs. Santorelli had to leave. She did leave me her statement. I'm just asking Council if it's all right if I read it on her behalf. She will be submitting it as part of her comments. However, unfortunately, she wasn't aware of the timing today, so she did have to leave.
Yeah, I think that that should be okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to read you a statement on behalf of Leah Santorelli Gallo, and she is the mother of a child who passed away, unfortunately, due to a severe allergic reaction at a mall in 2013. So this is on behalf of Leah and her family. My daughter, Maya Santorelli Gallo, passed away March 13, 2013, at 12 years old. Cause of death, anaphylaxis. Her death was in a food court at a shopping mall in Burlington where she had consumed an ice cream cone. I was not with her that day at the mall. A mother's worst fear of raising a child with allergies just happened. My focus has been and continues to be on prevention, how we can all work together to stop deaths from anaphylaxis from happening. We need food service establishments to have proper training in food safety and handling, better communication between customers with food allergies and staff members, consideration of procedures to reduce cross-contamination in their establishments, and availability of stock epinephrine in case of an emergency, and for added safety measures for those with known and unknown allergies. All of this will go a long way in preventing a severe allergic reaction or even death. While it is ultimately the responsibility of the allergic person to carry their epinephrine, accidents can happen. People can forget. They may be scared to administer themselves, or they are experiencing their reaction for the first time to an unknown substance. It is the public responsibility to ensure no life is lost to anaphylaxis. I don't want to read about an allergic reaction or deaths due to anaphylaxis because of lack of knowledge or education. I want to read about the good that people and communities are doing to promote allergy awareness. I want to read about food establishment embracing the fact that allergies are on the rise and taking steps required to ensure they can accommodate all their guests, the allergic and the non-allergic alike. Leo Gallo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beatriz Pavolo. I am the Director of Advocacy and Media Relations for Food Allergy Canada. I'm also the mother of a 15-year-old teenager with food allergies, and as such, I can tell you how very important this motion is to thousands of families in Toronto living with food allergy. Food Allergy Canada would like to thank the committee members for the opportunity to speak to this motion today. We also thank Councillor Pasternak for bringing this motion forward to City Council. Food allergy is one of the leading causes of potentially life-threatening allergic reactions affecting over 2.5 million Canadians. As a very small amount of a food allergen, when ingested, can cause a serious allergic reaction, avoidance is key to staying safe. And currently, there is no cure for food allergy. As a leading national patient organization dedicated to supporting, educating, and advocating on behalf of Canadians at risk, we are very pleased that the City of Toronto has begun a dialogue on food allergies, including consideration of stock epinephrine in restaurants and other public places. With more than 440,000 people in the Greater Toronto Area alone affected by food allergy, this is a significant issue. Our organization believes that management of food allergies is a shared responsibility. Individuals with food allergies and the parents of young children must take ownership of their medical condition. This means knowing the signs and symptoms of an allergic reaction, always carrying an epinephrine auto-injector, such as an EpiPen, and knowing how to use it in case of an emergency. When dining out, this also means communicating with staff about their food allergies. At the same time, we also feel that reasonable community measures can be taken to help reduce risks and accommodate people with food allergies. As such, we would like to share our thoughts on this motion being put forward. First off, Food Allergy Canada is broadly supportive of the motion to explore policy options for mandatory placement of epinephrine auto-injectors in eateries and potentially other public places. Stock epinephrine can be used in cases where when an individual's auto-injector is not with them, when a second dose is required, or for first-time reactions. Research has shown that the early administration of epinephrine can reduce the severity of symptoms and improve an individual's outcome. Proper training on how to identify symptoms of an allergic reaction and how to use an auto-injector are essential and should be included as part of training provided to staff in eateries and other public places. Quick access and prompt administration of epinephrine may mean the difference between life and death. On occasion, the results, unfortunately, can be quite tragic, as we saw in September 2015. An 18-year-old Ontario University student who visited a local eatery accidentally consumed a product which contained her allergen and experienced a fatal allergic reaction. Unfortunately, access to epinephrine was not readily available. We are aware of other jurisdictions with stock epinephrine available on their premise, including in restaurants such as St. Hubert in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick, and public sites such as recreation centres in Hamilton, Ontario, Sussex, New Brunswick, and at the Bell Centre in Quebec. In fact, within a few short months of the launch of the stock epinephrine program in Sussex in 2015, a life was saved. Secondly, we recommend that the motion be expanded to ask the city manager to consider universal training on allergen management for food service staff in eateries, including access to ingredient and food preparation information. There is both an individual and societal cost to avoidable allergic reactions, and as such, Food Allergy Canada recommends that the city examine the safe management of food allergies more broadly in Toronto eateries. Similar to training required for other food safety measures, such as hygiene or cleaning, there should also be allergen training so that the management, kitchen, and service staff are aware of the seriousness of allergies and what can be done to manage them safely. It is absolutely critical that anyone with a food allergy have access to information they need to make an informed choice when dining out. In summary, Food Allergy Canada supports the development of policy based on solid evidence and broad consensus to help save the lives of those with food allergies, including the residents and visitors to our city. We are pleased to see that Canadian Society of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, Canada's national body of allergists, are also aligned with this position and have provided a submission to support this motion. As food allergies represent a food safety issue, we believe that the city's regulatory and educational approach should address these items outlined above, which reflect a comprehensive review of the effective management of food allergies in eateries and public places. We would welcome the opportunity to work with the city on making dining out safer for these individuals and increasing public awareness. We have resources for food service training and have been involved in a stock epinephrine pilot project in collaboration with the City of Hamilton, McMaster University researchers, and Jackson Square Malls, launched in 2014. Further, we recommend the city engage other key stakeholders such as the allergists, the Board of Public Health, the restaurant industry, and others in a respectful dialogue on this issue. Thank you for this opportunity to share a perspective of our organization, representing the millions of Canadians who live with food allergies and the risk of anaphylaxis each day.
Thank you. Are we done? Okay. Councillor Tivermic, you have a question.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. I have read the, I'll call it letter from councillors and some correspondence that's probably 50 letters thick here. I guess my question to you is there are a couple of pieces of correspondence that strongly recommend not to do this. And their rationale is that the epinephrine, thank you, could be dangerous, harmful, and even lethal. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not. Just to clarify, I'm not a medical professional. I am a lay person. However, the guidelines for managing anaphylaxis and administering epinephrine that do come from our national anaphylaxis guidelines for schools and other settings do indicate that epinephrine is the first-line defense in treating a severe allergic reaction to help minimize the symptoms and to hopefully prevent a severe allergic reaction. In otherwise healthy individuals, epinephrine does not have any counterindications. And when you look at the two scenarios in terms to give or not give, the outcome of not giving can unfortunately become fatal. So the recommendation is that if in doubt and there is a suspected allergic reaction, that epinephrine should be given first and foremost.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, you mentioned in your deputation about universal training. Who would that universal training be given to?
So currently in the City of Toronto, and in fact across the country, there's no requirement for food service staff or restaurants to have training on managing allergens. So what we would propose is, as part of this motion, to look at not only having stock epinephrine, which is really at the worst possible outcome in terms of having to treat a reaction. What we would like to see as an organization is having training for restaurant staff on how to manage food allergen requests, how to provide information to consumers so they can make an informed choice, so that ultimately that stock epinephrine doesn't need to be used.
So that means anyone who takes a food certification course should be trained in this as well?
We would like to see all frontline, both back of house and front of house, that there's level of training that's provided to both of them in terms of the seriousness of food allergies and understanding it is a growing public health concern, and what processes and procedures can be looked at to help to minimize the risk when preparing a meal for someone with a food allergy. And, you know, we understand that there's not a 100% guarantee in life, especially even when you're dining out, someone else is responsible for preparing that option for you. But having people who are trained and understand the seriousness and what can be done to minimize those risks would go a long way.
But when you say train, that means, for example, every teenager who works at McDonald's will be trained in how to do this?
The level of training, I think, is dependent on the, I guess, on the responsibility of the individual. So that training for someone in that position could be as easy as, if someone identifies that they have a food allergy, then the first thing you do is you contact the manager, and they will then speak to that individual about what can and cannot be done in the establishment.
So you think that, I guess, part of the study and the research would be to say, well, it may not be every, I don't want to call them kid, every young person who's flipping fries at McDonald's doesn't necessarily have to have this knowledge.
I think
it might be the manager,
right,
a shift manager at McDonald's.
I think at every level within a food service establishment, there should be an understanding of the seriousness of food allergies. So for that individual taking the order, for example, and someone identifies saying, I have a food allergy, they should say, that's serious enough, I'm going to call my manager, and they will deal with that situation. So there could be different levels of training, but from an awareness perspective, we think that that's really important for everyone within a food service establishment to just understand that it is a serious health concern.
And could you understand perhaps why some, either McDonald's or Dairy Queen that I go to, at the end of my street, I go to a Dairy Queen with lots of young, charming teenagers working there, that the manager of that Dairy Queen might get very nervous that if it's your or my loved one who reacts and isn't helped immediately or to our satisfaction, that suddenly that manager who just showed up to serve French fries and onion rings now might be sued by you or by me because they didn't perform properly, in our opinion.
Right. Well, again, I think it's a joint responsibility, as I said in the beginning. So in terms of, as a consumer, when you do go into an establishment, you have questions, especially about food allergy. You'd like to understand what are the ingredients on the meal being prepared, how is it being prepared. That usually would come from a senior person within the establishment, so the manager can explain to you what's being done, and then you can decide whether or not that would be an appropriate option for you or not. I guess in the worst case scenario, if there was a reaction, I think looking at whether or not you have the ability to help someone or not, I think people would generally want to be able to help in a situation like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just,
It's, Councilor Sia, before we get to,
can I?
is on this on a point of personal privilege.
Yes, thank you, yes.
Is I want to share, if I can have your attention from everyone, Councilor Davis, please. It's with a tremendous sense of sadness that I want to share with you that our dear colleague, Councilor Ron Moser, representing Ward 44 Scarborough East, he just passed away, peacefully surrounded by his loved ones. And at this point, I would like to ask everyone to stand up and observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Is Councilor Nuciara, you were on the, you had the floor. Any questions?
Just as a person that has an EpiPen, I have allergies, and I carry an EpiPen. Now, there's an expiry date on the EpiPen. So if I was in, as Councillor de Beermaker said, in McDonald's, which I don't go to, but, or even Tim Hortons, and I had an allergic reaction, I didn't have my EpiPen, I would not want someone that works at McDonald's to inject me, not knowing how, if the EpiPen is, if there's an expiry date on it, or how long they've had that pen, it would make me very nervous. So I really have a problem with employees injecting without knowing, if it's safe or not.
May I comment? May I comment on that?
Yes.
Thank you. First off, the condolences to the council. I guess to your point, I think where we've seen some of the stock epinephrine programs that are in place now, and I think the key here is the education and level of management. Not necessarily is it at the responsibility of each individual, whether it's that student at the counter, et cetera. The concept is to have the device there in case of an emergency that can be self-administered by the individual themselves or someone dining with them, but having perhaps a manager in the establishment that knows how to assist a customer if something like that were to happen. So in looking at investigating the different options for having devices on site, there are some projects that are in place right now. As I mentioned, the City of Hamilton just at the end of last year, in 72 of their recreation and public facilities now have a junior and an adult EpiPen on site, where they have training associated with that as well, so that it is easily accessible for the public if needed in case of an emergency. Same in the province of New Brunswick, they've had other pilot projects. So looking at the opportunity of having devices available, looking where the training should be performed and who may be responsible in terms of helping to assist a customer. I think that those are some of the things that have been looked at and perhaps might be consideration for the City of Toronto as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Janice?
Thank you for coming to make the presentation. I'm just wondering, restaurants are also in supermarkets?
I believe the motion that's in front of council now is public facilities and in restaurants is currently what's on the table.
How do you describe public facilities? Is a public facility, let's say Costco, where you go and shop and there's a hamburger stand, there's a restaurant, would that be a public place?
Again, I'm not sure of the full definition through how council see that, but yes, I would consider that a public place. And we do have organizations or companies that have chosen to have stock and epinephrine on site. It hasn't been mandated or regulated, but they've chosen to do that on their own accord. As I mentioned, some restaurants.
Oh, fruit markets, for example?
Potentially, if they choose to have that in their facility, they would have the option to do that.
Okay, but this says that the motion, if I'm not mistaken, and I still have to read it, is asking that we look that this is mandatory. So this would be food markets, fruit markets, Costco, and everything else. I mean, pretty well, I would say to you that you might look at about 50 or 60% of the businesses out there that deal in something like this, that to have an EpiPen mandatory. Is this something that is this where we're proposing? Is this where we would like to go?
Well, I guess in terms of the way that the motion is worded is potentially other public places, so I'm not sure if there's a specific definition council looks at in public places. For our organization, where it would make sense in terms of areas where food is obviously being served prepared, so in restaurants, for example, potentially in stores or in supermarkets where they do have, again, food on premise, it could be an option for them as well. I think the definition around public places is, I think, quite broad at this point.
Everybody which is allergic, he or she either carries Atarax with them or an EpiPen. Choice of how they go. Are you familiar with Atarax?
Epinephrine is what is being recommended by the allergists and also from the World Health Organization.
Are you familiar with Atarax?
Not as
the chair.
No, sorry, not as familiar as epinephrine.
All right. I'm allergic. I got severe allergies. I choose not to use an EpiPen, and I choose to use Atarax. And Atarax might not have the same effect immediately, but it's a slower process because I choose not to go to the hospital if I shoot myself with an EpiPen in 20 minutes because I might not be able to be there. So I'm just wondering, I am an adult. I know if I am with my children, you know, I know what I need to do. So why would we need to regulate everybody and say you need an EpiPen when that I'm allergic knows that if I don't carry my EpiPen with me, I might die?
So,
I mean, are we trying to? I mean, are we trying to have government licensing? Is this what you're looking for us to do?
No, I think, as I mentioned before, I think our organization sees managing food allergies in our community as a shared responsibility. First and foremost, it lies with the individual who has the allergy or the parents of children with allergies. So it's their responsibility of having epinephrine with them, carrying it at all times. Unfortunately, though, there have been situations where, you know, individuals have first-time reactions and they haven't been diagnosed and they don't have an EpiPen with them, for example. Biphasic reaction, which means they need a second dose, which may not be readily available. Or unfortunately, you could have an unguarded moment, similar to what happened to the Ontario University student in the fall of 2015, where unfortunately she was out, she did consume something she was allergic to unknowingly, and she had forgotten her EpiPen. And unfortunately, that became a fatality of an 18-year-old.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The last deputant that we have is James Rillet.
Oh, sorry, it's
I'm sorry.
Paulino Sanya.
Or is Pauline? Okay. Sorry about that. Paulina Sina, yeah. Welcome. Good to have you here. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the Licensing and Standards Committee for allowing me to share my experiences and voice my full support for Councillor James Pasternak's motion for stock epinephrine in Toronto restaurants. My name is Paulino Senya. I'm a food allergy writer. I started a support group for parents of children with food allergies in Toronto, and I advocate for food allergy awareness and education. I am a mother of 3 young children, 2 of which have multiple food allergies. And despite what some may say about genetic predisposition, my husband and I do not have food allergies, and we didn't have any close family members with food allergies when we were growing up. The first time my eldest son had a severe anaphylactic reaction was when he was a 6-month-old baby. We weren't at home, I didn't have an EpiPen, and I had no prior experience with food allergies, so I had no idea what to do at the time. And my story is not unique. I know many people that were completely blindsided with severe reactions to unknown allergies. Food allergies can be developed at any age, and
Allergies that some may consider to be mild can unexpectedly cause a serious or life-threatening reaction. Stock epinephrine at all restaurants can be helpful in many situations, as explained earlier, but most importantly because timing is so important when it comes to treating anaphylaxis. Stock epinephrine in Toronto restaurants can save lives and makes dining safer for the general public. This is the type of legislation that sets Toronto apart from other big cities. Providing stock epinephrine is the right thing to do. It has huge benefits for the safety of the general public and increases public awareness of food allergies. It can save lives, but to be completely honest with you, stock epinephrine will not drastically change the life for people who already live with food allergies. We carry our EpiPens. Stock EpiPen hanging on the walls of all restaurants in Toronto will not impact the quality of my family's life. My family manages anaphylactic allergies to dairy, eggs, peanuts, tree nuts, wheat, and fish. Our restaurant choices are limited, and when we do find restaurants that provide full ingredient lists and offer menu items that we feel are safe to eat, we know that dining out is always a calculated risk. Because in a kitchen where allergens are present, a careless touch with unclean hands or using the wrong set of tongs could cause a potentially severe allergic reaction. I would love to see this motion extended to include universal training in food service. If chefs, kitchen staff, and servers receive standardized food allergy training with certification, this would help me have confidence that the person handling our order and cooking our food understood the importance of cross-contamination. Restaurant staff are currently trained on how to keep customers safe by minimizing risks of bacterial food poisoning, and I believe it's equally as important that they're trained on food allergies and how to minimize the risks of cross-contamination. I support stock epinephrine as a start, but I ask you to consider extending the motion to include training. Having restaurant staff that understands food allergies in Toronto, the city that I live in and that I love, will make a significant improvement to the quality of my family's life and many, many others. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Di Vermica.
Great, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. And I think if I heard you correctly, I think you said your first maybe encounter with was it your son or daughter?
It's a son.
Son, I think you said was about 6 months old?
He was a 6-month-old baby, yes.
Baby. And you said you didn't know exactly what was happening, but that was your first episode and you weren't at home.
Right.
Would you have felt comfortable if I or some guy from the donut shop came out with an EpiPen and said, "Stand back, ma'am, I'm going to take care of your baby who's 6 months old"?
So I think that if somebody had come up to me, I was a young mother, I did not know what was happening. If somebody came up to me and said, "I recognize what is happening, this is an allergic reaction, and what needs to happen is epinephrine. I'm going to call the ambulance right now and we have an EpiPen with us," yes, I would have been comfortable.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
James Roulette and Steve Mastoras. Are you making a joint presentation? Just one present. Okay. You have up to 10 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. My name's Jamie Rylett. I'm Vice President Ontario for Restaurants Canada. You all know Steve Mastoras, a well-known restaurateur in Toronto. East York. I apologize. So I'll keep it short. I didn't think I'd be able to get here today, so I appreciate you fitting me in. We do think this is a well-intentioned issue, but it is inherently wrong to make it a mandatory requirement for restaurants. Currently, restaurants, as a previous delegate said, Restaurants, many do provide EpiPens voluntarily. They do this as a business choice. They do this as a personal choice. But in the end, it's not a mandatory recommendation. We do work with EpiPen. We work with Food Allergy Canada to educate our members. We have in the past had programs where EpiPens are made available by the company at reduced cost to our members. So we do know that it is some things that people choose to do. Our concerns are a fewfold, and some have been touched on. In our industry, there's a high turnover of young staff. That would require constant training of this staff. And training isn't just simply saying orange to the sky, blue to the thigh. I might have that backwards, so I apologize. But it's knowing how to talk to somebody who's in an emergency. It's knowing how to present confidence. And regardless of what you say, you have to be trained very well if you're a 16-year-old coming from behind a counter to deal with a situation like this. So we are dealing with that. We also do offer training for allergens, cross-contamination in kitchen. But in essence, everybody in the restaurant would have to be trained, and the training would constantly be happening. EpiPens and other products do expire. It would be up to the restaurant to constantly look at that and constantly renew those. And the other issue we have is currently, and I'm not a lawyer, so I hope we can get some clarity on this later, but currently the Good Samaritan legislation protects anyone if they voluntarily provide assistance and it doesn't work. Our concern is if it's made mandatory, that then the Good Samaritan law, it's no longer a voluntary action, and the Good Samaritan law may not cover it anymore. That would have serious impacts on small businesses, as well as the insurance they pay. So that's our concerns with it. We think it's great. We recognize Councillor Pasternak for bringing this up. We think education is important, and we look forward to continuing to talk. And if Restaurants Canada can help the council to forward this on an education process, we would be more than welcome to, or more than willing to work with you. And I think Steve would also second that.
Thank you. Questions? A question? Please go ahead, Councillor Di Vermica.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. And we heard a debutant who just came, spoke before you, who had, I have to say, a very horrifying experience, I'm sure, where her six-month-old baby was having difficulties. If you work in a restaurant, and I'm assuming both of you gentlemen have some experience, even if properly trained, would you have felt comfortable treating a 6-month-old baby in your restaurant?
I'm happy to reply to that, Councillor. No, I wouldn't, quite frankly. I'd be on the phone to 911 immediately. And that would be the instruction given to my entire team of employees. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, and if it was a patron in your restaurant that was perhaps 85, celebrating their 85th birthday with a birthday cake and had a reaction, would you feel comfortable again, if you were trained, providing assistance to an 85-year-old senior celebrating their birthday in your restaurant?
Again, a totally different dynamic that you've described. Again, I would be very uncomfortable with the use of that because of any range of potential scenarios that could be affecting that 85-year-old guest. You know, what we train our employees to do in an independent family-style business is to immediately respond with a call to 911 and do our best to assist, that guest if and when something should happen, to try and be as comfortable as possible until proper medical attention arrives.
Right, and through Mr. Chair, if my memory of the Good Samaritan Act is current, the Good Samaritan Act basically protects an individual who intervenes to assist from any potential lawsuits, correct?
That's what, I believe so, yes.
But it doesn't protect you from negligence. So if you're supposed to be trained and you made a mistake, then you could still be sued. It's not like me coming to your aid right now if I'm not trained.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand. My understanding of it, the key for the Good Samaritan Act is voluntary. If you are voluntarily offering your best help, then it provides some protection, but I don't know what that protection is. But our concern is once it's no longer voluntary, then there are no protections whatsoever. Again, we're not against this, and many restaurants have voluntarily taken this on, but it's the voluntary nature that we're concerned with.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Nuciana.
So if I came, you have a restaurant?
No, I don't.
But you have a restaurant? right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I was in your restaurant and I had something to eat that I'm allergic to, would you feel comfortable in giving me the EpiPen?
No, not really, Counselor. I'd be on the phone to 911 or instruct my staff to do that.
So you won't stab me with the pin?
No.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay, great. Thank you for your presentation. Now we are done with the deputations. And now we'll go to questions to staff. And actually, I'm going to ask is, first and foremost, is this item, as you know, ended up here through a notice of motion by Councilor Pasternak. And Councilor Pasternak sent a missive to all of us indicating that he couldn't be here as he's observing the last 2 days of the Jewish holidays of Passover. So that's one of the reasons why he's not here. Having said that, I do have a couple questions to city staff, and with the indulgence of the committee, I would like to ask those questions to begin with. And do we have anyone from them? Is the medical officer of health?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have someone from Toronto Public Health earlier, but they had to leave.
Would you mind to make any comments with regards to the conversation that took place between the medical officer of health?
Sure, happy to. So to you, Mr. Chair, my staff did have a conversation with the Chief Medical Officer of Health. She indicated that the item here, as written, is more appropriately to be addressed by Toronto Paramedic Services as an issue of first response, emergency response, versus a matter of public health, more generally.
And do we have someone from the paramedic service here? Fantastic. Would you be kind enough to address that question?
Hi, yes, through the chair. We would be happy to work with the appropriate city divisions or whoever other city groups to address the issue of this particular item. We haven't yet been approached about it, but again, we would certainly be happy to take carriage of it.
Great. Now with. In terms of jurisdiction with the municipal license and standard staff, and does your division have jurisdiction in terms of dealing with the enforcement part and everything that comes along with that, if this was, hypothetically speaking, to be implemented?
So to you, Mr. Chair, certainly it would depend on the decision of council whether a requirement such as this would be imposed through Chapter 545, our licensing bylaw, as a requirement of licensed businesses. I think it's very preemptive for me to speak to whether or not it would be appropriate that municipal licensing and standards staff are reviewing the efficiency or sufficiency of what is ostensibly a medication that's housed at a restaurant. So, you know, I think at this point there's a number of unanswered questions that we would have to think through before we could say who would have what role and to what extent.
Great, thank you. Thank you, members of council, for allowing me to ask those questions, as I thought that it was important to, in terms of bringing some direction to the discussion that's taking place. Because literally speaking, I've been told that with through the Board of Health, or even with paramedic service, this committee does not have the jurisdiction in terms of directing or sending this kind of information to those divisions. So we'll have a discussion on that. Now we'll go to visiting members of council. Questions? If there is no questions from visiting members of council, and then we'll move to the committee. Members of the committee, any questions? Councilor Karijan is Vice Chair.
Thank you. Through you to staff, the appropriate staff. Something like this were to happen where I or somebody in my family were in a restaurant and we had an allergic reaction. And all of a sudden the staff comes running with an EpiPen. And I say no. And it's clearly an allergic reaction. Do I have the right to say no, although the mandatory must have it? And who's the person that makes the decision? Who should be the person that makes the decision if I need to get a shot or not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly any decisions in respect to the application of medical aid would be yours, and I can defer to my colleague at paramedics who will speak to when people refuse service.
Through the chair, yeah, as far as what a lay person or a bystander would choose to do, that again, I'm not sure legally what the ramifications are, but when we respond to provide care to a patient, patients always have the right to refuse even our treatment. So how that works between one member of the public and another, I can't speak to that. I can only speak from the paramedic perspective.
Would this would pretty well mandate that every establishment that has food, prepares food, deals with public should have an EpiPen on hand? This motion, would I be correct in this?
So to you, Mr. Chair, as I'm reading what was proposed, I believe that is the intention, is for us to explore mandating the placement of these auto-injectors at restaurants and other public facilities. And I would just comment that the question that you raised about consent and the appropriateness of people applying medical aid really highlights the challenge and the delicacy of this matter that I don't think any of us are really properly placed to be engaging in the conversation at this point. Anyway, I don't know what else to say.
I'm going to go back to the paramedic. If I am somebody that works at McDonald's, as my colleague said, and the manager knows, and I go to the manager and say, this guy, or this woman, this man is having a reaction, an epileptic reaction, and the manager comes running out with the EpiPen. I'm just wondering if all these people need to be trained, and it's going to be an added cost to the restaurateurs. I mean, either of staff. And what does it take to train somebody? I mean, I know it's up in the sky, but it's got to take a little bit more than that. Unless you're, if you got allergies and you know how to do it properly, it's got to take some training. What would the training entail?
Well, through the chair, and I, excuse me, I certainly couldn't speak to the obligations of the restaurateurs or the staff of public facilities. From a training perspective, the staff would need to be aware and need to be able to recognize the signs and symptoms of a severe allergic reaction. And that is extremely important because an allergic reaction can also be masked as other medical conditions and may not necessarily be an allergic reaction. So it's important for the training to be proper and accurate and appropriate for that particular area of the public sector, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's like the Costco that you mentioned, whether it's city staff that aren't medically trained. So I can't speak to what that training would be exactly, but it would need to be appropriate.
Not trying to cut you off, and I appreciate the answer through the chair to you. So this could have a reverse effect, as we heard that a young lady went out dining and she didn't have her EpiPen and she died. This could have a reverse effect that somebody thinks that this is an allergic reaction, hits somebody, and that might cause them a fatal harm.
Theoretically, there's that potential.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councillor De Bermejo.
Thank you, and my apologies, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I had to step out briefly to comment on the tragic passing of Councillor Moser, so I didn't catch our staff member's name, so I just, and his position.
No problem. Bikram Chawla with Toronto Paramedic Services. I'm a commander with Toronto Paramedic Services.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question to you is, because I sit in this chair, I know that paramedics go through, I will say, extensive training. Would you not agree?
Absolutely. Prior to being hired as a paramedic, they undergo 2 years of community college.
And so if any of us was to have an accident, I think we would all be very happy to have a paramedic around us if that happy coincidence happened. So my question to you is, you're trained in the use of an EpiPen?
That is correct, yes.
So if one of us here in this building needed help or was in distress, you're comfortable in approaching that person and administering the EpiPen?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And would you feel comfortable, or your thoughts in general, and maybe the paramedic service doesn't have a formal company position or corporate position, but as I don't know if you're a father, but as a son and a brother or human being that's out and about town, do you think the request before us to perhaps have these at McDonald's restaurants and the Longos is a good idea, or would you think you would be nervous if you collapsed at the counter of the deli? Would you be more comfortable or less comfortable if somebody ran up to you with an EpiPen?
Through the chair, I'll refer to one of your first points, and you're right. The division, we don't take a position on this, and we defer to the will of council as to whether you feel that this is an appropriate decision to make. What I can say is that, yes, timing is certainly of the essence when it comes to administering Epi for allergic reactions. But then I would also reiterate my other point, and that is that training needs to be appropriate, especially to recognize the signs and symptoms. So I realize I'm not taking a position one way or another, but really I just need to state the facts.
Great, okay, thank you. And through Madam Chair, so that's Francis. Mr. Chair, to our MLS Executive Director, are you comfortable moving forward with these recommendations, or do you think that's a part of our jurisdiction that perhaps we should not tread or wade into?
To you, Mr. Chair, I mean, certainly it's, I mentioned previously, Deputy Mayor De Bermejo, this is very complex. It's very delicate. I understand the concerns that people have. We've not had an opportunity to, really discuss it or weigh in on this at all. I see a lot of concern with what's being proposed in the absence of knowing what a proper training program would be, what those costs would be, what the risks of an inappropriately applied shot of epinephrine would be. I think there's a lot of work that would have to go into informing ourselves before I could say whether I thought this was appropriate or reasonable to impose on an industry of transient workforce.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is Councillor Fletcher. Just in fairness, I did ask 3 times. No, you were here. Both of you were there.
Yes.
I did ask 3 times very attentively. No, I did speak very clearly, and I did ask. So, but,
Oh, my goodness, both of you
okay.
engaged in that conversation.
Please go ahead.
I'm just wondering about any consultation. This is basically Dine Safe is the Board of Health. MOH has a lot to say about what goes on in eating establishments. Is this not something that you would rather have a conversation with the medical officer of health as well as public policy? You did already?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we did contact the Chief Medical Officer of Health, who felt this was, as it's written, more appropriately addressed in a first response, emergency response type of situation with Toronto Paramedic Services. That was an initial conversation. I would suggest if we are directed to do this work, that public health would have to play a role. I do not believe that municipal licensing and standards is the appropriate division to make a decision on whether or not this is the right thing to do from a public policy health perspective. Certainly we would participate as is appropriate, but this is an emergency services and health issue.
Thank you. Any other question? We're done?
One of the options then would be to simply ask you to have a conversation with the medical officer of health.
They did, as Councilor Fletcher, that conversation took place earlier today. I was here when that was. Okay. Now we'll, speakers. We'll move to speakers and visiting members. Visiting members. Councilor Nunziata, you're first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is to defer the item indefinitely. As we heard from staff and we heard from paramedics, as I said and when I was asking the questions, is that I do have an EpiPen. I have allergies. I've had to use mine many times. But I would not feel comfortable being in a restaurant or any establishment and having someone stab me with an EpiPen, not knowing how long they've had that EpiPen. It is a drug. I would not feel comfortable having anybody do that. I mean, except for the paramedics, maybe. But even then, I don't feel safe. No, I'm just joking. So to have establishments, restaurants or Tim Hortons, McDonald's and that to be trained, and I mean, I think we're in really muddy waters here. And I cannot support it. So I'd just like to defer it, and if anything, it should be the Ministry of Health. The jurisdiction, I don't think it's the city, and I don't think we should be making this mandatory for any of our businesses. It's enough that they have enough responsibilities to make this mandatory to our businesses and retailers, I think is wrong. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. The next speaker is Deputy Mayor De Vermaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to support Councillor Nunziata's motion. Like her, I share many concerns, and I've listened to the debate such that it's been in an hour or 2 hours. But I think in terms of due diligence, we perhaps owe it to the deputants who came here, to members of the public and families who are concerned about this, about restaurateurs who are concerned about it as well, to have staff give us a report that isn't 1 page long, written by a couple of very charming counselors, saying maybe we should have an EpiPen in every restaurant and every public place. I think it would be appropriate for our staff, paramedics, firefighters, Board of Health staff, counselors, professional doctors, et cetera. There's a large, like in everything we do, there are a multitude of stakeholders that should be consulted. And so while I don't know the answer of whether this is a good idea or not, part of me thinks it is a good idea. I think of having a young child who might need help. I certainly think I'd want that. I can understand the concerns. I know the Good Samaritan law because it was passed almost 20 years ago. I don't think it covers people for negligence. So there's all sorts of issues we should look at. And then at the end of the day, if our staff do their due diligence, they talk to non-profits, they talk to hospitals, they talk to emergency departments, they talk to people who work at McDonald's flipping French fries, and they do all of that and they come back to us and say, you know what, it's not the appropriate public policy, then I won't support it. But if our staff and if the paramedics and if the parents and if the medical doctors and if the people flipping French fries at McDonald's all say, you know what, we actually think this is a good idea, and maybe it's not every person who's flipping the fries, maybe it's one manager per shift that is better trained than others and trained appropriately, then I might support that. But at this point, I think there is no harm in doing an investigation to protect people who live in the city of Toronto. I didn't know that Councillor Nunziata and Councillor Karygiannis had EpiPens. I'm glad they do, and I want to make sure that we provide every level of protection to them and their families that we can. Whether this is going to be the appropriate means to do it or not, I don't know, but I will support going forward with a request to staff to do their due diligence, to study and come back with recommendations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the Vice Chair, Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody that suffers from allergies, I'll share Francis Nunziata's call, and I'm asking you to call the question, please.
There is no... The question is being called. All those in favor? Against? Carries. Okay, no. Councillor De Vermeer, you move referral or deferral? It was referral to staff.
No, I move the recommendations that were before us, that staff do.
Oh, you're moving those recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I move the motion to have staff do their, I called it due diligence, but this, yeah.
Thank you. So we have the deferral item. Yeah, Councillor Nunziata's. So we have Councillor Nunziata's motion, and that's to defer the item indefinitely. All those in favor? Against? It carries.
Chairman, on a point of order. If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Di Giorgio.
Yeah, if I may, I'm wondering if before we move into camera, if we can deal with your extra item. It's just a request for a report. Yeah, it's just a request for a report, and I thought maybe we could just quickly, I'm prepared to move adoption of the recommendations.
Thank you. Is together with this communication, there is a revised motion that was prepared by staff, which literally is the same. So it's the recommendation is to refer to city staff. All those in favor? Against? Carry unanimously. So the pigeons are dealt with. So we're coming back now to item number 3. members of council, and members of the public, can I have just one conversation here, please? Okay. We have a motion that the License Standards Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to consider item LS 18.3 as the item relates to, number one, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Number two, receiving of advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege. So we have a motion before us.
I thought we were having public questions.
We'll come back to public questions after.
I know what will happen.
Okay. So we have this, this motion, and we'll recess. Great.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, point of order.
Chair, can we make sure that people that are actually voting on this are members of the committee? No disrespect to our visiting councillors.
Is,
You know, you have a motion.
we have a motion before us, and that's properly before us. Thank you. Got the most. Okay, members of the committee, members of the public, we're reconvening in public session. During the confidential and in-camera session, no votes were taken, and now we are in public. So any questions in public to city staff? Questions? Councilor Davis, 5 minutes.
So recommendation 2 asks you to go, I understand, this is the part that I wanted to ask about. 1 and 2 seem quite different. Number 1, I understand. This is about the definition of prepared meals and the exemption under the holiday shopping bylaw. Recommendation 2, though, asks you to go out and consult on the remaining exemptions, and then it gives you some examples in A, small business pharmacies. B has to do with BIAs and malls, major malls to operate in public holidays, and C, an application process for retailers. So this expands on recommendation 1, is that correct? We're going to open up the whole question once again on 365, 24/7 shopping in Toronto. Will it not do that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, not necessarily, Councillor Davis.
But you're reviewing it.
This is about us seeking direction to undertake consultation to review the exemptions that currently exist in the bylaw, given that the matter that brought this to the fore was an issue about ambiguity and concerns about the language on one exemption, as well as, and I believe in the report we articulated, some of the feedback we had through various stakeholders' interest, knew that we were reviewing this bylaw and in the context of the existing exemptions and what is happening outside of the boundaries of Toronto. So these were requests that came forward.
So somebody has come forward, could I suggest, I won't use the word lobby, but they've reached out to say, we want this consultation broadened beyond the question of food premises to look at wide open shopping in the city of Toronto again. That's what this does, right?
So
it looks at it.
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, this is us seeking direction on whether council writ large would like us to conduct consultation on the remaining exemptions in the bylaw.
So would it, for me, having been through this and read this report in 2006, 2008, 2010, it would, I think, be very useful, and would you be willing to consider whether or not it would be helpful to set out, before we go out for consultation, what are the options we're considering, so that it's clear what we're talking about before we go out, so that there isn't, and I don't want to use the word dog's breakfast, but in this committee, because this is where you deal with animals all the time, but could you come back with a much more scoped set of options that we're going to consider, and what the consultation plan is, so that we can better understand the scope of this review?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I forgot what you asked me.
Could you come back with,
Come back with a plan about the consultation options. Thank you.
could you come back with?
Thank you.
If
I would love to come back.
If we were to look at this section, not recommendation 1, but recommendation 2, which is a much broader review, and just say, come back to us with which exemptions are you talking about? What are the options you're looking at? And this is how we're going to consult on them.
Okay, so.
Because you just give examples here.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you, Councillor Davis, for repeating it. The intention here was to get direction from council whether you wanted us to consult on the exemptions other than the matter of prepared meals. Our intention was to come back after those consultations and present a report that outlined options to address the various exemptions as they exist. Those options may be status quo, the option may be a small retail business establishment, a consideration on expanded square feet, but we won't know what the recommendations or options could be before we consult with the relevant stakeholders to understand what those interests are, how the bylaw is currently impacting their business or not.
We have looked at this 4 times. I think the options are pretty clear. Would it not be easier to just lay them out for us?
That was last question.
I'd be happy to answer. So through you, Mr. Chair, the prior reports that dealt with the issue of this bylaw, notably the last was 2012, dealt with the number of days and the applicability of those days to all premises. What we're speaking about here is reviewing the exemptions that are currently existing in the bylaw, determine whether or not they are still, for lack of a better term, relevant to today's business practice, as has been evidenced by the Longos case. When this bylaw was drafted off the Retail Business Holidays Act, it goes back to the 80s, and we didn't have prepared meals in grocery stores like we do today. So, our intention was to look at the exemptions that exist, determine whether or not they are still appropriate or relevant, or if there are opportunities to amend them such that they are more clear, and certainly if council would like to consider expanding any of those existing exemptions. So I would characterize this considerably different than the reports that have been presented on this particular matter in the past. I see a puzzled face. The prior reports dealt with getting rid of days for all. We're talking about reviewing the exemptions that currently exist and coming back with what those exemptions should look like. And on the last point is recommendation 2, sub C, references the opportunity for an application process that mirrors what some other jurisdictions or municipalities are doing around the City of Toronto.
Great, thank you. And any other questions? No questions to speak. Councillor Janice.
Chair.
Hold on.
Were there any speakers? No, that's it. He called it. He called it.
Come on, councillors. You know how many times I have asked, and we cannot go back and forth. This is a real game. Yeah, it's. Please go ahead. 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
This is not going to council.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
It
is.
says Executive General.
Your time is running.
Okay.
It's there.
No, I want to move it.
But you're allowed to speak if you wish.
It's so you're not speaking. Okay, great.
I will speak. I won't move the motion.
Your time is running.
How am I at 30 seconds?
Just speak.
I had the opportunity to listen to the submissions today, and I want to thank people for coming down today. I heard it in my office, trying to do 3 things at once. So thank you for that. I always am quite intrigued by the notion that somehow the holidays are religious. They are statutory holidays. Yes, they recognize certain initially certain religious holidays. However, what they are recognized by the state. They are 9 days that give families the opportunity not to work and to be able to predict that they don't work that day. Period. It allows 9 days when we don't have consumer activity wide open across our city. I don't know what taxes we're going to get out of, I heard a number of people talking about the shopping malls, that somehow there's going to be all these taxes. Well, I'm afraid we don't get any of those taxes at all. We get all of the problems that come with it. But secondly, aside from, my belief that the majority of people in this city want to have some statutory days off free from shopping, as I believe, there are before us two issues. One of them has to do with the definition of food premises or food preparation under the Act and the City of Toronto Act, and the lack of clarity in the definition of that. That is not what is in recommendation 2, which has to do with broadening to have a consultation. There are just so many conversations going on. It's really quite rude. I would like the deputy city manager to hear my point of view. Yes, thank you, Councillor. Thank you. But I think recommendation 2 takes it well beyond the question of the decision of the court related to Longos. It throws the doors wide open once again as to whether or not we will have 365, 7 days a week, 24-hour shopping in the City of Toronto. And so everywhere in the City of Toronto. And I don't believe that should be the scope of the consultation before us. The scope of the consultation should be limited to recommendation 1. And recommendation 2 should be deleted, or recommendation 2 should be sent back to staff for them to be much clearer about the scope of this, of the potential exemptions. Is it all of the exemptions? Certain exemptions? I want to know before I decide whether or not I'm going to vote on a consultation what the proposed exemptions are and what the consultation plan will be. So I urge you not to support recommendation 2. And I believe that every worker in the province of Ontario should be assured of 9 days off a year. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor is Deputy Mayor Gurjanis.
Chair, I have a motion to move that the Executive Director of Municipalizing and Standards be requested to include consultation with worker representatives, including unions and labor stakeholders, in order to assure worker protection is considered as part of our forthcoming report on Chapter 510 Holiday Shopping Bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
I actually believe...
Councillor
Yes, Chair.
is...
I just have my motion that you so kindly agreed to take carriage of, that the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards be requested to include consultation with the Ontario and Toronto Coalition for Better Childcare about holiday shopping as part of the fourth.
That was part of the report.
Just to find out what the situation is for childcare on those particular types of days, if we go full open.
Is Councillor de Bermique? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be supporting both sets of recommendations. Certainly, we met in camera. We talked about the court decision. I think it's pretty straightforward and clear. In terms of the other recommendations, I think we all remember, because this is sometimes called the taxi committee, that it was February 2014 that we set a comprehensive regime for the taxi industry. That was it, consultation. 2 years later, I will say it was abolished or dismantled or severely changed because of this thing called Uber. Uber was the game changer. It changed everything. Technology and the computer is changing everything. So for us to sit here and to think that the society that we live in today is the same as it was in 1950 or 1960, where people only worked 5 days a week, doesn't exist anymore. All of these shops are competing every single day. Somebody, Councillor Davis, I think, mentioned, well, you know, are we going to allow people to shop every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day? The answer is yes. We already allow that. It's approved. You can go online and shop at any store on planet Earth that you feel like. We want to do it now. We want to do it on a Sunday at 4 o'clock in the morning. You can go online and you can order almost anything from almost any country, from any store in the world. So to say to the brick and mortar stores that are out there, specifically in Toronto, that we're going to tie your hands and handcuff you for 9 days of the year while you have to stop sales for that 24-hour period. We're not shutting down the internet for that 20-hour period. We're not stopping people in Mississauga or Oakville or Richmond Hill or Vaughan or Markham or Pickering or Oshawa or Ajax. They can all open, but you can't. I think we're hurting our own people. I think we're hurting our own employers. I think we're hurting our own employees. When one of the deputants came forward today and said that on Good Friday, on a day that they advertised that they were closed, 12,000 people showed up at their door. 12,000 people wanted to shop on Good Friday. Whether you agree with that or not is basically your own personal opinion. But 12,000 people voted with their feet on that day. And at the Eaton Centre, which is allowed to be open, 115,000 people went through those doors. And I'm sure at those stores, if we had said 20% off if you're a member of a local union, people would have been shining their cards up like this, saying, I'm a member of the union, I want my 20% discount. What we have is people voting with their feet. I don't think we're going to stop it. I think the court case makes it very clear that we're not going to stop it. And when tens of thousands of people are showing up at stores every single day, I think that we have to help our workers make sure that they are making a good living. Making $15 an hour, which I support, this legislation isn't going to impact that. That's something I support. Having pension plans for every single worker from their first day on the job is something I support, but that's not going to be affected by this. Having a bargaining unit represent you on your first day on the job isn't going to be affected by this. What we're talking about is what days of the year stores can open. The courts have told us, the public has told us, our fellow brothers and sisters have told us what they want to do on Canada Day and other holidays, and for some of them, that means going shopping. So I have no hesitation to say to certain workers, you're going to have to work on those days, and if you don't want to work on those days, that's okay. There's 10 people standing behind you. They'll work on those days. So, Mr. Chair, I will support the recommendations, and I look forward to the report in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker?
Just very quickly, I don't have the same take on these recommendations, and I'll start with recommendation 2C, which essentially says that staff comes forward with an application process that if in fact we want, as a council, to permit some more exemptions, we have an application process where people can apply for the exemption. Not only that, whatever decision is made by staff, as far as I understand, then becomes appealable to the Ontario Municipal Board. So whether further exemptions over and above the small number of exemptions that we currently give. Now, with respect to the prepared meal situation, yes, restaurants and a couple of other, like Longo's, a couple of other retailers may, in fact, find themselves with the protection of seeking an exemption under that sort of umbrella. We're also saying right now we have a couple of areas across the city that are designated tourist areas, and they seem to get preferential treatment. We've got a whole bunch of other you know, Yorkdale, whatever, the ones that aren't designated tourist areas want to sort of seek protection under that umbrella. So we're reviewing whether in fact we should give additional protection under those two different umbrellas, number one. And number two, if you do come forward with a process that says, yes, you can apply under this umbrella or that umbrella, but the ultimate decision is going to be in the hands of the OMB. That's how I understand, at least what I thought I read. Now, that could be wrong with that application process. Is it wrong? Because I can tell you where I read it. But I'll leave my comments there. I think there's, as I understand the staff, they want to sort of explore just perhaps providing some additional exemptions that keep in, that are consistent with what we think is happening out there. But I don't think we're opening the doors wide open. I don't see that. And I think, Janice, I know you listened very well when I don't think the doors are being blown wide open. And I will not support doors being blown wide open. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Just for 1 minute, I will support the recommendations in the report. I'm hoping that staff can come back earlier rather than later. I know it's October, but I think if, I know it's be difficult to make it sooner, but if you can. When we first debated this years ago, the big issue was, and I remember correctly, it was the religious holidays, which was Easter, Good Friday, and Easter Monday, and they're not proposing that. And that was the big issue at the time when we were debating it in council. And that was the main debate that we had in council. I think that with what's happening now within the industry and the retailers, there's so many, and I know I have a lot in my ward where they've actually closed, big retail stores that have closed because people are shopping online now. And they're going outside the city into these big malls. And that means thousands of jobs are being lost. And if we want to protect the employees, and we should be focusing on jobs, not if they have to work the statutory holiday. They don't have to work. They're given an option. If they don't want to work, they can give the job to someone else. We have thousands of people on the unemployment line that would be more than happy to work on a holiday. And if you speak to employees in the stores, which I have, they would love to work on a holiday and get time and a half because that's if they can make more money, why not? It's their privilege. So I do support these recommendations, and hopefully the staff can come back before October.
Thank you, Councilor Seara. And I'm going to move some amendments to the recommendations, and these are I have checked with city staff on this one. These are minor things that will make the recommendations a little bit more defined as it comes forward. On recommendation number 2. The key on that one is also to ask stakeholders for written submissions, and that's from the public. And those written submissions have to do in terms of for example, the criteria that's going to be required for the exemptions. So they are part of the discussion. On C, the development of the application process, so they are part of the discussion as well. So it's not something that's going to be just done by city staff. Recommendation number 3 is it has to do with the joint and meetings with the Standing Committees Council, and that's the Toronto Economic Development as well as the licensing standards. And that discussion has to take place. So it doesn't make sense to have two different kind of discussions with the same deputants deputing at each of those committee meetings. It doesn't simply make sense. So we can have one single and meaningful discussion so people know exactly what's taking place and how we're going to move forward. And the next recommendation is simply number 4, is, asking the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards and city staff to develop now is part of the development application, which is also based on the input from stakeholders. So that's in essence the recommendations that are before you. I wish that this report could come back in July or September, but I've been told by city staff it's impossible because here we have two standing committees of council that have to deal with it. So in order to make it much easier and to have something more substantial and deal with it just once and for all, probably that's the best way of doing it. And in the meantime, all the stakeholders will be part of the application process as well. So those are my comments, and hopefully that you will support those recommendations. Thank you. We have a few motions. Can we take them as a package? Are we okay with that?
Amended recs as a package and adopt as...
Yeah, so the amended recommendations as a package, that's first motion. All those in favor? Against? Carry unanimous.
Adopt as amended.
And now adopted as amended. All those in favor? Against? Carry unanimous. Thanks so much. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for a job well done. And I'll move to adjourn.
Is there anything, just one second. We are done with all the business. Yeah, we are done with all the business. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councilor Nunciara. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Thanks so much, everyone.